We're almost done with chapter 3. So before we get finished, finish off chapter 3, we're going to do a little bit of a review here of the things that we've gone over yesterday, perhaps. And let me see, maybe I'll go back a little bit further. So let's start off and all ads for real estate have to contain what in them?
The phone number.
Phone number to the brokerage. What else?
Brokerage name.
Brokerage name,
Brokerage name.
realtor's name.
Well, if your name is in the ad, tell me something about that name.
Has to be first name and last name.
First, the last name.
Yeah, you got to use your real first name and last name, but tell me something about the size.
It has to be smaller than the broker.
The brokerage name, the brokerage, not the broker. I'm pointing that out because that's an option on exam. The brokerage name has to be larger type and more prominently displayed than the agent's. Okay. But tell me something about the property itself, the properties ad.
It has to have the county or
Not the-
municipality that it's in.
It has to have the municipal location in the ad. You must have the municipal location in the ad for any real property. What's the only exception when it doesn't have to have the municipal location in each ad?
The heading, the header has to be the municipality.
Correct. If it's under a heading of the municipality, that's correct. Okay. If you mention that you're a member of MLS, what do you need to do?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
say-
If you mention that you're a member of the MLS in an ad, what do you need to do?
You have to list the MLS you are a member of.
You have to list all the MLSs that you're a member of. You can't just say member of the MLS. We learned yesterday there's 8 of them, right?
Yeah.
You got to spell out every MLS that you're a member of. When do you got to do that? When you state that you're a member of the MLS, and if the ad is how big?
More than 20 lines
More
or
than 20 lines,
one column or 3 columns.
or wider than 1 column. Then you have to have that information in there, basically if it's large enough. If you talk about financing in an ad, what do you need to do?
Have to put all the terms.
Okay, well, let's start off like this. When is it considered that you're talking about financing in an ad?
When you're mentioning the rate, the
When you okay, so when certain triggering terms are used, and what would be those 4 triggering terms? The
interest rate, payment amount, down payment, and term.
interest rate, down payment amount. What was the other 2?
Down payment.
Term.
Hello? Interest rate, down payment.
Term.
I know you said term, and what was the other one?
The payment amount.
Oh, monthly payment. Okay. Okay.
I thought I got it wrong there.
No, I just want you to repeat it because the one I didn't hear, so I want to hear what that was or that you said.
Hmm.
That was you said payment amount. I said payment amount. I got it. Okay. Now, if those are mentioned in an ad, then what do you got to do? What else you got to disclose?
To qualifying people.
Qualifying.
For those who qualify or to a
Qualify.
qualified buyer, that statement has to be in the ad along with full disclosure. Then you got to disclose 3 additional things.
APR, down payment amount, and the term.
Down payment amount if required and the term. Correct. And if you don't do this, what's the penalty?
$10,000.
$10,000 per day, as long as the ad is up.
The day that the ad is out there.
And there.
Okay. And what law requires this?
Z.
Regulation Z.
See.
All right. Can you ever have a sold sign rider on a property?
You're not supposed to.
You can, but you shouldn't.
You can, as long as title has actually transferred, meaning ownership is actually transferred from one owner to the next. The ads have to be accurately reflected, and your real estate sign would be an ad, right? So if you have your real estate sign, and if you're going to put a sign rider on it, it has to accurately reflect the status of the property. You can't mark it as sold when title has not transferred yet. So yes, you can, as long as title has transferred. Okay. The reason why we had that whole conversation about most of the time it probably shouldn't is because when agents do that, a lot of times they do it when title hasn't transferred yet. Can't tell you how many times I called up about a property to do an inquiry because a client drove by and they saw a property they wanted information on. I looked it up, showed it available in the MLS, but there was a sold sign rider on it. Or you call up and the agent's like, oh, no, that property's sold. I'm like, well, it's showing active in the MLS. I just need to update it. Well, update it. Days later, they still haven't updated it. Is this property available or not? You need to change that status or I'm going to report it to the MLS and they're going to fine you. Okay. So sometimes it's ways that agents try to keep those listings to themselves, which they should not, because then they're operating in whose best interest? Their
Victor, I
own.
have a question.
Yeah.
If someone has a power of attorney, does it have to be stipulated in the power of attorney that they have rights over the real estate or to discuss the real estate part?
Well, usually it's a limit, unless they give you an unlimited power of attorney, which is called universal agent, the person who has that unlimited power. Usually when people are given power of attorney, it's a limited power of attorney. It's limited to a certain scope on how you can legally bind them. So yeah.
Like if they have a limit, like say for example, I have a power of attorney for a living will, but not my estate.
Well, that's specific. That's for the living will. That's only in the event that the person who gave you that power of attorney is well, first of all, how is there a term on there, or is it only in the event that you can't think for yourself, you're on a respirator and basically you're brain dead or something, that somebody else makes decisions for you? That's basically what the living will is. When you're unable to make decisions yourself, it kicks in and somebody else is able to do that for you. Okay. But up until then, you don't have any power. Right. Right. What do you call the person who's given a power of attorney, who's given that authority to act on someone else's behalf?
Executor.
An attorney in fact, when in fact they're not an attorney. Remember that little brain teaser? All right. Another word for ownership.
Title.
Title. Is there any document in real estate called title?
No.
No. So how do we transfer ownership? Title.
Deed.
By some sort of deed of conveyance. What are deeds just used to transfer ownership?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah.
They're used to transfer one's rights or interests in real property as well as ownership. Look, if we all own a property together, I could transfer my interest in that property. Or let's say I sold my property, but I kept the mineral rights to the gold in the ground. Okay, can I sell those mineral rights to someone else?
Yes.
Can I own mineral rights to a property that I don't own anymore? Yes, you can. And we're going to be learning about that when we get into chapter 5, I believe.
He transfers ownership as well as interest and what?
One's right, interest, or ownership in real property. So deeds are used for that. And when we get to chapter 19, I believe, that's when we're going to start getting into different types of deeds and the anatomy of a deed. How do we help people value properties?
CMA.
Yeah, man.
EMA, correct. Lenders, we help lenders value properties sometimes with CMA, sometimes with a BPO, broker's price opinion. If we advertise that we offer rebates, what do we got to put in those ads?
Consult a tax professional.
You must consult with a tax professional, correct. And if you violate licensing law, what can the real estate commission do to your license?
Revoke.
Revoke it,
Well, let's start
suspend
with least severe to most severe.
Probation.
it. Probation,
Put your license on probation,
suspension,
suspension,
Revocation.
revocation. Now, in addition to that, they could fine you. What's the fines?
250 to 50,000.
Minimum $250 to maximum of $50,000 per offense, correct. Now, do they just fine you and suspend or revoke your license, take actions against your license, or is there a process to it?
They give you 10 days advance for hearing.
They give you a 10-day advance notice to attend a hearing to answer to the charges, right? Now, what can the Real Estate Commission do if there's 3 or more violations, 3 or more offenses?
The license away for life.
They could revoke your license for life.
License.
Correct. Correct. What do we call it when your broker's aware that the agents do something wrong, but they do nothing to stop or prevent those activities from continuing?
guilty knowledge.
They had guilty knowledge. And if they had guilty knowledge, that means the broker can be held just as liable for the thing that was done wrong, right? What do we call it when the parties are in agreement on all the terms of the contract?
Meetings of the mind.
They've come to a meeting of the minds, correct. Now for school exam, they're going to focus on the financial aspect of it. So a meeting of the minds is when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and how they coming up with the rest of the cash, financing method,
Financing.
okay? What's the difference between a client and a customer?
Fiduciary duties.
Client,
What do we
Customer, we don't know fiduciary duties.
fiduciary.
We owe the fiduciary
Client
duty to our
is-
client,
Fidu-
not our
fiduciary,
customer.
And
Correct.
then customer is just,
what do we owe a customer?
we owe some good.
We got
Nothing.
to treat them fairly and honestly.
Fairly and good.
Yeah, fairly and honestly. Okay. So we have to for clients, we owe them fiduciary duties. What are those fiduciary duties? There's an acronym COLD to remember that. COALD.
Care.
Care,
Obedience,
obedience,
Accounting,
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 loyalty,
loyalty,
and
disclosure.
disclosure.
There you go. There you go. See, care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure, care, obedience. See, it does stick in your head if you keep saying it over and over again. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure, care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. All right.
So what was the other one on reading of the minds? That's the name of it?
Meeting of the minds is when the parties are in agreement on all the major key points of the contract or all the terms of the contract. But for school exam, they focus on the financing aspect of the contract. So they say it's when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. Okay, that's the meeting of the minds. When we've come to a meeting of the minds, hey, we're here together. You know, we're on the same wavelength. You know, we're in agreement on it all. That's all it means. It's just another term for, hey, we're in agreement on all the terms. We're in agreement on everything. Hey, you and I, well, what are we arguing about? We're agreeing on everything. We've come to a meeting of the minds, okay? Just an interesting way to say it. What is a fiduciary relationship? It's a relationship based on
Trust and confidence.
trust and confidence, where the agent's responsible for the client's
Best interest.
Money,
money and
property
or
of others.
property, And they got to put their client's interest above all others, including their own and their brokers. Okay. Who usually works as a general agent?
A manager.
Kind of manager.
A sales
Broker manager.
Property?
Property manager.
property manager.
Yeah. All right. And so property managers work as general agents. So what can, how do most other agents work?
Special agent.
You're very special. Don't ever forget that, right? So special agents, that's the way to remember it. Now, what's the difference between a general agent and a special agent?
They're not legally binding to contracts?
Who?
General manager.
A general agent can legally bind their clients to a contract, whereas a special agent cannot. If an offer comes in, a special agent cannot accept it. They have to forward it to the owner and their client, and their client has to decide whether they want to accept it or not, right? How soon do we need to forward offers to the owner?
24 hours.
24 hours.
Within 24 hours, all written offers, right? And how soon do we got to put a listing into the MLS?
If it's advertised a day, 24 hours. If it's
48 hours?
Within 48 hours. We got to put the listing into the MLS. Okay.
If it's requested by the
Well,
Fine.
always, unless
Broker.
you're wording it the backward way. Unless the owner directs you not to, and then we don't put it in the MLS, but we got to cover our butts and put it in writing. And how do we put it in writing?
Have him sign a CYA?
Yeah, but what's that CYA? CYA means cover your ass.
Yes.
What is CYA? What is CYA form? What's the CIA form?
The waiver of broker.
Consumer
Go ahead.
information.
The waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Correct.
Waiver of broker cooperation.
Okay.
DC.
What is a stigmatizing factor?
Murder,
Murder,
rape,
rape,
murder
So
in the property.
yeah, it's like rape, murder, things like that. But it's unpleasant events that occur at a property that don't affect its physical condition, but can affect its desirability and its sellability and value. Okay. So if a house doesn't appraise for the purchase price, is that a stigmatizing factor?
No.
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 It's unfortunate, but it's not unpleasant. Okay. It just means you're not gonna be able to get that house. Okay. But that's not a stigmatizing factor. Stigmatizing factors are like the violent events, like I said, the rape, murder, home invasion, things like that. Okay. As an independent contractor, what does your broker owe you as a sales? Well, let me word it differently. As a salesperson, what does your broker have to provide for you?
office space,
Stable
guidance
and
and
office
support.
Office space and guidance and
Guidance.
direction of the
Direction.
regulations of the state. Correct. And office space. Okay, so as an independent contractor, what are you responsible for?
Pay your taxes,
Taxes, insurance.
Insurance, if such
insurance.
desired, and for your own tools, etc. Right? Technically, when are we owed a commission?
When the sale is
The
complete.
sales is
When
complete,
the check,
but it's before that, you said yesterday.
Yes, I did.
You earn the commission beforehand, but generally they pay you out after the sale.
Generally, we're paid the commission at closing, but technically, when are we owed a commission?
When we bring the sale in? No?
When the
You're on the right track. I want a term. There's a term there. I want to know when we produce
when it's sold.
ready, willing, and able buyer.
Fire, okay.
And then if that deal should fall through because of breach of contract, then we can, right? What do we call a hidden problem that requires further investigation to uncover?
Latin,
A latent defect,
Latent.
correct. And when two agents are in dispute as to who's owed the commission, who's the one who is owed the commission?
Who's done most of the work?
And what do we call that person? Begins with a P.
Pursuant or something.
Procuring cause.
Procuring.
Whoever is the procuring cause of the sale, whoever procured the sale. Okay. What do we call a problem with the property that can be discovered if you bother to look around?
Offsite.
Material
That
defects?
question
A
again?
material defect. I said, what do you call a problem with the property that could be discovered if you bothered to look around? Like sloping floors, leaky roof, leaky pipes, water standing in the basement, cracked foundation, unused oil tank in the basement. You know, that would be material defect. Okay.
Material defect, okay.
So what is material information then?
Just facts
Any information, like any facts about the
pertaining to that property.
bedroom, what kind of garage it is, if there's a basement or not.
But I want you to get you're saying it right, but you got to get to the root of it though. It's
Any information
okay.
about the physical condition
From,
can affect the buyer's decision in purchasing.
There we go.
Information the buyer
Anything-
wants to know before
affects
we
the
buy.
buyer's decision in purchasing. So any information about the physical condition of the property, usually about the physical condition, that can affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. Correct. That affects the buyer's decision in purchasing part is what I was trying to extract out of you. Okay. What's the first document we give to anyone we intend to do business with that informs them about the different ways that our agency can work with them?
Yes.
CIS.
CIS form. What does CIS stand for?
Consumer
consumer
information.
information.
Consumer information statement. And it's a disclosure of agency relationships, right? And how are the different ways that our agency can work with somebody?
As their seller,
Seller's agent,
Buyer's
agent,
buyer's agent,
or both.
Dual agency.
Or referral.
disclosed dual agent.
Referral.
Disclosed dual agency is illegal. Disclosed dual agency and
Referral agent.
Transaction broker.
transaction broker.
Broker.
Transaction broker. All right. So if we're going to be working with somebody as a dual agent, now we need to get their implicit permission to do so. How do we do that? What do we need to get them to sign then?
26.
An informed consent to dual agency agreement. So a dual agency agreement or informed consent to dual agency agreement, just know that they need to sign another form that gives us now implicit permission, because we can't just say, hey, we're working as a dual agent here. We also need their permission to do so. Okay? Okay. What are the different ways we could terminate an agency relationship?
We can quit.
Okay, so renunciation by the agent.
You said terminate an agency?
What's the different ways we could terminate an agency relationship with our client?
Not in a sound mind.
Death or incompetency of either party, so sound mind, okay?
Destruction or
Destruction or condemnation of the premises,
Bankruptcy.
expiration of the
Bankruptcy.
term of the agency,
expiration,
mutual agreement to termination,
mutual agreement.
um, renunciation by the agent.
Okay, we said renunciation by the agent, but what about by the client? Client can back out too, right? But if they do, we got to let them know that they may still owe us a commission if they still go ahead with selling the property. All right, what else? I think we're missing-
Completion or fulfillment.
Fulfillment for the purpose of the agency. We sold the property, right?
Unsafe to enter.
We said that with destruction or condemnation. That would be condemnation.
Oh, okay.
When
Yeah,
the owner
that's true.
removes sell, or is that the same thing as revocation? Revocation.
Excuse me?
When the owner removes sales, that's the same as revocation, right?
Yeah, the owner revokes the agency.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
A mutual agreement to terminate.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay.
And what was,
All right, we got them all. We got them all. We got them all.
Okay.
yeah, can you just help me, Victor, with the expiration of the agency term
Yeah, your listing expired, for example.
in MLS?
Well, yeah, your agency relationship was directly tied with that.
Right.
Your relationship with the client was directly tied to your listing. Okay. So when the listing expires, your agency relationship expired.
All right.
You could always renew it and extend it. But if you don't do that, when it expires, your agency relationship expires as well.
Gotcha.
Got it? Okay. All right. By the way, where's my folder? So we talk about condemnation. Hold on, I'm looking for some pictures to use in class. Not there, not there. On my pictures. Class notes content. There we go. All right. So I'm gonna just throw up some pictures there really quick. I got them in here. When a property is condemned and it can't go, and people can't go into, here we go. When property is condemned and people can no longer go into that property, all right, you're going to see certain signs on the property. Let me just open up one of these pictures here and I'll share it with you. All right. So if you see this, you guys ever see this, a red box with a white box with an X through it? If you ever see a sticker like that on a building, on the front door or window or side of a house, that means it is dangerous. Do not enter the property at all. Do not enter, because this is a warning for like emergency personnel. So if it's an emergency for a warning for emergency personnel, it is also for you. It means do not enter that building. Okay. At the same token, there's also another one that's like this. It's a red box with the it's got a white line around it, red box with one line through it. Instead of an X, it's a half an X. Okay, there's one line through it. This means danger, there's hazards, use extreme caution if entering the building. Okay. This could happen from flood damage or fire or rot or whatever. The building is condemned, perhaps, you know. Here, let me show you some actual pictures on a building. La da 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 da. Do. So here's an example of one that you could see, right, on the building here. Building for sale. You see that Coldwell Banker sign on there. But you see this box right there, that photo? That means do not enter this structure. It is extremely dangerous. Okay. Pull up another.
Do not enter or proceed with cautious.
No, that's that one. The single line means do not proceed with caution if or extreme hazard, use caution when entering. If you see that red X, if you see that red box with the X through it like that, that means do not enter it. It is it is extremely dangerous. Do not enter that building. If it has a single line through it, it means use caution when entering. Sometimes for abandoned buildings, they do this too. You know, the fire department may check that building as well. For example, look at this one. All right. Here's another example. You see the red X on there? I wonder what happened to this building. You see obviously there was a fire in that building, so they slapped their sign on there. You know, sometimes after floods, you know, like Katrina and stuff, you know, the fire department, emergency personnel, they go building to building. Sometimes they don't put the sign on it like that. Instead, they'll spray it with spray paint on the side of the building. They'll put that X or the line through it. It lets people know that the building is clear or not, okay? The emergency personnel know that the building is clear or not. So let me see another one here. Okay, so there's another one on a building. You know, you see them all the time. You probably just never noticed them before, you know?
Can they be like other colors or it has to be red?
It'll try to stand out like this unless they spray painted it. If they spray painted it, it'll be in either white or red. But I don't know. It may be another color if they don't have any other color spray paint handy, I guess. I don't know. Here's one that actually is in my town. Okay. Actually, this one is a little bit different. This deals with construction permits. You see this? This building is declared unsafe for human occupancy, right? Sometimes they'll stick one of these on your window or your door, and they want no individual is to occupy this building until the structure is rendered safe and secure. This they stuck on a building in my town in Linden. After somebody had the carbon monoxide detector that they didn't put the batteries in it. They just pulled them out because they were doing that annoying beeping sound. Well, that annoying beeping sound means that the batteries still work, okay? It just means that it's time to replace them because they're getting low. So this person either pulled out the batteries. I think they just pulled out the batteries. And so they never got a warning. The landlord had somebody doing some work on a furnace or the heater in the house, the heating system, and they never hooked up the exhaust properly to the chimney. So it kind of separated and blew off a little bit, and it ran all night. And this lady's 2 children, she went up in the morning and she couldn't wake them up. She called 911. One of them was dead and the other one was in a coma. They had to rush to the hospital. So when this happened, this was in the news. This was just a couple years ago. They of course they slap a sticker like this on there. This is so that the building's not to be occupied until further notice, until the problem is fixed. Okay. So you may see things like that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, we didn't see it.
That.
Oh, you don't see it?
No.
Sorry. This. Okay.
Okay.
You see it now?
What I've seen, yeah.
So they stick it on like this. This one wasn't one of those X's, which they could have put an X on there, or they could have put one of those single line through there. But instead on this, they use one of these construction placards here. And it says unsafe structure placard. They have the address on the property and they tell you this building is declared unsafe for human occupancy. No individuals to occupy this building until the structure is rendered safe and secure. Okay. Well, the only way to render it safe and secure is for the people to get in there and fix it, fix the problem. But it's not to be occupied by the renters, basically. All right. So that's that situation that occurs, and you see a sign like that. Anyway, let's continue on with our class, shall we? So we left off at right here. The New Jersey Consumer Fraud Act. Okay. This is where we left off on page 51 in the book on chapter 3. All right. So in addition to like the Sherman Antitrust Act and such, we also have consumer fraud acts that, you know, if somebody willfully tries to take advantage of somebody or do any scams or does misleading advertising or practices, they could be fined up to $10,000 for a first violation. Okay. Anyway, antitrust laws. What antitrust law are we talking about? The Sherman Antitrust Act, which we learned about already, right? It makes price fixing illegal. You guys already have this highlighted on page 51. Does everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anybody not? How about that? All right. So illegal price fixing occurs when agents from competing firms, not the same firm, but competing firms, discuss with each other the fees that they charge the public and their strategies of the rates that they charge the public for the services they perform. The purpose of that is to prevent them from the competition, you from working with the competition instead of competing against the competition. This is a law that prevents anti-competition. They want businesses to compete. Because when businesses compete, the prices get driven down for the public, and it's a good thing for the public. All right. Anti-competition drives prices up, becomes a monopoly, right? So it prevents price fixing. You need to know this term, price fixing. And what do you do when an agent from a competing firm tries to talk to you about the fees for the services they perform and so on and so forth? You walk away. Immediately remove yourself from that situation. You don't got to call the cops. You don't got to report them to your broker or the real estate commission or anything like that. You could just simply separate yourself from that situation, and then the problem goes away, right? So you need to know that. That will be an exam question. Okay. What Sherman Antitrust Act is the law. It prevents the practice of price fixing and allocation of markets. That's trying to divide the market share. Agents should immediately separate themselves from the slightest discussion with the competition about the commission fees or rates that they charge. Penalties are severe. It's considered a misdemeanor crime with $1 million fine and up to 10 years in prison. And those who have suffered a loss due to such activities can recover up to triple the actual cost of the damages, plus attorney's fees and costs. All right, ethics, liability, and disciplinary offenses. Well, if you're dealing with collusion and price fixing, if you're doing the price fixing and allocation of markets, obviously you have no idea what the word ethics means. So let's just turn the page. So ethics, liability, disciplinary offenses would be like breach of fiduciary duties, failure to observe standards of care, conflict of interest, misrepresentations, and numerous other offenses may result in fines or suspension or revocation of license if you engage in them. So how do we defend against claims of liability? Well, we carry insurance, kind of like a doctor carries medical malpractice insurance, and an attorney carries, whatever kinds of malpractice insurance that they carry. We have something called E&O, errors and omissions insurance, that we carry, or your broker carries it anyway, and you'll be covered under the broker's policy. But the brokers charge per agent in the office, and every time they get a new agent in the office, they will pass that fee on to you. So it's important in your job interviews, asking the broker, how much do you charge for E&O, errors and omissions insurance? Do I have to pay it up front, or will you take it out of my first commission, or do I pay per transaction? It's important to know because this expense is expensive. This, on average, it's $600 a year, but I've seen it anywhere from $400 to $600, but on average, it's $600. Okay. So important question to ask when starting at a brokerage, wouldn't you say? It's a big nut to have up front, to pay up front. So E&O insurance, though, you need to know the real estate industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance a doctor would carry is errors and omissions, or E&O. You need to know that. Will be on exams. Okay. Dual contracts. Okay, so on page 53, we're going to highlight under defensive claims and liability, third paragraph, we're going to highlight errors and omissions. E&O insurance is the real estate industry's equivalent of medical malpractice insurance. Now, this insurance is not going to protect you against lies and misrepresentations that you make. Okay, you can't get insurance that'll cover you for in case I get caught doing something wrong that I know is wrong, but I'm going to do it anyway. You don't get insurance that in case I get caught committing a crime, I'm covered. Okay, this is for errors, mistakes, omissions, things you forgot to put in the contracts, for example. All right, or to explain to somebody. Okay, what's the best way to avoid liability? Other than sticking to the truth and not lying to people.
Disclosures?
Refer to the experts. You want to know about legal? Talk to an attorney. Is this safe? We'll have to talk to your New Jersey licensed home inspector about that. How's this going to affect my taxes? Well, we got to talk to your tax attorney, your CPA about that. Always refer to the experts. Where are the sex offenders in the area? Well, you really should discuss that with the county prosecutor who holds that list, or you could check with the state police Megan's Law Registry, right? So always refer to the experts. You guys don't try to act like you're the experts in everything. Even though you may gain more knowledge the longer you're in this industry, the more classes you take, etc. Don't try to play. I know you're eager to use that information that you learn, but you're not the expert in these fields. So you should always, to avoid liability, to avoid putting your neck in that chopping block to get sued, I would suggest that you always refer to the experts. It's good that we have the knowledge. We just need to know who to refer them to get that information that they need. We don't have to supply that information. We just need to supply who they go to get it. Okay? So, dual contracts. Obviously, if you're dealing in dual contracts, you have no idea what ethics are. But dual contracts is a situation where when we get a buyer, perhaps they want to buy a house for $300,000. They put the contract together. The seller accepts it. They sign it, and it goes to attorney review, right? And then the buyer's mortgage company is going to want a copy of that contract as well. The one that's going to be lending them the money, that $300,000. But the only thing is we give them a separate contract that's for $325,000. That's dual contracts. It's mortgage fraud. Okay. Obviously, if you're dealing in that, you have no ethics. Okay. What are ethics? Well, if you look at this, slide, ethics are standards dictating two things: how an industry's professionals should treat each other as professionals, and how licensees should treat the public. Okay, so go down to ethics on page 53 and highlight that. These moral principles address two sides of a profession, and then I just highlighted number 1 and 2 there, or put a box around them. They establish standards for industry professionals on how they should treat each other, as well as how they should treat the public, their clients, customers, etc. Okay. Turn the page. Professional organizations, NAR, National Association of Realtors, okay, they set their own code of ethics, has been around since 1913, way before licensing has been even a requirement of the state. Because when did licensing become a requirement? What, 1920 something in New Jersey? What did they say in the first chapter, first page? 1921. So licensing for being in the real estate industry hadn't even become a requirement until 1921. But NAR, National Association of Realtors, the realtors got together and they put together this association and said, we need to police our own industry because you get a lot of scammers out there and people are taking advantage. We need to show that we are professionals and that we can build trust with the community. How do we do that? We police each other. If another agent's doing something wrong, they're a member of this organization, we're going to hold them accountable. We don't want people who are going to make us look bad and give us a bad reputation and make it harder for us to do our jobs when we're trying to help people and do things the right way. We don't need those people who are looking to get in, get the quick buck and get out, no matter who they screw over. Okay. So we have this code of ethics, the Realtors Code of Ethics. This is in addition to that 2 hours CE code of ethics that you need to take to get your license renewal every 2 years. Well, when you guys get licensed and you go join a real estate office, before you could join any of these MLSs, you need to become a member of the Realtors Association first and be a realtor in good standing. And then within 60 or 90 days of your initial membership, you need to complete your Realtors Code of Ethics training, which can be done on realtor.org, realtor.org. This can be done on realtor.org. So realtor.org, realtor. There it is. We got realtor.org. You know, some things we didn't really talk a lot about, but you know, you also got to worry about your own realtor safety. We got some issues there. I'll show you that a little bit, but when you go to NAR website, which is realtor.org or nar.realtor, you see the Code of Ethics is the training class that you could take online, and it is free. This is a live document, okay? This is the Realtors Code of Ethics. Begins with a preamble, and they teach you how this Realtor Code of Ethics works. You could see what the code is. Hello. It's always changing, but you go to the Code of Ethics training. You can either take live Code of Ethics training classes. Oh, look at this, Code of Ethics training now. They've been bouncing this around all the time. They made it, it used to be every 4 years. It used to be called quadrennial Code of Ethics training class. Then they changed it to every 2 years. And then briefly every year, and now they changed it back to 2 years, and now they changed it back to 3, or to 3 years now, apparently. So look at that. Anyway, so you could check your Code of Ethics training class on here. And what are your options? Let's see.
You have to become a member though, right? In order, you have to become a member, right?
For the Code of Ethics training, yes.
But that's after you got your license and exam, right?
Yeah, you become a member of the Realtors Association. You're going to become a member of whatever local Realtor Association your broker's a member of. They'll sign you up for that. And that local Realtors Association, the dues that you pay them to become a member of the Realtors Association, will also sign you up for New Jersey Realtors Association, and they'll also sign you up for NAR, National Association. So the one due will pay for all three. It actually covers all three associations. You guys will be members of 3 associations, a local, the state, and national, NAR. Okay, so you could get your Code of Ethics training here for free online, or you could take the training class, which will also include CE. And that'll cost, well, that's for only 3 credits, for 30 bucks. Okay. Just take it for free over here. Like I said, you could take all, 12 hours of your credit requirements with me for under 50 bucks. Okay. So this makes no sense. All right. So you can take it online. Anyway. All right. So I also talked to you a little bit about, I mentioned to you a little bit about realtor safety. You guys do have to worry about that too, since we didn't talk a whole lot about it so far. I might as well bring it up now and speak to you, since we're almost done with this chapter. Next chapter starts talking about discrimination, and then we start getting into real estate. So I might as well talk to you a little bit about, always watch your 6. If something doesn't feel right, if somebody feels creepy, you don't want to be with them, you don't got to take them out. You could give that person as a referral to another agent, or you could ask somebody to go with you and not be around somebody if you don't want to work with them. If they make you feel uncomfortable, don't. Because there are a lot of freaks out there and stuff happens, Look, there's, here, I got a bunch of little videos on this. You guys are seeing the web browser, right?
Do you have any personal stories?
Yeah, there's, here, let me give you one. Hold on a second. Let me look one up right here. I have, it's not personal that I'm involved in, but let me see. My personal stories as far as realtor safety goes. I mean, when I opened up my own brokerage at the beginning, it was a weird time to join the Middlesex County MLS. They only take a membership. They only take on membership of new offices the second Tuesday of every other month, or some kind of BS like that. So I just missed that meeting. So I'm like, wait a minute, how am I going to do business? And I'm not even a member of the MLS. I got rent I got to pay. So I started doing a lot of work for banks. I was doing broker price opinions. They required me to go in the houses, and inspect the houses, take pictures, etc. And a lot of the ones that I was doing were in like Newark and Irvington. And I'm over there at the time. I had this shiny black car, this nice looking car, and I was always wearing a suit in the office, and going out, And now I'm going out in some. In some areas that you go to, you got to dress the part, dress down, like you're an undercover or something, dress like you belong, because I certainly stood out like a sore thumb, and I remember one time it was getting kind of late in the day, and the last property that I was going to, it was almost dark. And I had to go to this one property. It didn't even have a front walkway. It had boards leading up to the front door so that you don't step in the mud. And the neighboring house, there must have been about 20, 30 people hanging out on the porch, drinking, getting high and stuff. I could smell it, and they're kind of loud. And, it was hot out. I had my air AC on, sitting in the car. I'm doing my checklist, of observing what I see outside the house and down the street before I get out to take pictures and then go in the house. And as I'm doing this, I could hear these guys talking from the porch. They're like, yo, check this mother effer out. They're talking about robbing me and stuff, and I'm like trying to ignore them and just go about doing my things. And then I was like, wait a minute, what the hell am I doing? I'm like, these guys are talking about robbing me, and they were using pretty profane language with it too, and they seemed pretty intent on it, on what they were doing, and they were loud enough about it, like they didn't care. I was like, starting to get out of the car, and I was like, wait, what the hell am I doing? I'm like, I looked over at all these people on the porch, and they're already starting to come down. I was like, screw this. I got in my car and I took off. I'm like, you got to use common sense too. I told that bank, I'm like, I'm not going back to that property. I'm not doing that property. That's I'm not getting killed. I stood at some areas. Guess what? I'm not welcome just because I'm white, and that in that neighborhood right there, those guys, what they were saying, they're talking about robbing me and beating me and all that stuff. And, no, thank you. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to carry, even though I got gun permits, we're not allowed to carry them in New Jersey. And you know how hard it is to get a gun permit to protect yourself in New Jersey? Now, I used to be an armed guard one time, and in order for me to get that carry permit, you got to get sponsored. You got to go, you have to have show that you have a need for it. I went before a judge. Judge denied me, even though I needed it for work, and I had all my references and everything. His reply was, "Oh, we don't need any more guns out there on the street." Like, you for real? This is for somebody who needs it for their job, you know? I eventually went back and forth and went to a different judge and eventually got it. But it's hard in New Jersey. We're in a very liberal state that they're against things like the Second Amendment for some reason. I don't know why. So unfortunately for us, to protect ourselves, how do we try to protect ourselves out there? Can you carry mace or pepper spray? I forget, one of them is illegal, one of them you're allowed to use, like on the keychain. But sometimes that'll help. Sometimes it'll only anger the person, you know. Can you carry around knives and stuff like that? I mean, should you? Can you handle yourself? Can you protect yourself? You know, be careful out there, okay? Because stuff happens. This one's Hillsborough, but that's not New Jersey. Let me see. There was a case when that's the closest I got probably to it. Because I usually look out for my surroundings pretty good, you know, so I try not to put myself in those situations, but sometimes it's hard to figure out if you're going to be in one of those situations or not, you know. Sometimes it pops up
Thank
on
you for your story. That's very courageous, and I think that's
well,
listen to our intuition.
Well, you have to, because look here. I'm going to give you another example.
Victor, one question here.
Yes, sir.
Let's say that today I'm the salesperson, right? And this family or couple are coming to see house, and we have 5 more appointments, right? On the same day, I'm going to show them 5 houses. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it better to go in their own car, or sometimes
I like to have people drive on their own cars, and okay. I do it for a reason though. It's not for safety necessarily, but it could be. Look at that. Yes. Listen, there's several reasons why I don't have people drive with me. When I started, I used to have people drive with me all the time. I used to drive them around. Now I do it for several reasons, and I actually did experiments with this. I'm a people person. I like to observe people. Okay, not a people I mean, I'm independent. I like to be on my own, but I like to observe people and human behavior. And one thing that I've noticed, well, first of all, I don't like people in my car for several reasons. This way, I don't have to be their chauffeur and drive them around. I don't got to worry about cleaning up the mess that they undoubtedly are going to leave in your car because they don't care. Them cutting up your seats in your car, leaving gum stuck to the seats, their kids puking in your car or spilling drinks in your car. Plus, if you've got people that you're chauffeuring around, you're going to show them a lot more properties versus if you have them following you around and they're spending their money on gas, they're fighting the same traffic and looking for parking just like you are, even though they're following property. They tend to make a decision a lot sooner than, oh, what do I care? I'm getting chauffeured around by my agent, you know. I've done experiments on this, driving people around versus not driving people around. You will show way less homes to somebody. They will make a decision much sooner if you have them following you, driving you, or meeting you at that property instead of you chauffeuring them around. Okay.
Okay. And sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to get into the realtor safety stuff.
Okay. So there was another question that arose to my mind. If you're taking your customer in your car and you get into a car accident, you're responsible for it. So that's the liability issues.
Yeah, well, your broker's still going to want to make sure that you got car insurance as part of your employment agreement. They want to make sure that you have at least the minimum, the state's minimum, or the broker may want more. You got to see what their office policy is.
Okay.
You know. Now, there was a case way before I ever got my real estate license, but I remember hearing about this in Island. There was a real estate company. Actually, they recently just closed or sold, but they were open for ages. There was a deal here where a man kills a real estate agent and himself, well, by accident. Basically, this one lady, she had a listing with the husband and wife to sell the property. They had the property under contract. The guy was upset with delays in selling his house. So he called the agent to meet him at his home. And then he stabbed her to death a lot of times too. And then he tried to light her on fire by dousing her in gasoline and lit her on fire. But he got gas on himself and lit himself on fire too. And that caused his accidental death. Okay, so people are crazy. You know, the guy's upset because there's delays in the closing sale of his house. So then he kills his realtor, you know? And this is one that's local. So I like showing some of these, you know. I'm not trying to scare you guys out of the real estate industry, but real estate can be a dangerous job because we're dealing a lot with the public, just like any sales job, but we're not in a store, you know, where there's a lot of other people around necessarily. Here, look, here's one about a lady at an open house. I believe this one is.
Question, which of these two products will make you more money?
I don't know.
You sold them.
Where was this?
Well, this one's not local, I don't think, but.
You train for something like that and you pray that you never ever have to.
Unfortunately, we can't have a firearm.
And then you find yourself in that situation and it's very surreal.
Well, she's grateful for that training and the quick response she got from Commerce City Police. A realtor sharing her frightening run-in with a man who pulled a knife on her during an open house.
9 News reporter Noel Brennan sat down with her this morning.
How strange it must feel sitting in this chair, sharing a story Donna Hetzler never expected to tell.
If I did not have my firearm, I would not be here today to talk to you.
Here inside the Commerce City Police Department, the realtor spoke about Sunday morning.
So I was setting up for an open house. I went into the place and turned on the lights. And not too long after I got lights on, somebody knocked on the door.
Man who seemed interested in the place.
He was asking the right questions about how long it had been on the market. We talked about loans and what he might qualify for.
Nothing unusual, but he wanted to see the rooms upstairs.
We got into the master bedroom and he pulled a knife out. And I could not believe it was happening.
He showed the knife and a can of bear spray.
He asked me to take off my ring and to get in the closet.
Donna says she felt her life was in danger.
I have a license to conceal carry and I had a firearm and I drew my weapon. I drew my firearm and he saw that I had that. He doused me with bear spray. So at that point I could not see, barely see, and my skin was burning. My eyes were on fire. And so I fired.
Donna and police can't say if the man was hit, but he ran off and is still missing.
I want to believe the best in people. I don't want to think that there's terrible people out there that want to harm somebody. And so the initial thought was disbelief that this is not happening.
Donna was prepared for the day she trained for, but never expected.
I don't expect people coming to look at homes to have bad intentions, but you prepare for any situation.
And you really have to. Unfortunately, in New Jersey, we can't carry guns in order to protect yourself. But you know what? There was a law, I think, that was recently updated. I think it was last year, that now allows us to actually have, oh my God, I forget which one it is. It's either a stun gun or a taser. I forget which one it is. New Jersey I think it's a stun gun. New Jersey allows now. You know, the ones where you could electrically shock somebody. Again, puts a couple 100,000 or million volts through them and gets them on the ground, you know, incapacitating them for a little while to get away. I mean, check whatever the local laws are, what you can carry. Don't listen to me on what you can carry as weapons or whatever, but sometimes you got to be prepared, you know, just in case. But remember, you could use anything as a weapon in a dangerous situation. You need to know that. Like, you have keys. Put the keys between your fingers and knuckles when you're carrying and walking around. If somebody tries to attack you, you could actually punch them with the key. Works like a knife, you know. You know, aim for the face, you know.
Like this lady in the situation, you know, she was just doing her realtor, you know, let's go see the house. So If she hadn't had that on her,
Yeah.
how many people have that availability? You know, they don't.
Well, we don't, and we can't here in New Jersey. That's the
Yeah.
unfortunate part, you know.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the Second Amendment, to be able to protect yourself, but we can't. But we got to try to find some kind of other workarounds. Here.
What if you have the owners there with you?
You mentioned March is the
What's that?
I was just saying, like, what if the owners are there with you? Because I mean, after seeing all this, I wouldn't be comfortable at any being alone at ever.
Well, first of all, I kick the owners out. I don't want the owners at an open house because buyers aren't. Remember what the last agent said. You can't go into it assuming that everybody's going to be coming in there with bad intentions. You got to think that most people are good, but you still got to keep your ears on, so to speak. You know, you got to have that your radar on, your head on a swivel. Okay, because.
Owners then have somebody else from your office be there with you. Like
You can have a friend with you. You could have somebody from your office with you. That's not a problem. You just got to be aware of your surroundings. Look, you could be out showing. Look at the one agent that I showed you from before I started in the industry. She had a listing with somebody, with the husband and wife. She met with them plenty of times. She was showing their property. She got a buyer. They were under contract. They were about to close, and there was a delay in the closing, and then the guy kills her. You know, I mean, you never know what's going on in people's heads. Sometimes people are just nutty, you know? So even if it's a person you got already a relationship with, I mean, look, how many people get killed by their spouses or their boyfriends or girlfriends, people you already have relationships with, you know, or get beat by them, you know? You can't, you always got to be aware of your surroundings, even people that you know. All right. I'm not trying to freak anybody out. Just want you to be aware. Okay, that's the whole point of this. Here's something else. This one's from New Jersey.
The most popular month to do it, but along with it come those open houses. But here's the question tonight: are you opening your home to someone looking for something else? Here's Rebecca Jarvis.
Real estate agents are starting to salivate. Home sales are up, interest rates are low, and the economy is improving. You'd think they'd all be out there staging homes and prepping listings, right? Broke. So why is this room full of agents in New Jersey learning how to stab someone in the eye?
My thumb is in your eye socket.
They're taking a self-defense course specifically tailored for real estate agents because their job can be downright dangerous.
Being in the real estate business is one of the most high-risk businesses in the nation, and yet people don't know about it.
Real estate mogul and Shark Tank star Barbara Corcoran says you never know who exactly will be coming to check out that listing, and they may be walking away with more than the property fact sheet. There's been a recent rash of open house rip-offs, like this woman caught pilfering prescription pills from an open house and charged with felony drug possession.
You as an agent, you need to make sure that you let your clients know that when you're doing open houses or showings or things like that, that they have their medications put away. You don't want people stealing their medications. A lot of drug addicts, drug dealers, and what have you, they steal the medications. They steal jewelry, money. Have them put their valuables away and not out in plain sight, you know? That's very important.
So what's a homeowner to do?
Medication's so valuable.
The wrong person is going to take it.
Of course they're going to take it, so you must lock it up.
Now check out this guy facing multiple burglary charges for sauntering out of open houses with high-end jewelry. His lawyer told ABC News his client is innocent until proven guilty.
There's nothing wrong with leaving out a jewelry box, but make sure you have junk jewelry inside, not the real deal.
Why junk jewelry?
Because if you empty out the whole jewelry box, someone sees it, oh, there's the jewelry, oh, it's not here, they'll start looking to find out where the jewelry is.
But the danger isn't limited to homeowners.
Police say the realtor who was kidnapped was traumatized.
The agent you've hired to help you buy or sell your house could easily end up on the 5 o'clock news.
A local real estate agent says he did not think he would live to see his family again.
And it's not just dangerous, it can be deadly. In the last decade, more than 20 real estate agents were murdered, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Take the case of Beverly Carter, an experienced real estate agent who disappeared from a Little Rock area house she was showing last October while allegedly meeting a potential cash buyer. Beverly Carter? After a days-long search, her body was found in a shallow grave. The man.
Listen, I don't care. These cash buyers, they say, oh, no, money's not a problem. Listen, money's a problem for everybody. Millionaires, money's a problem for. It's just that they're dealing on a higher scale of purchases that they're doing. Somebody says they're buying cash. Even though don't skip that pre-approval process, instead say, okay, trust but verify. You got the money. I need a letter from your bank manager that shows that you have enough money to purchase this property. We call it a proof of funds letter. Okay. At least get some. You guys should always first meet a client in the office. Now at open houses, it's kind of tough because you're opening your house to the this house to the public. But when you're you could do open houses by appointment. You could do open houses by opening them up to the public like this. But I suggest that before you go running out to meet people at houses, if they call up and they want information about a property and they want you to show it to them and meet you at the property, I suggest you at least one time have them come into the office for the first time and run their credit and all that stuff, make a copy of their driver's licenses, and make sure that somebody
Can you also request the W-2 forms?
Well, not at this point, but get their ID so at least you know who the person is that you're dealing with. And then make sure somebody in your office knows that you're going to be doing a showing and you're with this person and that you're going to check back in with them. And if you don't, reach back out with me. There's also apps available for things like this as well. Also, look on your cell phones. You guys, are you guys familiar with the emergency app on your cell phone?
No.
All right, so there is an emergency app on your cell phone that I'll pull up a video on it or a website on it that'll show you how to activate it. It's on your Apple iPhones have it, and so do Androids, where what you do is you just press the on-off button 3 times really quick, and it activates at least what it does on the Android. It will, when you do that, when you press the on-off button 3 times quickly, you have to set it up first. You could set up a list of phone numbers that it will send emergency notification numbers to. It'll send your GPS location where you're at right now. It will record about 5 seconds of video and audio and snap pictures from the front and back phone, and it'll send it to whoever along with a message that you could pre-type in there, like I'm in danger, please call me, or please call the police, let them know where I'm at. You just got to be careful, because if you just did that really quick, sometimes you can do it by accident. Make sure you reach out to them, tell them, don't call the cops. I'm good. I'm okay. Okay. But it's a feature. It's an emergency feature, and it's free. You don't have to pay for that. But there are apps out there and services that you could subscribe to too. Your office should also implement some kind of a policy too, to follow up on agents and check on them when doing showings and stuff like that.
Accused of her murder, giving a clerk walk statement and later pleading not guilty to capital murder. By Beverly.
Are real estate agents sitting ducks? They are. Nothing is more essential to the real estate business than a new customer. And a new customer could be a good customer, or it could be the wrong customer.
And it's mostly female agents who are meeting Mr. Wrong Customer. Women make up 60% of the real estate agent population, and it is a requirement of the job to market yourself relentlessly to perfect strangers.
They know more about you than you would ever know about them when they show up at your home. Their cell number is on the business card. It's online. They blog about particular open houses. They talk about their children. And being open like that, of course, makes them a lot more vulnerable. Hey, morning, Trace.
San Antonio real estate agent Janice Tisdale had always been cautious, but a few years ago, she found herself in a perilous situation with a client and barely escaped with her life. It was a few days before Christmas, and Tisdale had arranged to meet this man, Emilio Maldonado, and his banker in a remote subdivision.
As soon as I pulled up, I said, "Where's your banker?"
And he goes, oh, he couldn't come today. And I thought, oh, this is weird.
Tisdale did a lot of things right that day. She took off her diamond jewelry and made sure she had an escape route, just like Barbara Corcoran recommends.
I make sure foremost that I have an exit strategy. I open the gates on the back of the house. I open the back door.
So if you were showing me this home,
I would say, have a look at the bedroom.
and you would make sure you're there.
I keep my eye on you, but I want to stay by the door.
Corcoran says agents should realize they're already armed for combat.
So you should have a cell phone in one hand, and in your other hand, you should carry your car keys. This doesn't look like it's a bad weapon, but cut someone in the face with it, you buy a few seconds to make your runaway.
So I guess you should use your house keys, not your car keys, because a lot of car keys these days don't even have it. They don't got the pointy part like that no more with the proximity sensors. Look, there's also thieves out there that work as teams. Sometimes you get people, one person will, they'll come in as a couple. One person will occupy you with questions while the other one is ransacking through drawers and looking for stuff to steal. We had this a couple of years ago in Middlesex County. They were actually coming to real estate offices. People would just walk in and they would walk through the office even as a couple, acting like they're there to buy a house and walking through all nonchalant. And then they see a pocketbook hanging on the back of the chair or something. They would grab it, put it on, and walk out. You know, they see a laptop sitting. They'd unplug it and take it and leave. You know, there's all kinds of thieves out there, and they can be bold too. So we're not just talking about dangerous people. We're talking about thieves as well. So look at that. Our job is an interesting one.
As Tisdale and her client toured the vacant house, Tisdale's instincts were telling her to bolt.
And finally, I said, we really need to go. And I reached down to pick up the, it was a lock
Oh, sorry.
box. That's when he struck me over the head.
Maldonado was wielding a tire thumper used by long-haul truckers to check tire pressure, and now blood was gushing from the back of Tisdale's head. Maldonado held the 64-year-old grandmother hostage for 45 minutes until she was finally able to use her remaining strength to break away.
I was screaming. I just thought, you're dead, Janice. You are dead.
In the distance, Tisdale spotted some teenagers driving a banged-up Honda Civic.
And here come those kids, and their window was down. So I just screamed, help me, he's trying to kill me. And they slammed on their brakes, and 5 teenagers bounded out of this car.
Maldonado was arrested soon after. Now he's serving 60 years for aggravated robbery. And as for the teens who came to Janice Tisdale's rescue,
I have 5 more children now, so instead of 4, I have 9. What more could a mother want?
Well, actually, this mother wants one more protective friend. These days, when she shows properties, she brings along a Beretta Tomcat.
I wish we could.
Amazing. Yeah, just wonderful.
The shark and the survivor spoke via Skype.
I hear you teach all the new realtors what to be careful about. I bet one of the big lessons you're teaching is trust your gut.
That is the thing I end with, is trust your gut, because if you don't, you could end up dead, or you could have staples in your head like I did.
Get off! And that's why it may be good to get this kind of training. In case you have to take matters into your own hands.
It's like much more comforting to have this knowledge and to know I'm not helpless and how to get away.
All right, see, so there's also some self-defense courses you could take out there that show you how to fight dirty, show you to possibly save your lives. I told you guys about the app. Let me see, do I have that here? It's under tools. I have that under tools somewhere here. Let me take a look. Mental safety. Huh. I may have it in a Word doc in that Word document. Let me just check that really quick for the link for the cell phone emergency app. No, it's not in a Word document. I know I had that video somewhere. Yeah, let's just look up how to set up emergency contact and cell phone. I forget what the app is called or what the service is called. That's why I want to look it up real quick. Emergency contact cell phone. Emergency dialer, I think it is.
I have a question.
Yes.
There's a group of message from the class. Is it possible that we can set up some rules about that? Because there's some, you know, like soliciting unethical stuff being sent, and everyone has to be participating, like seeing that. So if we can be respectful.
Wait, what happened?
There's a group of text that's been as a group text been formed. I keep deleting it, but there's unethical stuff that's being circulated through that. So if we can establish some rules, not to do that. It's supposed to be strictly for this class.
Oh, for the messenger? Yeah, guys, don't be doing any soliciting or anything like that. We can talk about that.
They're sending pictures of like humping someone, and you know, it's childish stuff. So it would be really good if we could just stick on a topic of real estate only.
You're getting that in this class messenger?
Yeah, in these texts.
I'm not getting anything.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything like that
I
either.
don't know what you're talking about. There's no text going around here.
No. I think maybe
I don't have text messages from you guys. It's just the chat, but everybody says good morning in there.
Yeah, I just say I don't get any messages. Everything.
Well, apparently they took my number or somebody, and it's like a group of texts of different numbers.
It's not coming through to the chat app on here.
Yeah, it's not from here.
But it's my personal number.
That's coming from here. Yeah, that's not from here.
Yeah, that's not us.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about through the in classroom chat thing here. Okay, all right. Yeah, that's all you got to do is block those numbers on your cell phone.
Yeah, there were a few people mentioned the class. And so that's why I'm like, okay, one of them must be from the class creating a group chat or something.
Well, nobody has your cell phone numbers.
You don't have numbers here.
And nobody has your contact info here.
All right, well, okay. Then it might be someone else then doing this.
Yeah, none of that information is shared.
Okay, good. Okay.
And anything that you'd see would be here in this group chat. Yeah. So that's got to be through just some random thing, or I get stuff like that sometimes on my cell phones too. Somebody that that you got on your list or whatever, they could also just be included on there too, and they're getting the same annoying messages. Yeah, that's not through the chats. I just check the chats, at least the ones that I see from everybody going out to everybody, and I don't see anything like that. If you do, there's a report thing that you could just report it to Zoom as well too, on the button.
Okay, Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so let's see. Did I find this? Oh, health app, no. Looking for this emergency notification. Emergency notification. Cell phone. Oh, damn it. Cell phony. All right. I'll look it up and I'll post it in there. I know I have the link somewhere for this emergency cell phone app. But if you look at it on your cell phones, let me look at my cell phone really quick. I'll see if I can pull it up.
Victor.
Yes, sir.
On the iPhone, if iPhone search, if you put emergency, it will pop up and then you can set up your settings.
Yeah, it's in a, on the iPhone, it's an emergency. Okay. What is it called? Oh, it's called on Android, it's called SOS. Okay.
The same thing on iPhone.
Okay.
SOS.
So cell phone SOS setup. Okay. Save our souls. That's what that stands for. Okay. Here we go. Here's one for the Apple. Here's one for the iPhone. You could just do a Google search or DuckDuckGo. Cell phone SOS setup. You could just search. And it'll show you how to set those up in your phone, where it'll, during a panic, you just hit that, or you could go into your settings on your cell phone and then hit search and SOS messages. You could click on that, and it's on the Android, it's under advanced features, and then send SOS messages on. You click on it, and then it gives you where you could check the features that you want to put on. Attach audio recordings, a 5-second audio recording, attach pictures from front and back cell phone cameras, who to send it to. You could put up set up a couple of contacts in there, and then you got to turn the feature on itself too. Okay. So there you go. There's a built-in emergency contact for you guys. All right. Let's take a look at some other things here. Here's someone with realtor tax safety tips. We're only going to go through one or two more videos, and then we're going to move on here. But only like another video. Let me shut this guy up. Hold on. Come on. All right.
Sometimes we let our guard down. We can't.
Now at 11, a realtor attacked in broad daylight, putting other realtors on high alert right now. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jameson Buick.
And I'm Wendy Ryan. Thanks for joining us.
The chilling attack happened this afternoon inside a home in Sarasota, and tonight the man who tried to sexually assault that realtor is still on the run.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska live tonight outside that home where the attack occurred. And Mike, I know you spoke to the realtor on the phone tonight. How is she doing?
Over the phone, she told me that she's okay. She acted like nothing bad really happened, but she did say she was shaken up at the time. It happened inside this home. She told me she was just about to show the client the home. They went into a bathroom, and then he got the jump on her and attacked.
You see that on the door right there? That's a lockbox. I got one of them right here. Okay, this is our lock boxes. That there's a metal box underneath where we store the keys for houses. We basically connect to them through using our cell phone's Bluetooth. We mesh up with it. We have an app on our cell phone. Once you become members of a realtors association, let me pull up my realtor apps, real estate apps. There's one called Supra eKey. You see that? Supra eKey right here. Looks like a little lockbox. I don't know if I could. Anyway, it's called Supra eKey. You got it in the Apple and Android
Yes, here. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, so when I open up the application, it shows all the details of the application, but down here, there's a picture of a key, okay? And then there's one for open shackle. This is the shackle. This is the top part, how you wrap it around a railing or a door handle, like you see right there. You got to have a separate code for that so nobody steals your lockbox. Or you should probably not own these. Your broker will have them. And if you do have one of these, you need a letter from your broker that gives you permission to buy it. But technically, the brokerage should only have these. So make sure you get a letter from your broker before you go and buying these, or when you go buy these, that your broker confirms that it is your lockbox, so that if you ever go leaving that brokerage and you try to get a letter from them afterwards, they don't try to screw you over on it, and then you can't transfer these lockboxes because technically they would belong to the broker, because these things cost over $100 each. Okay, but either way, you would click on the. There's a lot of things here. There's also an emergency alert set up in this app too, but this one is not as advanced as the one built into your cell phone, you know, but you could have your thumb ready to press it, you know, and it'll send out a message to somebody. I think the cell phone one is better. It shows GPS, photos, audio recording, you know, I think that one's a little bit better. So anyway, I could hit on the obtain key button, and then I got to put in my shackle code. But before I do, you want to hit the bottom of the lockbox. You want to press this up. And when you do, this light, there's going to be a light that blinks there. See that? It activated the lockbox for a couple of seconds. And now I put in my code. Hopefully I'm putting in the right code. Find out in a second. We'll hear an or it'll open. I think we're going to hear ant. Beep, beep, beep. Come on. There we go. It says success on there. So now I just press it again and the bottom drops out. And then there's a little compartment in here where the keys are kept. Okay. And then when you're done showing a house, you put the keys back in there, push it back in, and it's locked again. Okay. So that's how these lock boxes work. And they're pretty secure. And then it keeps a record on here. It shows the address. I'm not going to show you because right now it's registered to, I got it registered to, I think a neighbor's address here. But, and then it shows the address and it keeps a record, and it shows the, it goes off to the listing agent, and they know who opened their lockbox, what time they opened the lockbox. And so this way you could keep track of who enters. And you could also set restrictions there on times of showings, when somebody can get access to it. Okay. And there we go. Let's go back to this.
The realtor who asked us not to reveal her identity told ABC Action News she was showing this home to a potential client when he told her there was a leak in the bathroom. As she walked in, he came in behind her, slammed the door shut, and shoved her against the wall, yelling sexually explicit profanities. The victim says she remained calm, fought back, and made up a story her attacker fell for.
Thank goodness she had the wherewithal to do whatever she felt she could do to twerk this off.
Stafford Starcher is the president for the Realtors Association of Sarasota and Manatee County. He says this realtor was smart and lucky.
A lot of times it's a call off a sign. A lot of times it's maybe an internet call or an email saying that we would like to meet you there. That's a no-no.
The realtor did tell us it was the first time she met her attacker. She says working in real estate for more than 30 years, this has never happened to her before, and that meeting clients like this is part of the job. She does admit.
See that? She worked in the industry for more than 30 years, though, and this never happened to her. So I'm not trying to scare you guys. It's not like this is a regular occurrence or anything. But 30 years and it still happened one time. You know, all it takes is one time. So this is why you always got to keep your ears on, keep your radar on around you, be aware of your surroundings. Okay.
She should have been more cautious, but says it's not always practical with so many appointments.
And if you have any issues with anybody ever calling you, you could also report it to your local realtors association as well as the police. Like I remember a couple of years back, we had some weirdo. He popped up every couple of years where he would just start at random, calling real estate agents, picking on women. You know, he liked their pictures or whatever, and then he'd start calling them up and talking dirty to them. Okay, if that's the case, you notify the local realtors association so they could find out if other agents are getting the same kind of calls, and then the police will also investigate it. You got to get that involved. Okay, so this way we work together as a community to protect each other.
Think how they vet a customer, and it's unfortunately it's hit home now.
Let's give you some information on the suspect. We're told he is
All right.
middle.
That's not the story that I was thinking that it was. Realtor safety tips. Gun save your life. What are self-defense laws in New Jersey? Oh, this may be the one that shows you what you can and can't do in New Jersey. There's an attorney's website that we pulled up, I think, through one of our classes here. What can you use for self-defense? Castle Doctrine. No, wrong thing. Never mind. All right. There's a couple of other things pertaining to open houses and showings and your fiduciary duties to your clients and looking out for their interest and all that stuff. We get video cameras that people have, security cameras in their houses and outside. You got the Ring doorbell and all that stuff. You guys got to be careful. If you're showing houses, if you're working with the buyer, you got to coach your clients and tell them to keep their mouths shut and do not talk about the house when you're in the house or even at the front door. Make sure you get back out to the car before you start discussing if you like the house or you didn't like the house.
Over the past week, we've reported
because there could be ears on, somebody's listening through the video cameras or watching what's going on, right? Let's take a little look at this story, which will talk about some of the legal aspects about that too. Because if you're a listing agent, you should also talk to the seller about this and tell them that they should be careful. They should probably shut the audio off or have signs at the front door if you're going to have open houses or going to be showing properties while the home is for sale. Should have signs throughout the house and at the front door that security surveillance systems are within the house that are recording video and audio. You need to have that because otherwise you could be in violation of federal laws that don't allow the recording of audio. There's wiretapping laws that you could be violating by recording audio if the other party doesn't consent to it. Oh, what's going on here?
So wait, you gotta have cameras when you do these showings, or
No, I'm saying sometimes what I'm saying is sometimes people have security cameras in their house and they record video and audio. And if you're recording the video or audio of other people, listen. Hold on. There's some kind of advertisement going on this page. Sorry about that. Try to close it. I don't know where that's coming from right now, huh? Unfortunately, some of these web pages are so full of advertisements, they play other crap they got going on in the background. Oh, can't find it. But
doesn't just affect people who are buying or even selling a house. It could very well change how you protect your home. Our Michael Wooten talks with the experts tonight in this Two on Your Side original investigation.
Whether it's driving down the street, buying something in a store, or just walking through a neighborhood, so much of what we do is now captured on camera. It's a whole new world.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And somebody's listening always, and somebody's watching always.
There are about 770 million surveillance cameras worldwide. By the end of next year, that will pass 1 billion. And a lot of the new ones are going inside homes, with this type of technology becoming more and more mainstream. That's prompted a relatively new warning for house hunters.
We're telling buyers, be cautious.
Because your reaction could be recorded. Local real estate agent Barry Chubb now advises his clients to keep quiet while perusing a property.
And you should too.
All of your emotions, because you might lose some leverage. You might lose some leverage, and they may see these guys want it.
A nationwide Harris poll commissioned for NerdWallet found among people who had sold a home, 15% said they used security cameras. That's a pretty high number.
That is a high number, and I expect it to keep going up as home security cameras become more mainstream.
Not
cheaper and
everyone
cheaper.
uses the footage to spy on potential buyers, but some do.
Eavesdropping one.
And noted constitutional expert Paul Cambria says that raises serious legal questions. For video, it all comes down to the expectation of privacy, meaning someone installing a camera in a living room would be very different than recording in a restroom.
I can video you without your consent as long as it's not a restroom or a changing room. And that's not a violation of the law.
But that's just for the video. Audio is very different. Just like with a phone call, here in New York State, you can only secretly record someone if you're part of the conversation. It's known as one-party consent.
Any way that you overhear someone's conversation without their knowledge in a private setting is against the law.
If you violate the law in terms of recording someone's audio, it's a serious crime.
It's a felony. It's a 4-year felony, felony. So it's a very serious thing.
If someone wants to not break the law and they're selling their house and they have these cameras, your advice to them would be turn the audio off?
Well, that's one of the ways. The other thing is you can put up a sign that said video and audio recording in progress, that there would be implied consent.
Keep in mind,
That's exactly what I told you guys a couple minutes ago.
Selling homes. If you own one of the popular Ring doorbell cameras, for instance, you could be violating the law and not even know it.
When someone comes up to your house and they might be on the phone with someone or having a conversation with someone else, if you're listening to that and you don't have their permission to listen to it, it's felony.
With that said, it is a difficult crime to catch and prove. So Barry stresses to buyers,
keep your poker face while you're viewing the property.
And sellers should remember, a lot of buyers will be turned off if they see they're being surveilled.
In our survey, 25% of buyers said that they would lose interest in buying the home if they found out that the seller was spying on them. So seller beware.
Using technology to get an edge, but potentially breaking the law in the process. So the Cliffs Notes version of this, typically video is legal unless it's in a bathroom or a changing room or something. Typically audio is going to be illegal unless you are party to the conversation or unless you make it very clear to someone, I'm recording this conversation.
So you make that clear by a sign or by telling them?
You can do a sign. You can tell them if you're selling your house, it's a good idea to tell your real.
So there you go. You know, put up a sign, you know, that audio and video recording is in progress right at the front door, in case they got one of them Ring doorbells and security outside, and as well as inside the house. You know, this way you try to mitigate any potential issues right there, if you're working with the buyer, it's a good idea to let them know, do not talk about it. You got people, they got hidden cameras, you know, they're not just the security cameras out in the open. They got the, you know, the teddy bear cameras or pencil cameras or clock cameras or what have you that could be recording as well. Always assume that you're being recorded when you're in a house. Okay. Now, when you do that, you'll also find that you'll be on your best behavior. Because there are things that happen. All right. Let's take a look. Like this. This could be pretty embarrassing for you. Well, hold on one second. Let's get past the advertisement.
There is new video tonight of a pair of real estate agents accused of using a client's home to hide a steamy affair.
Well, now the tables are turning. In a counter lawsuit, the realtors claim the video was part of an extortion plot.
This is in New
CBS
Jersey.
Hazel Sanchez has more.
The proof is in the pictures. Newly released surveillance video obtained by Inside Edition reveals veteran real estate agent Robert Lindsay locking lips with fellow agent Jean Marie Phelan in the foyer of a home Lindsay was hired to sell. The homeowners Richard and Sandra Weiner are suing Lindsay along with Phelan and Coldwell Banker.
By the way, they were both married, just not to each other. And now their business is spread out all over the news. Well, you know what? They shouldn't have been. If they're going to be cheating, that's on you. But then you're going to be cheating in someone's house, your client's house. Don't be using your client's house as your own personal hotel room.
Real Estate for allegedly using their Wayne, New Jersey home as their play pad to have sexual relations while the couple was at work. The owners say a surveillance system captured the agents making repeated afternoon visits to the home. Video from inside the master bedroom shows Lindsay and Phelan getting dressed after an alleged lovemaking session inside the Weiners' home. The Weiners say Lindsay intentionally listed the house at above market value so that there would be little traffic in the home. This still picture from one surveillance camera shows when Lindsay and Phelan realized their acts were caught on video.
Busted.
Now realtor Robert Lindsay is countersuing the Weiners, claiming they attempted to extort money from him in exchange for not releasing the telling surveillance tapes. Robert Lindsay alleges the Weiners asked for $990,000.
Anyway, I don't want to get into the specifics of their case. Just the point there is don't get the idea because you got the keys to a house that you can now use it as your own personal hotel room. You know, you may get caught on camera and we may find you on the news. How embarrassing would that be for you? Especially if you're married. All right. Let's see, realty safety tips. Did we go over most of this stuff that I wanted to? Yeah, that's good enough. Anything else? You know, how to advertise yourself. Let me give you guys another resource, okay, on advertising and marketing yourselves. Actually, you know what? We'll save that for a later chapter when we start talking about getting listings and such. We'll start going over some of the tools then. But since we're going over this chapter, we're going over educational resources. I already told you guys there's some websites where you could go get, this one is a paid website, it's a paid testing app this is if you're going to use one of them, which you don't need, but if you're going to choose to, I would select this one because this one is actually, I know that it's geared towards New Jersey. Whoever made this knows New Jersey and is in New Jersey. A lot of the other ones out there are not, so they don't use wording like we use here in New Jersey. This is prorealestateexam.com. I have nothing to do with them. I've used this when I got my salespersons and then when I went for my broker's license to practice. So it's a pretty good testing app. There's also the free one that I told you about for making flashcards.
Is this the one that gives you the closest to the state?
Well, it uses New Jersey wording. I don't know if it uses state exam, but it did back then. But state exam has changed a lot. I don't know if it's. I don't know, but it's the closest, and it does use the kind of terminology and wording that they do on states. I would trust them more than any other, because most other apps that students have approached me with, I could see that they're just basically, it's general real estate terminology, and some of it that they use is not really the type of wording we use in New Jersey. And it's just, it says custom, specifically made for the New Jersey to help you pass the New Jersey exam. But if you actually look up their app, you could see it. They got they got the same wording for all 50 states, you know, so it's not like, it's not specifically. They take the same app and they repackage it and they rebrand it, and it's not specific for New Jersey. This one is. This one is only for New Jersey, okay? Not for rebranded and repackaged, okay? But here, Quizlet is this free app that I told you about with the flashcards. And it's basically a flashcard app you could download on your device, your iPad, your cell phone, what have you, or use it here on the computer, just like I am right now. And it gives you a word broker, you click on it, and then it gives you the definition. This particular set has 300 flashcards in it, but you could search terms like New Jersey Real Estate Exam or Essentials of New Jersey Real Estate, whatever edition, 14th edition, 13th edition. And you could get other people's flashcard sets that they already made. Like this one made 300, okay? It looks like their definitions aren't bad either. So
is that they're also close to the state exam?
Well, they're closer to the book. They're closer to what it basically is. These are the meetings. The state exam will ask questions. They won't necessarily say, what's the definition of this word, you know? They more give scenario-based questions, okay? But you need to know the terminology here and have a basic understanding. And these definitions in this set actually seem pretty good. Yeah, this set's not bad. So you could go through and try to find sets, and look, people review them. And then you could actually, when you create your own login here, you could pull in somebody else's set and add it and take in all their flashcards and use them as your own. And then you could start editing to them too if you don't like their definitions. So you don't got to recreate the wheel and start it from scratch, and it's free. So, hey, if it's free, it's for me, right? I like free resources. What about you? So it's not a bad study app. It's flashcards, you know? And if you wanted to, you could print them out too. Let's see, some other educational resources. On the designation classes are classes that you could take once you have your license, that will allow you to put a couple initials after your name or a logo after your name on your business card to specialize in things. Here are some, only a few designation classes that are offered by the NAR, the Realtor Association. Accredited Buyer's Representative. We have ePro. That's this is a designation. This is a good class. Teaches you about how to integrate technology in your real estate business. It teaches you about websites and applications and software and tools and gadgets and doodads. We've got things here for commercial, residential. We have certified negotiation specialists. We have ones that SFR, short sale foreclosure resources. They teach you the ins and outs of short sales, foreclosures, and bank-owned properties. This one, SRS, teaches you about seniors designation, about you know, the unique needs of senior citizens when they need to sell their homes. When they need to sell their homes, you know, they may need assistance and special needs, you know, with packing and moving and obtaining financing, and how does it work with somebody who's no longer working, they're retired, you know. Actually, it's this one here, the SRES, the Senior Real Estate Specialist. This one is the Seller Representative. There are hundreds of these classes on different topics that you could take. Here's one about NAR's green designation, about integrating green technology and green systems in the environmental friendly construction and such like that. There are tons and tons and tons and tons of these designations, designation courses, and you can find them on the realtor.org website or nar.realtor, takes you to the same place. Okay. The ePro is not a bad one. Okay. Anyway, don't want to waste a lot of time on those designations, but I just wanted to bring them up because at the end of this chapter right here on this page, we're talking about them. Okay. NAR has a lot of designation classes. Let me see if I could try to find a list of them. Designations and certifications. They've luxury home designations. And listen, not just NAR, there are other groups out there that have them too. I've got one that's I got two of them that are for dealing with new construction and teaching you how to deal with builders as well. I think I have some of them in our Word document, the links list there. Okay, here's some. Okay, CCIM, this is great for commercial, certified commercial investment member. Now this is one that has maybe about, I think it's about between 7 and 11 class modules you have to take. Each one of them is about $1,200 though. And even after you complete the course and pass the exam that they give you for this one requires an exam, you still can't call yourself a CCIM agent until you have so many listings and sales for different kinds of properties. This is for people involved in commercial real estate, but this is a designation not a lot of agents have, and the ones that do, they'll be the lead commercial agent for these couple $100 million deals where General Motors or Ford is selling their plant or wanting to buy a property and open one, or shopping centers, these huge tracts of land. You'll be the lead agent on it if you've got designations like that. They seek people out like that, as well as people with if you go back to the book here, go to the bottom of page 54. We could take a look at some of the designation classes that they have there. Let's go back to the slideshow too. On this slideshow, I talk about, you could go to NJ Realtors, that's the New Jersey Association of Realtors website. They have a lot of these designation classes that they may hold live if you don't take them online, if you want to take them a live class. CRS is a great one to take, Certified Residential Specialist. You could highlight that one in the book as a good class to take on page 55 at the top. The CRS designation does require the agent to continually take educational classes, though, to keep up on their skills. And CRS agents, when you get that designation, they actually have annual conventions throughout the United States, maybe be in Louisiana one year, Vegas another, Chicago another. They got them in different places throughout the country. And they usually have nice speeches that they give. They have motivational speakers there in the industry, or people that can motivate you. They've had Robert Kiyosaki, Donald Trump, the basketball player Michael Jordan. They've had who's that? Tony Robbins, motivational speaker. He's great. They have a lot of real estate trainers that speak at these events, and you can learn a lot from everything from negotiations to motivation to how to talk to people. You could take designation classes, additional classes there, and then you get to also mix and mingle with people. And when you become a CRS agent, you also become a member of their referral network. CRS agents only refer to other CRS agents. They become a member that way. So if you need to send a referral to somebody in Illinois or something, I don't know any agents in Illinois, well, look them up in your on the CRS website. They got that referral network. You could search up an agent there. Chances are an agent who's serious about their education like this, they're serious about their job, they have a better chance of closing on the transactions. As a matter of fact, in order to become a certified residential specialist, a CRS agent, you have to meet certain, you have to have so many closings. You got to meet a performance requirement as well. So once you're able to get this, you could only, deal with other CRS agents. So if I'm going to send out a referral, I want to make sure that that agent on the other side is going to be able to close on it. So I'm not just throwing away a transaction, so I can still earn money on it, right? So anyway, here's just some of these designation courses, additional ones. SIOR is another one that's pretty good. CPM is for people who want to get in property management, certified property manager. If you guys want to get involved in international real estate, remember I was talking about that before, dealing with different countries. SIPS, The certified international property specialist is a good one. You know, I wish I had that. I would have known. I would have charged even more commission on that one. You know, but at least I knew to charge more to begin with. All right, so here's a bunch of other designations. So NAR's big on the designation classes and stuff. In New Jersey, we have something as well called the GRI. That's the Graduate Realtor Institute. They refer to it as an advanced degree in real estate, okay? And it can be used to actually substitute taking the broker's class to get your broker's license. But that class, that'll cost you about $1,200. All right, boom. Look at that, we're done with chapter 3. I still have you all here with me?
Yep.
All right, excellent.
Yes, sir.
You guys are a very quiet bunch. Before we start the class, during the class, I mean, it's good because we're not making a lot of noise and interruptions, but you know, I don't mind you guys asking questions if you have any, okay? Let's do the key terms to review now at the end of chapter 3, shall we? And there's 3 of them because this was a big chapter. So let's do the key terms to review 1. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Yeah. Come on, talk to me. Talk to me. Yeah, say yeah, Vic.
Yes, sir.
Let's do this.
Yes.
Yes. Come on, yeah. I want you to be entertained at least. I want you to be engaged with me. I want you to communicate, okay? I want you to just be like, oh, when's this lunchtime yet? You know? All right. Regulations prohibiting price fixing.
Antitrust law.
Antitrust law. They, correct. Agent who takes a buyer as the principal.
Buyer's broker.
5 is B, correct. Buyer's broker. 5 is B. Shh, stop Google. Broker's usual compensation.
Commission.
7 is C, commission. Third party in a transaction, not the principal. Customer. 9 is D. Revealing to another any pertinent information. Disclosure. 11 is E. Brokers taking both parties as the principal.
Dual agency.
Correct. 12 is F. 1 authorized to act for another.
Agent.
An agent. It's an agent. 1 is G. One person, I know they don't say person, but that's what they mean. One person who is authorized to act for another would be an agent. So 1 is G. A person authorized to act under a power of attorney.
Attorney in fact.
When in fact they're not an attorney. Correct. 3 is H. So 3 is H. Salesperson whose broker pays their social security and regulates their hours, etc.
Employee.
It would be classified as an employee. 13 is I. Trust and confidence between parties.
A fiduciary relationship.
It would be. 15 is J, fiduciary relationship. A principal who engages an agent.
General agent.
Client.
6 is K. The principal is the one you're working with, remember. So the one that engages an agent, if you're working with them as their agent, who are they to you? They're your client, right? So yeah, you got to kind of pick those words apart a little bit, and then you could deduce that. So 6 was K. 1 empowered for a wide range of actions.
General agent.
17 is L, general agent, correct. 1 who owes special duties to another. It is a fiduciary, correct. 14 is M. Come on, own it. Be a little confident. It's okay. 14 is M. Intentional or unintentional misleading of another who is harmed thereby.
Fraud.
Fraud. 16 is N. One authorized to act for another in a real estate transaction.
Disclosable agent.
In a real estate transaction, who's the one who's authorized
Broker.
to represent another? Only the broker. Remember, we work under the name of the broker and in the name of the broker. So, but the broker is the one who's authorized to represent somebody in the general public, right? So 4 is O. Written explanation of business relationships.
CSI. CIS, sorry.
CIS, Consumer Information Statement. 8 is P. One who works for both the seller and the buyer. Disclose dual
Full
agent.
disclosure.
10 is Q. Correct. Turn the page. We got 2 more key terms to review there. So key terms to review 2. All right. Agent of an agent is a some of these you could probably get without even looking at the answers. If you just try to scan your head from your memory, you'll probably get the answer quicker than if you just try looking at them. And I suggest you do the same thing on exams. Before you look at the answer options, I suggest that you try to formulate the answer in your head. And if you can't, then look at the answer options. But try to formulate the answer in your head right away first, okay? Some of these you could do that for, some of them not so much. But anyway, yes, an agent of an agent is a subagent. 15 is A. Agreement between a buyer and a seller on the major points.
Meeting of the mind.
Yes, 6 is B. See, it works. Contract by which an owner retains a broker to find a buyer.
Listing agreement.
Yes, 5 is C. Listing agreement. Harmless exaggeration as salesmanship. What do we call that?
Puffing.
Puffing. 11 is D. Correct. Illegal sharing of a commission with the seller.
Kickback.
Kickback. Anything wrong with that?
Yeah.
It's illegal. 2 is E. One authorized to act for another in a specific transaction.
Power of attorney.
Power of attorney.
Attorney 8.
Special agent.
Special agent.
Special agent. 13 is H. Oh, wait, 14 is F. Ooh, wrong one. 14 is F. One qualified and prepared to purchase. What do we call them?
Ready, willing, and able buyer.
Yep, ready, willing, and able buyer. They're a ready, willing, and able buyer. 12 is G. Person licensed to assist a real estate broker.
Salesperson.
Salesperson. 13 is H, correct. Salesperson who sets their own hours, pays their own estimated income taxes, etc.
Independent contractor.
1 is I, independent contractor. Problem not discoverable by a normal prudent inspection.
Latent
Latent defect.
3 is J. Rules governing conduct of agents. Rules
The laws of agency.
Laws of agency.
4 is K, law of agency. The one employing an agent, the client. What do we also refer to the client as?
Principal.
The principal. 9 is L. The one who brings about the sale.
Procuring cause.
10 is M, the procuring cause. Written authorization allowing one person to act on behalf of another.
Power of attorney.
8 is N, power of attorney. One who facilitates a transaction without functioning as an agent.
Transaction broker.
15 is O, transaction broker. Legislation requiring that communities be alerted to the presence of sex offenders in the area.
Megan's Law.
7 is P. All right, there we go. Good, good, good. One more to go. One more to go. Ready? There we go. Key terms to review 3. Competence normally expected.
Code of ethics.
Standard of care.
Standard of care.
11 is A, that's the standard of care. Fraud committed by someone who should have known better.
Negligent misrepresentation.
8, negligent misrepresentation, correct. Intentional fraud. This one's kind of simple, stupid.
Fraudulent.
Fraudulent misrepresentation.
Yes, 4C. Member of a private national organization. Who's the member?
The realtor.
The realtor. 10.
Realtor.
Correct. 10 is D. Designation awarded for advanced study.
Graduate Realtor Institute.
The GRI, Graduate Realtor Institute. 5 is E. Private nationwide organization of brokers and salespeople.
NAR.
NAR.
Is F, National Association of Realtors, or NAR. Problem when serving best interest of both the client and oneself.
Conflict of interest.
2 is G, conflict of interest. Real estate equivalent of malpractice coverage.
Insurance.
Yep. 3 is H, errors and omissions insurance, or E&O. 3 is H. Standard of conduct adopted by realtors.
Code of ethics.
Jersey Realtor.
Code of ethics.
Code of ethics.
Code of ethics.
Statewide group of real estate licensees who choose to join.
No, New Jersey Realtor.
New Jersey Realtors.
Mine is J, New Jersey Realtors. They dropped the association. Now they just call themselves New Jersey Realtors. Unintentional deception committed in ignorance.
Innocent misrepresentation.
6 is K, but it don't sound too innocent when you put it like that. Do it. All right. Hey, like my shirt. People just need a pat on the back. How hard you pat them? All right. Let me get the next slideshow open for the next chapter.
These questions in the book, how would you rate them as far as close in relation to the test exam and wording?
Not.
Going over them.
They're probably not. It's just a different way. Listen, don't worry about how they word the exam. Just worry about understanding the terminology and concepts. If you understand it, doesn't matter how they word it, you'll figure it out. Okay. And the best thing that you should do for exams on your exam tips here is I gave you one a little while ago. Try to formulate the answer in your head before you ever look at the answer options. And then when you look at the answer options, don't look for the right answer. Look for the wrong ones through process of elimination. Usually there's one obscure answer that you know is definitely not the answer. They throw in something that has totally off topic, like socks, you know, has nothing to do with the answer, you know. So you could usually discount one of those answers right off the bat. You're welcome. But I have a little audio recording that I sent you guys by email too. And with those one of those first emails, I gave you some links to the audios too. And I think it's also in that Word links folder, the link to it, for some exam tips, you know.
Oh, good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, chapter 4. This chapter is going to be about discrimination. We're going to learn about fair housing and how everybody wants a place to live, needs a place to live. Discrimination is more than just a black and white thing, okay? There's a lot of different kinds of discrimination that's out there, and we need to be aware of the different types of discrimination so that we know how to avoid them. Because if you don't know if something's considered discriminatory, how could you prevent it from happening, right? Open up this. And so let's share that screen. Chapter 4. All right, so we got about a half hour before lunch. Let's see how far we could get in chapter 4 here, okay?
I have one question more.
Sure.
Quizlet question. Would you refer the Quizlet to 14 edition? Because you give us as for 13 and 14.
Yeah, Quizlet, there, you may not find a whole lot because chapter, the 14th edition of the book is fairly new still. You may find some out there with 14, but
13 better?
Either way, you can look at 13. You'll probably find a lot more of those slideshow sets in Quizlet that are set up like that, because 14 is still relatively kind of new. And most of the terminology is still the same. There's only a few laws that changed. Okay. Like it's no more referral agent. Instead, now it's SLWREC or whatever the hell it is, salesperson licensed with a referral agency or some crap like that, they're basically still a referral agent, so most of the things are pretty much the same. It's when you start going past version 13 book, you go to version 12 and things like that. When it comes to real estate fines, those things have changed because the laws changed significantly. Now the fines, it used to be up to $5,000 for a first violation of licensing law, and up to $10,000 for whatever. Anyway, changed. Now it's a minimum of $250, maximum $50,000 per offense. Okay, so there's just some changes like that. So go with 13 or 14th edition. You should be fine.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So do you guys see the slideshow right now or no? Did I cast it to you?
Yeah.
All right. So here we go. So at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to identify protections of the federal fair housing laws, including enforcement, describe protections in New Jersey laws against discrimination, including state regulations on rentals, discuss the implications of fair housing laws for brokers and salespeople. And we're going to start off with equal opportunity in housing. Everybody needs a place to live. So everybody should have an equal opportunity to have housing. So federal, state, local laws about human rights and fair housing affects rentals, sales, and every phase of the real estate sale process from listing to closing. Failure to comply with fair housing practice not only is grounds for loss of your license, but also an unlawful act. So you can be pretty sure just about everything we go over in this chapter is going to be on exam. When two laws cover the same topic, the more restrictive rule will always prevail. I threw in that line. I customize these slideshows a lot. Other schools, you watch slideshows like this, they don't look anything like this because I customized them. All right, this is a pretty good rule of thumb. Sometimes we have two separate laws. Now, the laws are created for different things, even though they seem like they're both anti-discriminatory laws. Each law may have been created for a different purpose when it was drawn up. Why would we need to create another law if there's already another anti-discriminatory law? Well, this law may have been created for something else, and then it may have exceptions to it. And because there's exceptions to a discriminatory law, doesn't mean that you could discriminate, which we're going to go on. So anytime two laws cover the same topic, the more restrictive rule will always prevail. And that does not even always deal with discrimination. For example, if you have, if two rules cover the same topic, the more restrictive rule will always prevail. Let me give you an example. When it comes to, I know I minimized that. When it comes to zoning, for example, if you are a seller of a property, you could put restrictions that the property can't be subdivided to a smaller size below a certain amount. But the municipality may allow it. Okay, whichever rule is more restrictive will prevail. So for example, if a developer, they don't want the community that they're building to change in a way that people are going to start subdividing, tearing down houses, putting two houses on a lot. They always want to have that nice space in between homes and keep the community suburban instead of turning it into an urban community. You guys know the difference, by the way, between urban and suburban? Sometimes I'm scared asking this
Yes,
question because
urban is more in the city.
I've gotten some weird answers from people. So sometimes I'm like, please don't say anything too offensive.
Is urban more in the city? In suburban, I guess?
It is, but why? But what really makes something urban?
It has like more commercial space and like it's like more buildings than just single family house.
No, that's what it ends up.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes it ends up looking that way.
Proximity of each other. Okay.
Okay, so you're closer. Okay, a urban area is a densely populated area where people are living closer together. Correct. So it's an area where a lot of people are living out here. Let me draw a little picture. Hold on, I opened up my my whiteboard here for you. So let me draw a little picture for you. It's already open.
Like in suburban, I think there's rules how much you can build or have space between the next home.
Well, there's zoning laws all over the all over the place. Okay. But it's just where people are choosing to live too. And of course, within the zoning rules. So here, this is, if you got a lot of people living within a close proximity of each other, that's an urban area. If you've got people that are like this, living a little bit further apart from each other, this would be suburbia, or suburban. Sometimes they refer to it as suburbia. And if you got people living far apart from each other where you can't even look out your window and see your neighbor, okay, that is rural. So urban, suburban, rural. Got it? Urban, a lot of people living within close proximity. Suburban, people living a little bit further apart from each other. And rural, living real far apart from each other, like farmland or living out in the country, etc. Right? It's good for us just to understand some of the, I don't like to teach classes assuming that you guys know all these terms, even though some of you may. I like to make sure that you fully understand everything. So let's get back to that slideshow. All right. Oh, so why did I go to that slide? Why did I open that thing to begin with? Okay, it's talking about urban, suburban, and all that. Let's go back to that whiteboard. Sorry. I want to talk to you about those when two rules cover the same topic. Okay, so for example, I cannot write with that. Okay, so for example, let's just say that the city has, or a developer says, listen, I'm going to be building properties and I want it to be a 100 by 100 minimum lot size, and the city will allow a 50 by 100 minimum lot size. Which one is more restrictive?
50 by 100.
The city.
Okay, so here, let me show you something. Let's draw a picture here. This is 100 by 100 lot. How many homes can you build on that, according to the developer?
One.
According to the city, you could build two. So who's more restrictive? It's actually the developers is the 100 by 100 lot, because you could only build one house on it instead of two. See, that one's a little tricky, you know, but basically that's the way that it works. And I showed you why now, because on one, you could only build one house. And, whoop, jeez. All right. So on one, you build one house, the other you could build actually two. So the one that you could only build one house on is more restrictive. What else did I drop? Jeez.
Is that going to be on a test?
Just knowing that when two rules cover the same topic, the more restrictive rule is the one you got to follow. That's more practical advice than anything. But if you do get a question on exam, it will help you greatly to know. I don't know. I don't get a list of all the questions on exams. The only way I know that what's on state exam is when students come back to me and they say, hey, I had a question on the state exam. I can't figure out the answer to it. It was like this. Can you help me out? What would the answer be on that? You know, and I'll be glad to listen and help you figure it out. You know, I'm not done with you when you guys finish with the school. You know, we could still be friends. I'll talk to you. You got questions, I could answer them. You should go to your brokers first to help you with business stuff, though. But if you still got questions, I got no problem answering your questions. All right. All right. So let's see. Back to the slideshow. Equal opportunity housing. Okay. So why do we have fair housing laws? So everyone can have equal rights to have a place to live, to own, or to rent. Not everybody needs to own real estate, but they do need to have a place to live and to be able to own personal property as well. Look, we have laws that were put in place in the 1800s. President Lincoln, he freed the slaves and he gave equal rights to people of color that would be the same as white people, right? So they're allowed to own real property. They're allowed to own the clothes on their back. Everybody should have equal rights. We're all people. We're all humans. So we should all have the right to have property. So violating any of these laws is a criminal act. So we're going to start off with the Civil Rights Act of 1866. If you turn to page 64. We're going to highlight on the second line. Let's first highlight things and then I'll go over the slide, okay? So on page 64 on the second line, let's highlight Civil Rights Act of 1866. All right, and then it says this law is an outgrowth of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, and it prohibits any type of discrimination based on race and or color. Highlight race and or color. It says that all citizens of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory as is enjoyed by white citizens thereof to inherit, purchase, lease, sell, hold, or convey, that means to transfer their ownership, of real and personal property. Highlight real and personal property. Now, because of its reference to white citizens, this law has been widely interpreted as prohibiting discrimination based on race and or color. However, in 1987, a court case involving the old Civil Rights Act of 1866, the Supreme Court broadened the definition of race, implying that it could also apply to ethnic or even some cases religious groups as well. So highlight ethnic and religious groups too. And then highlight no exceptions allowed to this federal law. So now if we only were to read the stuff that we have highlighted, it says Civil Rights Act covers race, color, ethnic groups, and religion. It covers this law covers real and personal property. And there's no exceptions to the law. So when it pertains to race and or color, there are never exceptions. So if we have another law, which we're going to go over, that does have exceptions to it, it doesn't mean that you could discriminate on somebody based on their race or color, because you got to go by the more restrictive rule. There's always a back law that we could fall onto, which is the federal Civil Rights Act of 1866, which says that you can never discriminate against these protected classes. Hold on one second. Somebody's sending me a message. Okay, if you keep getting kicked out of the room, do you have the software installed, the Zoom software, or are you running that browser extension or running it from your cell phone? If that's the case, that could be an issue. You may want to try running the Zoom software. So I'm just getting a message from somebody. I'm just answering their question. If you keep getting kicked out of the, it could be that. All right. Just make sure that you're logged in as well, and then click on the link to get into the class. Okay. Are you using a software or are you using the?
Okay, thanks. I'm using my cell phone, but I'll double check.
Yeah, that could be it. It's probably a little less stable. Okay. All right, so let's now do the rundown based on this slide. The slide says in civil rights, see, these slides are good to study. I made these slides as kind of like study cards. The Civil Rights Act of 1866, part of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, it grants equal rights to all citizens for ownership of real and personal property. So basically all property. This law covers what property? All property. Need to know that. Because we're going to need to know there's different anti-discriminatory laws. Different anti-discriminatory laws cover different kinds of property and have different protected classes that they cover. Okay. So this one, the old one, the one from the 1800s, think of Lincoln freeing the slaves. When you think, what happened back then? 1800s. Lincoln freed the slaves, gave equal rights to black people as well, right? That they have the rights to have ownership of their personal property as well as real property. So for all property. So what is the protected class? What happened back then? He freed the slaves. What was that? Had to deal with race or color, right? There's a way to try to think, to remember what laws cover what. And there are no exceptions to this law. Okay. It deals with all property. So all real property, that means residential as well as commercial property, including unimproved land. Personal property would be like your clothes on your backs, your car, personal belongings, etc. So the protected classes are race, color, ethnicity, and religious groups were added in 87. You don't need to know what years what was added though, okay? Enforcement. Who enforces this law? HUD. I know we didn't get into that yet. It's not on this page yet. It'll be later on. But who enforces the federal laws? This and the other federal anti-discriminatory laws, it would be HUD. That's the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Okay, so how long do you have to file a claim? Well, you have 1 year to file a complaint to HUD, and then it would be heard by an administrative judge within the Department of HUD itself. Or if you want to make a federal case out of it, you have 2 years, and then it would be heard in federal court. Okay, so within HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, they have their own judges that all they listen to is housing discrimination and all kinds of discrimination cases. That's all they do. All right. Now, mainly for housing though. But if you rather have it heard in front of, if you want to make a federal case out of it, have it heard in federal court, you get 2 years to file a complaint. And if it's heard in federal court, there's no monetary caps on the awards or fines or settlements. Within HUD, there are. Okay. All right, next. We have the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. What do you think this law covers? It covers discrimination for what kind of property?
Real estate.
Let's read the law again.
House.
Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. So what does this law cover?
Residential.
Residential property, not commercial. This law is only for residential real estate. Not for personal property like the clothes on your back or cars or anything like that. And it's not for commercial properties. This law is specifically for housing, for places to live, residential property. And your key word there is housing. If you have a house, that's not commercial, it's residential, right? So there's your key to try to remember what this law covers. So the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, the part of it that pertains to housing would be Title 8. That's the section within the Civil Rights Act of 1968 that pertains to housing. And it has some exceptions, except for race, because remember, we got to fall back on the federal law of 1866. When it comes to race, no, there's no exceptions. So even though this law has some exceptions to it, doesn't mean that you could discriminate against somebody because of their race or color. Right? Because that falls back, that's covered by the Civil Rights Act of 1866, and there's no exceptions to that law. All right. So the type of property covered by the Federal Fair Housing Act are residential property for sale or lease, and includes vacant land that's to be used for residential use. And the protected classes are race, color, religion, or national origin. There was a later amendment that in 1974 that added sex as a protected class. People with disabilities, including those with AIDS and familial status, were added in 1988. Familial status is, that means that you have a child, that means you have children under the age of 18. Basically, family. Familial is family. Familial, family, familia, family, okay? And alcoholics and persons in drug treatment programs are considered a protected class. However, current drug abusers and people who pose threats to the health and safety of others are not a protected class. Okay, but if you got a drug abuser and they say, I just joined a treatment program, guess what? They're now a protected class. There are some exceptions to the law, and we'll be coming up with them shortly. But let's first highlight what we need to in the book now. On page 64, under the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, we're going to highlight on the second line, the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 is contained in Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. All right, so on the next line, we're going to highlight race, color, religion, national origin when selling or leasing residential property. Okay.
Where is this at, Victor?
Page 68, under Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, the second line. Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968.
Page 64.
Yeah.
Oh, 64. I'm sorry. Oh, gosh. Jeez. Poor lighting and bad eyes, I guess. All right. So page 64 under the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, second line. Federal Fair Housing, you're highlighting the Federal Fair Housing Act of 68 is contained in Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. So the law is the Civil Rights Act of 1968, and the section of the law that pertains to fair housing, which is called the Federal Fair Housing Act, is called Title 8. Okay, and then we highlighted race, color. We highlighted the protected classes: race, color, national origin, religion, and national origin when selling or leasing residential property. So Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 and the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 make these things illegal. But before we go over them, you know what? Let's back up. I don't want to go ahead. Let's finish off on this list on page 64. It says the Federal Fair Housing Act covers dwellings and apartments as well as vacant land acquired for the construction of residential buildings, and prohibits the following discriminatory acts: refusing to sell, rent, or negotiate with any person or otherwise making a dwelling unavailable to any person, changing terms, conditions, or services for different individuals as a means of discrimination, practicing discrimination through any statement or advertisement that restricts the sale or rental of residential property, representing to any person as a means of discrimination that a dwelling is not available for sale or rent when it is, or making a profit by inducing owners of housing to sell or rent because of the prospective entry into the neighborhood of persons of a particular race. Highlight this. This is all the protected classes in one place: race, color, religion, national origin, disability, or familial status.
I have a question.
Yes.
If there's a home that wants to be leased and someone comes in and say, okay, I like to lease but these are the conditions. I have people coming in, recovery and using sort of like a home to people that are in recovery.
Well, hold on.
But in the residential development, is that something that's
No, you cannot. What you're describing is a halfway house. No.
okay? That's
If I'm renting my house to you, I'm renting it to you. Your name's on the lease. Those people don't belong here. That would be a commercial property. That's a property being used for commercial purposes. If it's a halfway house, even though they're living there, you know, you got people that are living there, but they're only living there until they're off the drugs, and then they're getting someone else in there it's a treatment place. That's commercial purposes, even though they're going to be living there. So it's kind of like a mixed use. The property has to be in a mixed use zone in order to use it like that. Not every, you can't just take up a house in the middle of a residential area.
right? So you can't put that. You can't allow that, right?
Yeah. Look, and look, if it's my house and especially if you're renting it, if you don't own it, you know, if you're only renting, first of all, if you own it and you want to do that, you need to get a permit for that use. Okay, so that area has to be zoned for such usage. But let's assume that that's not what you're talking about. Let's assume that you're talking about you're renting from me and you want to use it for that purpose. Well, wait a minute. I'm a landlord. I got a problem with that. I only have your name on the lease. I don't want these other people living there. Okay. Now I'm going to have problems with my neighbors because there's people who are in recovery, but they're still sneaking out and doing drugs, and there's leaving vials and all kinds of stuff on the side, perhaps, you know, you know, they may not want to deal with that. Okay.
Okay, but this law would not pertain that you're doing something like that.
No, because we're talking about zoning versus
So this
versus discrimination. Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, look, if I'm leasing my house to you, just to you, and you're in recovery, you're a recovering drug addict. Okay. I cannot discriminate against you and say, oh, well, I didn't know she was on drugs, that she was a drug addict and she's recovery. I don't want to rent to her because she was a drug addict. And you're like, no, I'm in recovery. Well, same difference. I don't want to deal with drug addicts. Okay. If I say that, that's discrimination versus you being an actual active drug addict. And I'm finding that you're doing illegal activity on my property, drugs. I can get you evicted for that. Okay. It's different when you're in recovery because you're not doing that on my property, right? You are in recovery. You're trying to get off that stuff. That's different than somebody who's actively using.
Right.
Right. Now, if you're a drunk, you can drink in your property all you want. Alcohol is not illegal, apparently. Just if you get behind the wheel of a car, it is. Or if you're walking outside and becoming a nuisance to the neighbors and making noise and harassing the neighbors, well, I could get you evicted for that, but that's because of your behavior, not to the fact because you're drunk. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, by the way, at the end of that bullet point where I had you that had all those protected classes in one nice, neat little place there, I want you to write the word block busting, just like it is up here on the slide. Block busting. It's one word, block busting. We'll get to that again in a later page. It'll be coming up again.
I'm sorry, Victor, where do you want us to write that? Block busting?
That last bullet point where you highlighted race, color, religion, national origin, disability, and familial status. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After the 5th bullet point, making a profit by inducing owners of housing to sell or rent because the prospective entry into the neighborhood of persons of a protected class. And instead of me reading off all the protected classes, I'll just say people of a protected class. It's also known as, like I have on my slide here, it's also known as panic peddling. So block busting / panic peddling, you should write. Why is it called panic peddling? Because you're trying to use fears of a protected class to scare somebody into selling their home. All right. You could say, Now, years ago, this was happening. You would see investors and developers. They would go into neighborhoods and start knocking on people's doors and trying to play on their fears, saying, hey, you're going to have people of this protected class, okay? We know there's a lot of protected classes, so I'm not going to say it's just color, because it could also be people in drug treatment programs, or, hey, Muslims are moving in the area, or whatever, you know, like after 9/11, you know, people play on fears a lot. So if somebody is trying to play on your fears of any of these protected classes, trying to scare you, panic peddling, trying to build panic to scare you into selling. These people are moving into the neighborhood. They're going to destroy your values of your homes. The neighborhood's going to go downhill. They're trying to build panic to scare you into selling your home. That is illegal under federal law, the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. It's called blockbusting, is what this illegal practice is called, also referred to as panic peddling. I'm trying to scare you into busting up the block, getting you to move, okay? There's a way to remember it. Trying to scare you into busting up the block. I'm using a protected class. I'm using fear of a protected class, trying to build up a story or fears of a protected class, trying to scare you into selling your home, to bust up the block. Okay. I wanted to get a video of this too, because there was a documentary that I seen one time. I want to try to find these video clips and start adding them into these slideshows. There was a video clip on the History Channel where they showed that in the 60s this was happening, where you would get developers that they would start knocking on people's doors in I don't know if it was Chicago. I think it was Chicago. I don't think it was Michigan. I think it was in Chicago. They were knocking on people's doors. This is where this started. And they would say, hey, you know what? Have you heard there's going to be a lot of black families moving into this neighborhood? They're going to be driving down your home values and all that stuff. And they would scare people and build up these stories of fear to try to scare them into selling their homes. They went as far as hiring a young black girl to push a stroller across this, while walking across the street while they're talking to the homeowner. And they'd be like, see, look at this. They're moving in the neighborhood already. You better move now. Well, I could help you out because they're going to drive down your property values. So they went as far as playing out acting roles like this and hiring people to help with their schemes to con people out of getting their homes at a cheaper price. So they said, I'll buy your home, I'll save you, but well, listen, I'm not going to pay top dollar for it because, property values are going down. And then what they would do, they'd buy the house at a cheaper price, and then they would turn around and sell it to the very protected class that they were building the fears on at a higher marked up price. And then they would go knock on the neighbor's door and they'd be like, see, they're moving into the neighborhood. Okay. So this is called blockbusting. They're trying to bust up the block. Basically, it's all about money, but they're using fears of a protected class to scare people into selling. And like I said, it's not just about color. Look, the drug treatment program, say they have a halfway house over here, right? Have you heard they're going to be putting a halfway house in next door? Oh my God, the property value, or how about this? They're going to be putting in a home for the mentally disabled. You're going to have all these, you could think of some derogatory terms that they're going to use for that to be a little more graphic. You're going to have all these people, all these crazies, walking around your neighborhood now. You want that, you're going to have to deal with that. They're going to drive down your property values, but I'll be the hero and I'll buy it for a cheaper price, of course, but I'll buy it, So it doesn't matter what protected class, fill in the blank, these people. Okay, whether it's religion, color, what do you call it, medical, whether it is mental illness, drug recovery, people with AIDS was a big thing in the, the 80s or 90s when AIDS became a big deal. They started discriminating against people who had AIDS or HIV. So they made them protected classes, right? Okay, continuing on that list. The next one, altering the terms or conditions for a home loan to any person who wishes to purchase or repair a dwelling or otherwise deny such a loan as a means of discrimination. Well, you probably don't have much room at the end of that line. So right in front of that bullet point, redlining, just like you see at the bottom here. Redlining is refusing to give financing or mortgage loans or insurance to people, even though they could afford to pay it, as a means of discrimination. Now, so what is redlining? Well, think about people when they're talking about money and financing. If they're not going to prove something, or if the loan is bad, or if they don't want to give insurance or something, what color do financial people use with their ink? Red, right? So they draw a little red line to that application, right? Just think of it that way. Okay, try to have that visual in your head. When you're talking about money, when it's no good, they put a red line through it. Okay, so redlining, try to remember it that way. But in fact, what is redlining? Where did that term, why do they call it redlining? Well, years and years and years and years ago, they actually had maps of areas in towns where you had people, not just of color, but even from their country of origin, you know. Discrimination in this country, I mean, it came over from Europe. I mean, it came over from where all the countries where other people come from. They have their own discrimination. And listen, I've been in real estate for a while. I've seen people discriminate against what you would think are their own. They're from their same countries and such. I've seen people from Haiti discriminating against other people from Haiti because they're so black. I've seen Indian people discriminate against other Indian people because they speak a different dialect, or they're from a different region. You know, you look, call let me see, call a Spanish person a Puerto Rican and see what happens. World War III breaks out, right? I mean, people got their own little discrimination. Discrimination is not just a black and white thing. It goes all over, okay? So let's stop the charades. There's a lot of discrimination that goes along. You know, you get some people that just hate everybody, right? You get some people that they don't want any families, people with kids. Oh, I don't want no noisy kids and deal with that BS, you know? Oh, I don't want to be, you get people that discriminate against people because their sexual orientation. I don't want no gays living in my house, right? You get people that, look, their sexual orientation, color, religion, national origin, you know, you name it. There's so many different kinds of discrimination that you guys probably didn't even think of. That's out there. But fortunately, even though I've been in the real estate industry since 2004, thank goodness I haven't come across it much. I would say I maybe had 2 instances where somebody wanted to discriminate. One, it was a buyer, and one was a seller. And the one that was a seller, it wasn't even them that wanted to discriminate. It was their neighbors that were putting pressure on them to discriminate. And in the end, they did not, because I told them, because listen, if you have an owner and they tell you they're trying to sell the property with you, and they tell you they want you to discriminate, the law says, and this is an exam question, you have to turn down the listing. You have to deny the listing. Now, I think I'm a good people person, so I think I understand people and get a good judge of character. So I could tell that this was an older couple. I could tell that they didn't have a racist bone in their body. So, I mean, they never mentioned any of this when I went in for the listing, but after the fact, after I took all the pictures, put the listing in the MLS, they started bringing it up, and they were even like hesitant about even talking about it to me. And they're like, well, when you were here the other day, our neighbors saw you taking pictures and stuff. And I said, yeah, well, we're putting the property up for sale, you know, and they came over to us and they're telling us all of our neighbors are on our case. And I was like, well, what do you care about what your neighbors, you know, when you sell the property, if you get the money that you're asking for, what do you care what your neighbors think? You know, I mean, if you love your neighbors that much and you care that much about them, why are you moving? You know? And they're like, you know what, you're right. You know what, forget about it. Forget we even brought it up. We didn't even feel comfortable talking to you about it. And I was like, okay, all right, not a problem. See, I could see it wasn't going to be an issue. But if it's someone you're supposed to turn down those listings though, because now I did a judgment call on this. I was supposed to turn down the listing, but I knew that these people weren't racist. It was their neighbors, right? Sometimes when that happens, even people are just scared, you know, and then they get people that come in, they move in, they're a different race, and they end up taking care of the property pretty good. And then they're, oh, they ended up being pretty good neighbors, actually, you know. So it was all for nothing, you know. But fear of the unknown, I guess, you know, just got to, if somebody talks to you about wanting to discriminate, you're supposed to turn down the listing. Okay. I just did a judgment call in this case because I didn't think that it was going to be an issue. But if it ended up being an issue, I would have been screwed. Okay. Because then if they ended up starting discriminating against people or something, I could get in trouble. I could lose my license for this. Okay. Let's move on. Denying people membership or limiting their participation in any multiple listing service as a means of discrimination, okay? Remember I told you guys, we have the African American Association of Realtors, Hispanic Association, we got Women's Council, we got Asian Association. I could join all of them. If they denied me membership in any of them, that would be discrimination. Under federal law, what federal law?
Fair Housing Act of 1968.
The Civil Rights Act of 1968, Section 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, which pertains to housing. So yes, it's the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Federal Fair Housing Act, which is Title 8. Correct. But I think on exam, they'll refer to it as Title 8. Okay. You got to go with whatever option it is that they got there. All right, so here's some exemptions to this law. Yes, there are exemptions. So this list is not a continued run-on list. So with your pen, draw a line separating it, or just highlight the next line that says exemptions to the Federal Fair Housing Act include the following, and then underline it. Exemptions to the Federal Fair Housing Act, so that you could see that this is a separate section. This is not a continued list, okay? So there are some exceptions to this law. The sale or rent, now, whatever the exceptions are, some of them will be a little bit more obvious of why they have exceptions in place. Some of them maybe not as obvious, but either way, when the politicians put these in place, they put them in for a reason, these laws and the exemptions. So just also remember that when it comes to race or color, no exceptions are allowed. So it doesn't pertain to that. So the sale or rental of single family homes exempt when the home is owned by an individual who does not own more than 3 such homes at one time, and when a broker or salesperson is not used, because under no circumstances could we ever discriminate, even if there's exemptions carved out in the law, because licensing law doesn't allow us, first of all, and discriminatory advertising is not used. If the owner is not living in the dwelling at the time of the transaction or was not the most recent occupant, only one such sale by an individual is exempt from the law within a 24-month period. The rental of rooms or units is exempt from an owner-occupied 1 to 4 family dwelling. Dwelling units owned by religious organizations may be restricted to people of the same religion if membership in the organization is not restricted on the basis of race, color, national origin, or any protected class there. So basically they're saying if the property is owned by a religious organization, they could restrict the purchasing or rental only to people of the same religion. That's for an organization, not for individuals.
Victor, where are you reading this from?
Page 65, the second bullet point we're on over there on page 65.
Thank you.
A private club that's not open to the public may restrict the rental of its occupancy or lodging that it owns to its members, as long as those lodgings are not operated commercially. Okay, you could have a private club, and if they have rental units available, they're not commercially renting them to the public, but it's a private club, and they allow the units to be used by their members. Highlight, in 1974, an amendment added sex as a protected class. In 1988, 2 other classes, those with mental or physical disabilities, including AIDS and familial status. That's family members under the age of 18. Although alcoholics and persons in treatment are considered a protected class, drug abusers nor those who pose a threat to the health or safety of others are not. Now, highlights, this is something separate. Housing intended for older persons is exempt from the familial status requirement if it's solely occupied by people 62 or older. To the left of that, in the margin, I drew an arrow to that line, to that sentence, and I wrote senior housing. What's senior housing? Housing that's occupied by people who are only 62 or older. All right, before we stay any more into senior housing and 55 plus communities, let's finish up on this slide so that our slides are matching up with what we're reading. All right, steering, you see steering up here? This is another thing that's covered under the Federal Fair Housing Act of '68. Steering is when you limit somebody's options of where they could live, or you say, you know what, I think you'd like it better in this neighborhood instead of that neighborhood, or maybe not even telling them. Remember, I told you at the beginning of this class, I think probably the first or second day, I told you that by not showing people all the homes that meet their criteria, you could possibly be accused of steering, especially if all those homes ended up being in one particular area. So I told you guys to use that exclusive buyer agency agreement. And if they weren't offering that minimum commission amount, not to show you, to mark there that they told you not to show you homes that don't pay that certain commission. So this way, if they end up being in all those properties, end up being in one area, clustered area, you can't be accused of steering because they told you not to show you homes that aren't paying that minimum commission and being mistakenly accused of steering, okay? So steering, think of steering. Who do you drive around in a car as a real estate agent? Buyers and renters, right?
Yes.
I think you like it in this neighborhood, or I think you like it over there. So steering is when you're making the decision of where they should be. You're going to steer them in one direction or another. So think of it like that. You're behind the steering wheel. You're going to steer them in one way or another. And that could also include by just limiting their options, not showing them the homes in an area. Okay. Now, steering can be very subtle. Steering could also be done unintentionally. Like I said to you, you could be showing people based off of the commission. You're looking at green, not the color. You're not discriminating on someone based off of any of their color. You're only discriminating based off of the color green, the money, right? However, and it turns out that all those homes you didn't show them were from one area. You could be accused of steering unintentionally. That's why I told you it's important to try to avoid that altogether by addressing the issue of the minimum commission you're willing to work for and putting that on that exclusive buyer agency agreement. Okay. Now, sometimes it is a little blatant. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here, guys. Be with you in 1 moment. I want to show you something.
Now, do you suppose that agents use subtle steering?
Well, agents shouldn't be discriminating at all.
Right. I mean, salespeople. I mean, when they're going out there and
yeah,
they could also misinterpret what you're looking for.
Well, that's why you got to ask a lot of questions for people and be willing to show them anything they want to see, you know, unless it's an area you don't feel safe going in, and then tell them that that's because you don't feel safe going there, or put them with another agent so that another agent can show them those areas that you don't feel safe in. But don't, you know, if somebody wants to see a property, then show them the property. You know, don't discriminate based off of any of the protected classes or try to steer people away from an area because you don't want them living there because of their color, religion, or whatever the protected class is, okay? I want to show you guys a video. I'm just going to pull up the video, and then once I get it opening here, I'm going to share the screen with you. Give me 1 second. Okay, I got it open. Hello, screen share. Okay, so let me show you a little example of, this is going to be an example of not only steering and discrimination, but also of a broker unfortunately being found guilty of not stopping it or not taking any action. What do we call that?
Guilty knowledge.
Guilty knowledge. All right, so let's look at this case. This is an interesting case. This one's 7 minutes long. Let's go through this one because this is an interesting one. Now this happened, I think, in South Carolina or North Carolina or something like that, or Virginia. I don't know. It was a southern state, wasn't here.
High rise in Columbia. No African Americans living there. Is there a reason? Good evening and thanks for being with us. I'm J.R.
And I'm Darcy Strickland. The reason could lie with one real estate agent. A News 19 investigation uncovered what appears to be active discrimination inside a prominent Columbia high-rise.
News 19's Johnny Chappell has been working on this story for months now, and he joins us with the details.
A lot of us here put a lot of work into the story, and we hope that we can bring some possible good out of it, J.R. and Darcy. Who has the right to tell you where you can live? In January, I started looking to buy a new home. The very first place I visited, a realtor told me that for 25 years, the building had remained exclusively white.
So this story started because this news guy was looking for a new home, and he stumbled across it. And then he decided he's going to make it into a news story.
Her comment sparked our investigation, and our investigation has the federal government looking to take action. Looking up from anywhere between 5 Points and downtown, it's hard to miss. 1829 Senate Street, a 30-year-old high-rise, 19 stories of high-end housing. In all, 96 luxury condos. The Heritage, all white on the outside, and there's a woman who may be trying to keep it all white on the inside.
How would you like to be a realtor featured on the news and they're saying this building is all white on the outside and we're going to show you an agent that's trying to keep it all white on the inside? Ouch, that's going to kill your business. Okay, well, she shouldn't be discriminating.
We do not have a mixed neighborhood.
And caught on film.
Ann Bryant is a longtime Heritage resident. She's also a realtor, and she shows just about every property that comes up for sale in the building. After my experience, we sent a team to investigate.
Yeah, I'm going to take you to see my son, Junior.
A News 19 employee and her sister told Bryant they wanted to see what was available. Bryant showed them 2 occupied condos before going inside a condo for sale on the 12th floor. At the time, the residence was not on the market. Bryant said she thought it would list for around $170,000.
When I have a listing anymore, I mean, I may not even put it in the computer because it's just, they go like that.
And she said that all prospective clients and their realtors go through her.
How many people?
Let me ask you a question. She gets a listing. She don't even put it in the computer. What would she have to get first in order not to put it in the computer?
Maybe some kind of compensation.
The waiver of the waiver of cooperation. Remember, you got to put all listings in the MLS to share those listings with other agents. She's keeping them all to herself so that she can decide who will live in the building that she lives in.
Showing the building. I mean, if it's another agent showing, I mean.
Bryant went on to indicate that race determines whether she allows a person to see or inquire about purchasing property.
And I'm very careful when I make this statement. We do not have a mixed neighborhood. And I think that is because we try to be careful and we try to not that nobody dislikes them. I work with them all the time. It's just that they tend to.
This lady knows she's running her mouth too damn much here. What the hell is she talking about? Lady, do your job. She's making it about race. There's no reason for you to be talking about race when showing properties.
Here's the question. So if somebody, say, I list a a house goes on the market.
Uh-huh.
And then a lot of people have been eyeing it for a few months, years, whatever. And then as soon as they see the sign going up for sale, right in a couple hours or within the day, somebody contacts you and they want to buy it, and like without even anything.
Great.
So you don't even have time to do all the paperwork, put it in MLS. Like, how do you,
So you gotta put that paperwork in the MLS. You still need to process that paperwork. You need to put it in the MLS, unless you got a letter from the owners stating not to. I mean, if this property is in such demand, you may be able to get a lot more money for it by not putting it in the MLS or not letting it hit the market. Are you doing a service for your client because you sold it quick?
yeah.
You may be able to get more money if you actually do put it in the MLS, and people do have the opportunity to see it because now you got bidding wars. Even though the people in the neighborhood are already waiting for it to go on the market, well, let them wait. Build up that desire for the property and have them all fight over it. That's what we as real estate agents want. We want people to fight over the property. We call that a bidding war. Bidding wars are
And
good.
that's no way, like, that's, I mean, I'm guessing that's not illegal. It's
No, that's good.
market
Greed,
playing it out.
greed is good when it comes to sales because we want people to fight over the property. And how do they fight over the property? They're not physically duking it out. You got one person that's offering more money than the other.
Right, right.
And that's our job as a listing agent, is to get the most money we can for our clients, isn't it?
Yes, but I mean, you could also have an owner saying, okay, I'm ready and willing to take this much. Let's say 500,000, right?
Okay.
They're getting offer of they might get offer of 510, 520, but the borrower or the owner says, I'm okay with the first or the second offer that comes in around 500,000. So that's okay, right?
That's fine. As long as they don't tell me I only want to sell it to them because they're of this color or this religion, because
Right.
that would be discriminatory.
Right.
An
okay.
owner gets to decide what offer they want to collect, what offer they want to keep. But if they start talking about discriminatory stuff now, whoa, we cannot do that. That's discrimination.
And that's when you take the listing off because you shouldn't be involved.
Yeah, and that's when I may also let people know, that's you got to get out of that. You got to bail out of that because if discrimination's involved in there, you don't want to get tangled up in any lawsuit like that. Because especially if a lot of people want that property, someone's going to be pissed. They're going to be, oh, they just sold it to them because they're this or that,
And I can make it good because they don't take care of it.
She makes those differences appear black and white.
We do have some
Those statements mark the third time we had heard Bryant referring to possible discrimination. She said it to me during my visit and to another News 19 employee during a previous trip. We showed the tape to Dudley Gregory, who's with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
That conversation is enough to give me pause, and I would want to look further.
Gregory said Bryant's behavior very likely violates a federal law. Under the Fair Housing Act, a realtor cannot discriminate in 7 protected areas, including race.
The issue is how many people have been to that place that are minorities that have been denied to even come through the door.
Local realtor Shelby King says those licensed in her field must complete class time every 2 years to keep up to date on the Fair Housing Act.
Now, this lady that was doing the discrimination, though, she's taking these Fair Housing Act classes too. She just didn't care,
We are reminded about fair housing constantly.
King cites standard clauses in buyers and sellers agreements that deal with the law. She says there are certain things a realtor cannot discuss when showing a property, and that sometimes she's had to steer clear of a client's questions.
And they will usually preface the statement with, I'm not prejudiced, but what's the mix of the neighborhood? And I cannot address that.
So why would Ann Bryant, who's required by her profession to adhere to a federal law, risk losing her license? She agreed to meet us at the Heritage for an interview. You
Oh boy, this ought to be interesting.
said you show most of the properties here. To the best of your knowledge, have you ever discriminated based on a person's race as to whether or not they can live here?
Anybody can live at the Heritage. We have no discrimination of any kind in the building.
She denied ever talking about race with potential buyers, even after I told her about our investigation. We've had several people come to us and say that, did you say that this is not a mixed community, that it's only white people are allowed to live here?
No, I've never made that statement to anyone. I would certainly lose my license if I did a thing like that. We cannot have a mixed neighborhood. But I've
Oops, busted.
never made a statement like that.
So here's what's happened as a result of our investigation. Today, Ann Bryant submitted this letter to her employer. She's retiring from real estate effective immediately.
Now you may be thinking, oh, wait a minute. She's turning in her license, getting off easy.
Remind her agents and their agents of the importance of this issue. Her former employer is requiring each agent to sign a second ethics policy. Also, I've spoken with the president of the Heritage Homeowners Association. His comments: we don't discriminate in any way at all on the issue of why Bryant has been on hand almost every time a prospective buyer looks at a condo for sale in the building. The president said, quote, she is not authorized by the board to show property. After viewing our tape, HUD opened its own investigation. HUD officials have told us their attorneys will be able to make a decision based on the possible violation of.
Remember, I told you HUD has their own judges, but they got their own prosecutorial staff and investigators within HUD as well.
Federal law very soon, and of course, J.R. Darcy will keep you posted.
Well, Johnny, has this realtor had any past incidents?
We found out today, yes, she has. In 1997, a couple filed a claim against Bryant's former employer, naming her and her realtor as accusing her of steering. That's a practice referred to right here in the Fair Housing Act. Protected class, what type of housing or location would or would not be appropriate for them, steering them in that direction. Her employer settled that claim, and Bryant had to pay a fine for that offense. So certainly a lot coming out of this story still to come, and we're going to continue to follow it in the next couple of days.
All right, Johnny, thank you.
Sure.
But that's not the end of it. Let's see the follow-up. This is why I like showing this video, because it shows you a follow-up straight through.
We also contacted the State Realtors Association after our investigation of the Heritage, and this is how they responded to what we uncovered. Realtors adhere to a high standard of integrity and a code of ethics that requires equal access to fair and affordable housing for all, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, or national origin. They go on to say, as realtors, we deplore and will actively pursue action against any member whose actions run contrary to the federal or state fair housing laws or the Realtor Code of Ethics.
Well, we would like to get
And they
your
do.
feedback on our investigation of the Heritage. There are two ways you can voice your opinion.
All right.
You can call us at 6.
I want to fast forward past this just a little bit, because when we get past this story, we're going to see what actually ended up happening here.
With you tomorrow during our 6 o'clock newscast.
So what happened? In 2005, this is a little bit later, HUD launched an investigation and reached a settlement with this lady's broker. This is the name of the company. And she had to give up her real estate license. And then she died. But it doesn't end there. Somebody else filed a discrimination complaint against her as well in federal court that ended up in an additional settlement against her broker for $90,000. Keep in mind, she's dead. Her broker's held responsible for her discriminatory actions. Because why? He had guilty knowledge. Now, guilty knowledge assumes that the broker, not that he knew, but he should have known, especially with her history. All right, so we're going to leave that at that. And then we're going to do our...
we'll know that the seller and being a seller agent, talking to the seller, you know it's a hot property, and to avoid the listing in MLS, can they kind of get them signed that waiver purposefully?
Well, the seller has to be in agreement on it. See, the real estate agent is not supposed to try to introduce the waiver of broker cooperation to the owner so that they could try to get a secret pocket listing. Because then they would, they're not putting their client's best interest first. But if their client signs it, then they're allowed not to put it in the MLS. But we are not supposed to introduce that document to owners. Or try to get them to sign it. It's only when they expressed an interest to us that they don't want us to share the listing with other brokers for whatever their reason is. And sometimes it happens, but it's rare, where they bring it up. And if that's the case, then we use it to follow up and getting it in writing, because we know that otherwise we're supposed to have it in the MLS and share that listing with other people, with other agents. So,
right.
But
so when you introduce, is it considered part of the guilty knowledge or no?
Well, guilty knowledge of what? There's no discrimination. You haven't described anything that's discrimination. You only described an agent that's trying to keep a secret pocket listing. Okay, by getting their the seller to sign a waiver of broker cooperation. Now, if they're now discriminating, that's something else. But the waiver of broker cooperation, that's just for the secret pocket listing, so that you're the only one that has access to it. All right. So with redlining, we had blockbusting, redlining, and steering. Those are all violations of the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, which are part of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. More specifically, Title 8 section of the Civil Rights Act, which pertains to fair housing. So remember I told you there was a red line when they put it through the application. It deals with financing or offering more for mortgage loans, or for being denied insurance policies, even though the buyer can afford it. I found this archive of old redlining maps that lenders had. It's in an archive on some college website. And these are for all different states and different areas. Let me pull up New Jersey, see if they have any for New Jersey here. Yeah, okay. So we do have some maps here for, let's see, Atlantic City, Bergen, Camden, Essex, Hudson, Trenton, Union counties. They have some examples of some of these old lenders' criteria. Now, what they would do is they would put red lines around the area on the map where they're not going to give loans to, because I guess the lenders would figure that these are higher risk areas where property values may not be maintained as well, or where there may be certain minorities or ethnic groups that they didn't figure would keep the values up, okay? This is discriminatory. Now look, there's some additional documents that they had with these maps too. I'm pulling one open right now. These are big files because they're maps and they're scanned at high resolution, so they're big files. The one image here is 145 megabytes. Give me 1 second here as I pull these up. I just want to show you examples of redlining and the applications that they had too. Oh, wow. Okay, it's because there's a lot of files within these zip files. Let me open one of them and then I'll show you. Okay, here's an example of one of the bank, the lender's documents, I believe, on how they would lend. They'd give criteria for areas. They do markups of areas, whether, let's see. So this one is for Union County. Look, they show the population for the area. Is it increasing, decreasing, or stable? The population in the area. In this area, it was a slow increase at the time. The average class and occupation of people that live in the area, junior business executives and some professional they had listed as. I'm not sure which town this is yet. Foreign families, they didn't put a percentage there yet. Nationalities. See over here, for the black population, which they had listed as Negro, they put down as 0% in that area. Buildings, types of structures, occupancy, owner occupied. What town is this? Oh, this is for Summit. Rich town at the time. Pricing of the homes back then, though. This is obviously some historic. If they get the prices between $12,000 and $15,000 for a home in Summit, New Jersey, that's got to be a long time ago. Are there any dates on this? This is back in the 30s, 1935, 37, 39. So about 1939 for the prices back then. To get in there. They show rental brackets, but you see some of these things that they put on there, like, you can't have race. You can't be considering race of people, the nationalities, percentage of people who are foreigners. That's redlining. That's illegal, but banks used to do this stuff actively back then. All right, I just wanted to show you guys little examples of how the redlining actually took place and what they were doing behind the scenes. Okay. Let me give you another example of something else, not pertaining to redlining, but another form of discrimination in New Jersey. This is actually recent news, not too long ago. I heard this on the news and I looked it up. I pulled it up here. Section 8 landlord in New Jersey demanded sex from women renters. I would say that classifies as discriminatory activity. People who are getting housing subsidies. The landlord was basically saying, you want to stay continuing living here. He was threatening them with sex. This was recently, when was this? August 8th, 2020. So this is something fairly recent news. The guy's getting money from people by having the housing complexes for Section 8. Section 8 is a housing subsidy for people who don't make a lot of money. It makes up the difference so that they can afford to have a good place to live. But this landlord obviously was taking advantage of these tenants by threatening them to not have a place to live, basically by demanding sex from the tenants. And this was, so some of this stuff still happens. Let me see, where is this? Elizabeth. All right. Just showing a couple of examples of discrimination that goes on right now. And then to back it up just a little bit, even though we're in the discrimination chapter, there was another video I came across here about safety tips and attacks on realtors from the last chapter that we were going over. Well, I found the video, and here, let me just pull that up. We'll look at this, and then we'll continue on with this chapter and finish up. Okay? Oh, help if I put on the volume.
A California realtor is recovering tonight after being attacked during an open house Sunday. Her attacker is still on the loose. And tonight, Fox 4's Rochelle Elaine is live in the newsroom with why one realtor says this is a risk realtors face every day.
And Jane, as you're going to see pretty soon, it's tough video to watch, but that realtor tells me that this serves as an important reminder of those dangers that you said that they face every single.
Because this is an attack they actually caught on one of these Ring security type cameras. I don't think it was Ring; it was up kind of higher than a doorbell. But at least they caught it. They caught it on film.
Blood-curdling screams that are hard to hear, and video that's even harder to watch.
I think the lady was just screaming just to get the attention of people. Once the guy pushed her over and attacked her, she knew something was going on. That's the good first thing that you do. Make noise, whether you have a whistle or there's actually some things that that you could get too. It's like a 120 decibel siren that you could actually do. It works like a grenade pin. You put it around your wrist and you could just pull away at it and it makes a loud piercing noise. And it will definitely get the attention of people. That's a personal safety alarm with grenade pin activity. Or you could get, like I said, we have noises, sounds can work just as effectively as weapons sometimes, scaring people away. A loud whistle, perhaps, something like that of these nature as well, something to try to get attention of people in the area. But this lady, the guy pushed her, he looked like he was going to rob her. And then when he attacked her at an open house, then she started screaming right away, which is a good idea.
A realtor in Los Angeles attacked at an open house earlier this week, and it's all caught on camera.
I see him all the time. He's in front of me. I didn't sleep last night.
We showed the video to a local realtor, Sandra Wall, who says the dangers are all too real.
My very first open house was a vacant house. And one of the things that they warn you is if somebody shows up at the very end of an open house and wants to see it, that's a red flag.
In her case, someone did show up.
Now, let me stop you right there. That happens a lot. It's not necessarily a red flag. We get people that show up late to open houses. Like your open house can be dead all day. Then all of a sudden you get that last minute bum rush of people that come to open houses. It does happen sometimes. So it's not necessarily a red flag. It's just people coming late.
Used his car to block hers in the driveway of that home.
I had him go into the house. I didn't go in. I stood at the foyer, and he did call from the back room, said he didn't like the view. And I said, that's okay. The view is actually out on the lanai.
Thankfully, that man left shortly after. Wall says she learned some safety tips like creating distance between you and a potential attacker in a realtor orientation. Here's a few more tips she says she still uses to this day.
Keep the client in front of you, not behind you. Be really aware of your surroundings. Try to go with your instincts. Your instincts are usually right. If you feel like you're some kind of danger, there probably is, and better to be safe than sorry.
And coming up at 11 o'clock, you'll hear from a martial arts expert who shares some safety tips we should all keep.
All right. Anyway, just see how it could just happen all of a sudden. Guy's over there, but she's not paying attention. She's there on her cell phone. When other people are around, strangers are around, pay attention to what's going on around you. Don't get lost in a cell phone or anything. Keep people in sight, keep a distance away from them, etc. Good safety tips. All right. So let's get back to our slideshow now. Let me put this in blow up mode, in full screen mode. And okay, so blockbusting, steering, and redlining. We went over that. Next is familial status. Familial status means that you have kids under the age of 18. There's a family involved, okay? Can't discriminate, they're a protected class. Now, what is considered senior housing? Senior housing is the last thing that we highlighted here on page 65. It says it's housing solely occupied by those 62 and older. And it has to be housing that's meant to be occupied by those solely 62 and older. And they have to publish that they adhere to rules and that it is meant to be housing for 62 and older. So it's not just a senior housing community just because there's seniors living there. Okay. So what is senior housing though? housing that has people 62 and older. Now, the rest of this paragraph on page 65, the remainder of the paragraph, I put a bracket around it with my pen, and I wrote in the margin next to it, 55 plus community, because that's what a 55 plus community is. The rest is going to describe what a 55 plus community is. See what I wrote in the margin? How I did that? Just put that bracket around it and put 55 plus community. So what is a 55 plus community? If 80% of the units being occupied by at least one person that's 55 or older, and the housing facility or community posts and adheres to policies that demonstrate its intent to be housing for 55 plus persons, and that it complies with HUD's rules, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, for what constitutes a 55 plus community. So if you guys get a listing for senior housing or 55 plus community, you have to have the owners, as well as the property manager or facility manager, sign a document that's a HUD disclosure that this is housing meant for older persons. I'm going to pull up that disclosure to show you that this is housing meant for 55 plus persons. Just opening up that document to show you what it looks like. So here's an example of one from Garden State MLS. I'm pulling it up right now. From Garden State MLS listings, but it says housing for older persons, certification of FHA compliance. Okay, well, this is the HUD requirement. If you're going to get a listing and put it in the MLS, you need something like this: the property address, the housing community's name, the name of the owners, the broker, and you have to check one of these off. Is it 55 plus or 62 and older? And then it's signed, and then you got to print the name and the title of the person who is the housing manager, as well as the owners up here. Okay, because if you do not, and you simply get a listing and you put it in the MLS, and then you say it's for 55 and older or 62 and older, and you don't have this certification that it is in compliance with HUD's guidelines and it is meant to be housing for older persons, then you are discriminating in that ad by saying that people under that age cannot be there. You're discriminating under the familial status guideline, all right, which is a protected class, having child or children under the age of 18, right? If you're telling people they could only live there if they're 62 or older, or 55 plus, okay? Now, can you own a unit in a 55 plus community if you're under 55?
You can.
You can.
As long as you don't live there.
All right. Can you buy, well, hold on a second. No, you can live there.
Because you have someone that's 55 and older with you, right?
Yeah, correct. Now, can you buy a unit, not be 55 or older? Can you buy a unit in a 55 plus community?
Yes.
No.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. You can't.
Okay, so
you have to be 55 and a 55-year-old. Yeah, right.
Correct. So you got to be 55 or older in order to buy in a 55 plus community. But you don't have to be 55 or older to live in a 55 plus community. Now, they may have restrictions on people under the age of 18 living there. All right. And that's not discriminatory because it's meant to be housing for older persons. But so how could you own in a 55 plus community, though, if you're not 55 or older?
Have one of your family members is 55, right? And then you can just live there.
Well, that's talking about living. I said, what about owning in a 55 plus community and not being 55 or older?
You can have someone buy it and then gift it to you.
Rent it to someone 55 and older.
How about you had somebody that was 55 and older and perhaps they died and they left it to you?
Yeah, that's like gifting.
Okay. So if 80%, let's read this again, if 80% of the units, so not all of the units there have to be occupied by at least one person 55 or older. So you can live in a 55 plus community and be under 55. What if you were living there with somebody who was 55 or older and perhaps they died? They left it to you. You could continue living there. But the community has to keep an eye on the percentage of people that are there. So that they could remain in HUD's compliance.
Is there a specific age group that you have to be in to live there?
Well, they generally say that you got to be over 18, you know, because they don't want children there in 55 plus communities generally, or 60 or senior housing. So they usually have some kind of a guideline with that. But as far as you got to be like 50 at least, is that what you're saying? No. As long as 80% of the units are occupied by at least one person 55 or older, the other units don't matter. Because what if you were living there, you're 55 or older, and you got your child is 21, you know, you died and you left it to them. They're allowed to continue living there in that house. They can't be kicked out because they're not old enough to live there. You know, they're an adult, okay, and they inherited their parents' house. That's allowed. These are just the guidelines of has to be followed by the facility managers. They need to keep tabs on the number of people that are living there that are not 55 or older. Okay.
Something like this applies to condo associations as well, right? Because they keep an eye on owner-occupied units versus units that are being rented out.
Condominiums, no. Cooperatives, yes.
Regular condominiums.
Condominiums cannot have they don't have age restrictions on them. If you could afford to buy in there, you could live in there. You
right,
know?
but sometimes they deny because they say we don't want, you know, for example, if you're buying for investment purposes, they might deny that. They might not take, you know.
Not for condos. Not for condominiums, they don't.
Well, that has happened.
What you're thinking about is cooperatives. It's impossible to tell the difference of the form of ownership simply by looking at a shared housing unit. You could look at a complex. They all look the same. It's attached housing. You could call it a condo, but it's actually cooperative ownership. The difference lies in the form of ownership, not the architectural style. So it's difficult to tell, but if it's a co-op, cooperatives, they can have restrictions on it has to be owner occupied. They could have applications and they have to review the applications and they could deny them for who can live there. Condominiums have no say. The condominium associations have no say who can live there. Condominium associations come up with their own rules on how to maintain the complex, and they could find residents who violate the rules, but they have no say in who can live there. That's cooperatives that do, because in a co-op or cooperative, those types of complexes, they are owned by the corporation, and the people who occupy the apartments actually own stock in the corporation, and they're given a custom lease they call a proprietary lease that allows them to occupy the unit that they're living in. And often when you buy in a co-op, you have to go through an approval process, fill out an application, etc. And then they could have rules, like as long as they're not discriminatory rules. Like some of them, like you go to California or some places in New York, you could get some of these artsy communities that say, oh, no, this community is for people, for artists. You have to be either a musician, a dancer, a painter. We only want artists. We want people of our kind in our frame. And we want creative people living here. Okay, well, they're your special kind, okay? But they want, people that are like that, that's the way that community is set up. Well, is being an artist or not being an artist a protected class?
No.
No. So it's not discrimination, and they can deny you if you're not an artist of some sort for living in that community. That's why they have these application processes, okay? But as long as they're not discriminating against you for protected class reasons, then it's allowable. Okay, and they usually require owner occupation, but not always. Case by case, you got to look at each community. We're going to go over that in chapter 6 or 7. Okay, so let's get on to it.
Are there any investment opportunities in this kind of properties?
What, in the co-ops?
No, 55 plus.
You got to look at the rules at each community, because I don't like giving you guys what the rules are and saying it's that way through all of them, because who knows, maybe one of these communities have special rules that they have to them. But this is HUD's guidelines. These are federal guidelines. If that community wants to be considered a 55 plus community, this is the guideline. Now, as far as being owner occupants, can somebody who's not 55 plus and older own a unit in there? Well, you're not supposed to be able to buy if you're not 55 or older, but maybe they'll allow you to purchase in there and rent out to 55 and older people. That's possible. But so I don't want to say it's not possible, because who knows? Okay, it may be.
Gotcha.
Okay, and here we go. I actually had it in the slideshow. Instead, I went fishing around for it. Okay, that disclosure. Okay, fair housing, Jones versus Mayer. Okay, so there was a significant case, a court case, that just points out that rule that I told you. Remember, I told you that when two rules cover the same topic, the more restrictive rule will always prevail. Well, there's a court case here, Jones versus Mayer, and this was a case in St. Louis County, Missouri, that where Jones was an African American, and he wanted to purchase a property from Alfred H. Mayer Company, who refused to sell him a home in St. Louis County, Missouri, solely on the basis of his race. In its court ruling, it upheld the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which prohibits all racial discrimination in private or public in the sale or rental of property. So the importance in this decision rests in the fact that while the 1968 federal law exempts individual homeowners and certain groups, the 1866 law prohibits all racial discrimination without exception. So it shows you that even though one law has exceptions to it, when it comes to race, there are no exceptions to the law. You can never discriminate because of race. So an aggrieved person can seek remedy for racial discrimination under the 1866 law against any homeowner, regardless of whether or not they employed a real estate agent or advertised the property in a discriminatory fashion. Where race is involved, there are no exceptions that apply. Now, there's an equal housing opportunity poster that HUD requires. Anybody that's offering housing or housing services has to display the HUD equal opportunity poster. Looks like this. It's the house with the equal sign in it, okay? If you go to the bottom of page 65, I want you to highlight the last line, the last sentence that says, when HUD investigates a broker for discriminatory practices, it considers failure to display this poster evidence that they engage in discriminatory activities. So basically, look, I got it here on this slide. Failure to display this poster is evidence of discrimination. So if you're a real estate agent and somebody files a complaint against you for discrimination, HUD will send out who do they file that complaint with under the federal laws? HUD. HUD sends out an investigator to your office. Before they ever ask anybody questions, they look to see if this poster is displayed anywhere. If they cannot locate it, if it's not displayed, they stop their investigation and you're found guilty of discrimination. See, the threshold, the bar is set pretty low for being found guilty of discrimination. They don't even need to prove that discriminatory act occurred. If you didn't, if you don't display this poster, it's considered evidence of discrimination. Because if you don't advertise that you offer equal housing for all, then you must engage in discriminatory activities. All right, now, enforcement of the anti-discriminatory laws. Under federal law, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Civil Rights Act of 1968, or Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, HUD enforces the laws. So complaints are filed with who? With HUD. And how long do you have to file a complaint? 1 year. Unless you want to make a federal case out of it, then it's 2, if you want to have it heard in federal court. Now this term injunction, an injunction. You guys on page 67? Turn the page. On page 67, let's do some highlighting. They got blockbusting steering there. Let's get that out of the way. Highlight in the second paragraph, the first sentence. Blockbusting is also known as panic peddling, and it means inducing homeowners to sell by making representation regarding the entry or prospective entry of minority persons into the neighborhood. Then go down to the next paragraph and highlight steering, the first sentence there. It's channeling home seekers to or away from a particular area on the basis of being a protected class. And then under redlining, highlight the first sentence there. Refusing to make mortgage loans or issue insurance policies in specific geographic areas without regard to the economic qualifications of the applicant is redlining. In other words, they could afford the insurance or mortgage, but you're refusing to give it to them. That's discrimination. Okay. So, injunctions, let's see. Well, enforcement. Let's first highlight enforcement. Highlight pretty much the first 3 lines under enforcement. A person who believes illegal discrimination has occurred has up to 1 year after the alleged act to file a charge with HUD, or 2 years to bring a federal suit. HUD will investigate. Highlight that. Then on the next paragraph, at the end of the line, highlight an injunction would order an offender to take action. Often for some reason on exams, they want you to know what an injunction is. An injunction is when a judge orders somebody to do something or to refrain from doing something. Okay. Everybody got all those highlights?
Yeah.
Y'all following me, keeping up?
Yes.
All righty. So the LAD, this is the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination. All right, or we call it the LAD for short. And what kind of property does it deal with? All real property. When I say real property, I mean real estate, all types of real estate, residential or commercial. It does not cover personal property like the Civil Rights Act of 1866. The LAD only covers real property, and it covers all real property. So let's do a recap. The Federal Fair Housing Act of 1866, what kind of property does it cover?
Personal.
Residential.
Residential.
It covers all kinds of property, personal property and real property, residential or commercial. The Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, what kind of property does it cover?
Residential.
Only residential. And the LAD, New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, it covers all types of real estate, residential and commercial, but not personal property. So now that we know what types of property these three laws cover, complaints made to or enforced by the State Attorney General's office. Who is the Attorney General? They're the highest law enforcement officer in the state. That's what that office is. It's the highest the State Attorney General is the highest law enforcement officer in the state. And then we have a federal Attorney General, which is the highest law enforcement officer in the country, right? So in New Jersey, currently, what's that? Agrawal or something like that, Agarwal. And then we got Bill Barr on the federal, currently in 2020. Okay, so the LAD, the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, how long do you have to file complaints for discrimination under the LAD? 6 months, which is 180 days. You have 180 days to file a complaint for discrimination under the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination. Those who interfere with the investigation can be subject to up to a $500 fine or 1 year in prison. The Attorney General's memorandum is what is a memorandum? It's a fancy word for notice. And who's it coming from? The highest law enforcement officer in the state, the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's memorandum is a document that must be given to the owner at the time that we get a listing. It informs the owner that they cannot discriminate, whether they hire us or not. It just informs them about the anti-discriminatory laws. We as real estate agents are required to provide this document to all owners. I suggest that you guys not only give it to them, you explain it to them, and you have them initial a copy. You give them one copy, have them initial a copy, and then stick it in your listing folder to prove that you've given it to them, okay, that you went over it, okay? I like to cover my butt and get everything in writing. Well, be going over that in a moment. Yeah, okay. So the page 72 to 74, there's a copy. Yeah, 72, 73, and 74. This is the Attorney General's memorandum that we have to give to owners at the time of listing. We're actually going to go over this in just a moment. But let's just stay where we're at right now. So the LAD is the law. That's New Jersey laws against discrimination. We don't give people the law against discrimination. We give them the Attorney General's memorandum, which talks about the laws against discrimination. You guys understand the difference between the two? The LAD is the law. You don't give people the law. You give them the notice, the memorandum about the law. Got it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm making this a stickling point because I remember when I was in your position studying and taking my notes, I wrote down Attorney General's memorandum. I wrote New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, the LAD, and I put definitions for the two, and I explained what they were to myself. And then when I go reviewing my notes, I'm like, what the hell is the difference between the Attorney General memorandum and the LAD? It looks like they do the same thing. They're about anti-discrimination. Well, you got to distinguish the two. The LAD is the actual law. You don't give people the law. You give them the notice about the law. Okay? So if my instructor gave me a simple explanation like that, I wouldn't have spent all the time I did trying to scratch in my head, trying to figure out what the hell the difference was between the two. All right. So now you know. What's a document that you need to give to the owner at time of listing that tells them they can't discriminate?
The memorandum.
The memorandum.
The Attorney General's memorandum, correct. If you said LAD, that would be wrong. You don't give them the law, you give them the memorandum, which talks about the law. All right. Good job. All right. So licensees must refuse listings when a property owner indicates that they intend to discriminate. I spoke to you about that before. Look at this. These slides are a good breakdown to study from. It just gets down to the details without all the other words in between. You know, this is the stuff you need to study. This is the stuff you get on exams. Now, you do need to know the fines for violation of the New Jersey law against discrimination. You do not need to know the fines for the federal law because they're obscure numbers. I wouldn't even know how you would memorize them. The fines for the federal laws against discrimination are $21,039 for a first violation, $52,596 for a second violation within 5 years, and $105,194 for further violations within 7 years.
That change?
You don't have to memorize that.
Oh, okay, because my book has different numbers.
Yeah, these are new numbers as of 2019. Your book is from 2017.
Got you. Okay.
Which
I had the 15th edition.
I believe your daughter picked up the newer book already.
Oh, she came and got. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Just don't forget to send over the fee for it.
No, she sent it today.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if she left it in the mailbox though. All right. Let's see the on.
So Victor, do we have to remember the numbers for the state?
Yes.
Okay.
That was my point. The federal fines are so obscure. I don't know how you would even remember them, you know, but for state, this is easy. 10,000 for a first violation, 25,000 for a second, 50,000 for further violations.
And that is for your class exam and as well as the state exam, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So turn the page. All right, so this is New Jersey's. New Jersey has an equal housing poster too. It looks like this, what you see on screen. I don't know if they have it in the book here. Yeah, they do on page 71. This is the same poster that you can find on page 71 in the book. But if failure to display this poster in your office does not make you automatically guilty of discrimination, it's just a $100 fine. They would still do their investigation. All right. Now, New Jersey has more protected classes than anyone else in the nation. Oh, wait, hold on a second. All right. Under the federal law on page 68, threats or acts of violence. In case you didn't know, you can't threaten anybody or use acts of violence to get them to move or not to move somewhere, and that would be unlawful. Okay. Well, that'd be unlawful under the Federal Fair Housing Act. That's against the federal law. The Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 contains criminal provisions that protect the rights of those, and I'm sure it also violates New Jersey law. Against those owners, brokers, or salespeople who aid or encourage the enjoyment of open house. Seeks benefits. Hey, that ain't right. Criminal provisions to protect the rights of those who seek benefits to provide open housing for all. It's unlawful actions involving threats, coercion, or intimidation are punishable by appropriate civil action. In such cases, the victim should report the incident immediately to the local police and to the nearest office of the FBI. All right. All right, so what are the protected classes against under the New Jersey law? Well, let's turn the page here, skip the page here. We'll just look at it here on, this is what's on page 68 and 69. Here are the protected classes, a lot more protected classes than the federal laws even, all right? So the protected classes covered by the LAD are, and they expanded them recently too. Do I have them all here? Yeah. Race, creed. Creed is your religious belief or, your religious beliefs. Color, national origin, sex, gender identity or expression, marital status, civil union status. I don't know why they have these still in there. Back when Governor Christie was still governor, he signed gay marriage into law in New Jersey. So you probably wouldn't have civil union status anymore, but marital status, civil union status, affectional or sexual orientation, familial status, whether you have children or not under the age of 18, people who are pregnant or breastfeeding, actual or perceived mental or physical disability, including those with AIDS and HIV infections, ancestry. Oh, and another one was added recently, actually, within the last couple of days. If you were to go to the New Jersey Civil Rights page, they have one against coronavirus, people who have had coronavirus, the COVID-19, okay? So hold on, let me back up. What are we doing here? Sorry about that. My slideshow got a little screwed up. So I'm gonna throw on their actual perceived measure, including people with AIDS, HIV infection, and I'm gonna add their COVID-19. That's coronavirus. Goes by many names: novel virus, COVID-19, coronavirus. Okay. Ancestry, nationality, domestic partner status, source of lawful income used for mortgage or rental payments, like Section 8 housing subsidies, or what's the other one? My mind is blank. Or TRA, that's the temporary rental assistance that comes from Catholic Charities. Or any other housing subsidy. Domestic partner status, source of lawful income, and liability for services in the armed forces in the United States. How screwed up is society getting right now if we are at a point where we have to make it a protected class if you served your country in the military, that you now have to be considered a protected class?
Repeat that, please.
I said, how screwed up is it that we have to make it that if you served to protect your country in the armed forces, in the military, we have to make you a protected class?
Oh, yeah.
How screwed up is our country becoming? What the hell are these kids, these younger, what are we teaching them in these colleges, these days? They're discriminating against people for being pregnant or breastfeeding, or because that one's new, and so is this one, liability for serving in the armed forces.
I never heard of that one.
Yeah, people are getting discriminated against because you're a fascist serving in the military. Those people that hate America and burn American flags all over the place. Well, they're also attacking our own military personnel or former military personnel. It's disgusting. All right. It's also illegal to place any advertisement or make any statements or utterances that express directly or indirectly any limitation to offer housing or real estate based on any of those characteristics. All right. What we're going to do is let's look at page 72, because a lot of this stuff was coming from page 72 from the LAD itself. Okay. We skipped over some things because they are included on the LAD itself. Actually, before we read the LAD, I want you guys to go to page 70 and let's do some highlighting first. We're going to highlight some things, then we're going to read, not the LAD, the Attorney General's memorandum. LAD is the law. We're going to read the Attorney General's memorandum, which covers a lot of these things on these several pages. Okay. We're on 70?
Yeah.
All right. So failure under poster, I want you to highlight that last sentence. It says failure to display a poster is punishable by a fine of $100 or more. That's for the New Jersey equal housing poster. Under enforcement, I want you to highlight the first two sentences, well, almost the first two. Highlight complaints brought under the New Jersey law against discrimination must be filed with the state attorney's general's office within 180 days of the alleged offense, and the attorney general's office investigates promptly. So who investigates violations of the LAD, the New Jersey laws against discrimination?
Attorney General's office.
Correct. Who investigates violations of the federal laws? HUD.
HUD.
Okay. Now go to the last sentence, the last two lines in the same paragraph. Towards the end of the line, I want you to highlight fines of up to $10,000 for a first offense, $25,000 for a second offense, and up to $50,000 for subsequent violations. All right. So let's read through this paragraph, though. So the Attorney General's office investigates promptly and has 45 days to attempt a resolution, conciliation. After that time, the Director of the Division of Civil Rights holds a hearing. The accused, if found guilty, will be ordered to comply with the law, to make restitution to those who are discriminated against, and to take any other action ordered by the Director. The orders can be enforced by the New Jersey Superior Court, or they could be appealed to that court. The Director may award reimbursement for medical expenses, awards for pain, suffering, and humiliation, and then the fines, which we just went over, $10,000 for first, $25,000 for second, and $50,000 for third violations, right? Now, any person who willfully interferes with an investigation or violates an order of the Attorney General of the Division of Civil Rights is guilty of a misdemeanor, and it's subject to a fine punishable by up to $500 fine and up to a year in prison. Highlight complaints brought under the New Jersey law against discrimination may be filed at any of the offices of the Attorney General. And then in the next paragraph, the first sentence, highlight a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum on discrimination must be given to the homeowner at the time the property is listed. Then I want you to go to the last sentence in that same paragraph. I didn't have it highlighted, but I'm going to right now. That says, salespersons and brokers must refuse listings from owners who indicate that they intend to violate the law against discrimination.
Victor, I'm
Yes.
sorry. For example, like let's say that the house has already been listed in MLS and all that, and somehow you go and meet that seller once for just journal meeting, and then you realize there's a discrimination that will be going on. Can you still remove it from the list? Or?
I would tell that person they can't discriminate, and you know that's a violation of state and federal laws. You cannot discriminate.
Okay.
And if they insist that they intend to do that, I'm
Mhm.
canceling the listing.
Okay, got it.
Stopping it.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, because can you cancel a listing based,
Yes.
sure, you could cancel it, absolutely.
Mhm.
All right. Especially if it's violation of the law, the person's insisting on violating a law. You know what? And I would even write it in my, I would write it in the paperwork I send to the MLS. I'm canceling this listing because the seller is insisting on discrimination. That way, my view is publicly known everywhere, and whether that owner signed or did not sign for the release of the listing, I canceled the listing, and we have it in writing there, the reason why. All right. So turn to page 72. Let's look at the Attorney General's memorandum. And let's actually read this document. The text is smaller than it should be because the law requires it to be a minimum 12-point font size. But it's shrunk to fit within the margins of this book. So, a lot of these prohibitions on the activities that would be considered discriminatory in New Jersey are pretty much the same as on the federal laws too. You know, refusing to sell, rent, lease, assign, sublet to anyone as a means of discrimination, refusing to offer property to negotiate transactions as a means of discrimination, or lying about the availability of property, changing terms of real estate transactions, or offering special facilities or services to persons as a group as a means of discrimination, being involved with any expression, direct, indirect, or limitation based on discrimination. The only exception to New Jersey law against discrimination applies to rentals. Okay, we'll get to this at the end. Let's read through now the Attorney General's memorandum. We're going to skip the second paragraph because the second paragraph just goes through the laundry list of protected classes, which we already went over a couple slides ago. It says state and federal fair housing laws apply to a wide range of activities such as advertising, selling, renting, leasing, subleasing, assigning, and showing property, including open land. And here's some of the issues that come up frequently in enforcing the LAD. I like these versions of the Attorney General's memorandum because I remember some earlier versions of the Attorney General's memorandum. They never had this list here, and we as agents had to always interpret the law for our clients, and sometimes our clients or other people's clients, sometimes even, and it sometimes made an issue of contention because they would be like, yeah, you're going to say whatever you want because you just want to get the sale and you want to make the money. So I like the fact that they point out here now some of the common frequent issues that we come up with that we have to explain to people. They put it out here. So discrimination based on source of lawful income used for mortgage or rental payments means, for example, that a landlord cannot reject a prospective tenant because they intend to rely on Section 8 rental vouchers, FEMA vouchers issued to Superstorm Sandy victims, or any other type of rental subsidy. Remember I told you TRA is a common one in New Jersey. Write that there at the end, TRA. Not that it's on exam, but good for you to know. It's another type of rental subsidy. It's temporary. It stands for temporary rental assistance, and it comes from Catholic charity groups in New Jersey. A no pets rule cannot be enforced to prevent a person with a disability from using a service or guide dog. A landlord may not charge a tenant with a disability an extra fee for using a service or guide dog either. I'm going to pull something up and we're going to go to the web on this one. We're going to read a little more about it. Oh, here we go, service animals. So this is HUD's website, HUD.gov. There's a lot of websites out there that may be like HUD.com or FHA, HUD.com. Those are not real government websites. Government websites end in .gov generally. There's some out there that are fake or fraudulent, okay? Fair housing campaigns, okay? Here, this is the HUD's website is pushing right now. It looks like they got a push here for fair housing campaign that's going on. They're putting up all kinds of posters and stuff, educating individuals about their rights and protections, okay? Oh, look at this. In New Jersey, this is about federal though. On the federal website, HUD charges New Jersey Condominium Association with discriminating against residents with disabilities. Click on that. That's interesting. We're from New Jersey. September 3rd, this just happened. Condominium in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Wow, it figures. Well, with housing discrimination and management, okay. So the charge is still on, okay. Now this is with ownership. Okay, this one has to deal with people with disabilities. Federal Fair Housing Act providers from denying or limiting housing to people with disabilities or from refusing to make reasonable accommodations to those with disabilities. You know, I'm keeping this open. Hold on. I'm actually going to save this link and I'm going to add that to our resources because this is something that we're going to be going over shortly. I'm going to put this under fair housing actually. Okay. That's not what I wanted to show you though. Okay, so this is just the HUD's website. Look at that, you can find a lot of interesting things there. There's another web site pertaining to service animals I wanted to bring up because we're talking about the service animals right now and a no pets rule.
So I have a question. They have all these against, you know, reading this, all these against discrimination, but then they have over here exemption. A religious organization can give preference to persons of the same religion when selling or renting real property. Isn't that like contradicting?
No, there's exceptions carved out for certain situations. You can't discriminate against people of a protected class. But if they,
right, but I mean, they're saying that, you know,
that's for the religious. Hold on.
That's discriminating if someone wants to buy a house or rent and they're, you know.
No. You're getting that wrong. It's organizations, not individuals. Because you're Catholic or because you're Christian, Muslim, or Jewish, you cannot say, I'm only going to sell my house, my residential house to a Christian, Muslim, or Jew. This is for the organization. If the organization owns property, they can restrict the sale or rental of its properties to people of the same religion. There's an exemption carved out in the law for that. But this is not pertaining, that's not pertaining to housing. Okay. So anyway, on this, this is Michigan State University website. Oh no, this isn't the site I wanted either. Hold on. What assistance animals are and what service animals are.
So for example, if a condo association doesn't allow any pets, and this particular person with a disability has a service dog,
Okay, so let's stop there for a second and analyze the words that you used in that sentence. A service animal is not a pet. They perform a function, a medical necessary function.
Right.
Whether it's to help somebody with their nerves or PTSD for psychological reasons, or if it's for sensing whether somebody is prone to seizures, or the animal can sense if their blood sugar is running low and they should be taking their medication. You know, it's amazing what dogs could do, you know, but who said that service animals just have to be dogs? You could have somebody who has a nervous condition or what have you. They could have a cat, and petting the cat can soothe their medical issue as well, you know. But every time we have laws like this, sometimes people go to the extremes with them. You always get people that are trying to game the system, right? I'm trying to find right now. I have some information. I got a link. Oh, you know where it is? Oh, I know where it is. Looking in the wrong spot.
So in that case, the condo association should allow that. Make an exception and will allow it.
Well, condos can't prevent you from owning dogs. Well, they could restrict it, I guess, to types of breeds and such, you know. So can towns. Your municipalities can, and so can your homeowner's insurance.
Right, yeah.
Your homeowner's insurance can drop you.
Right.
If you don't notify them that you have a dog and that it's had its shots and the type of breeds and stuff, your insurance can restrict you, can have certain restrictions. Okay, I'm just trying to find my links here for all my notes on service animals and such. I got like 1,000 links here. That's I'm trying to find them really quick, and I'll make notes of them. Actually, I think I have it already in that Word document. Let me go to that Word document. I think I'm bookmarked there. Really? Here we go. Service animals. Then come up with. Anyway, Humane Society. Yep, that's the same link. Okay, so you guys have seen the browser window for the Humane Society. This is a good one. It breaks down the laws pretty good. The Fair Housing Act and assistance animals. Here, let me just add this to my notes so it's easier to find next time for service animals. Fair housing. Okay, so the Fair Housing Act is a federal law that prevents discrimination against tenants in their homes, whether they own it or they're leasing it. You were talking about condos. Condos are owning. Under the FHA, disability is defined as a physical or a mental impairment which significantly limits a person's major life activities. Even if a lease says no pets, they have a no pets rule, or restricts pets, landlords are required to make what's called a reasonable accommodation to allow pets who serve as assistance animals, which includes animals who provide emotional support. Assistance animals are in different legal classifications than pets who are not assistance animals, which is why pet restrictions and fees are waived for them as well. They are animals that work. They assist or perform tasks and services for the benefits of the person with the disability, or provide emotional support that improves their symptoms of their disability. There's no official certification or a training that's required for service animals. Why? Because you could train your own service animal. That could be deemed costly and needless if somebody can do their own training, although I doubt that they could. In most cases, and they can assist in a wide variety of ways. Breed and weight restrictions do not apply when it pertains to service animals. So if you got a service animal that's trained pit bull, for example, and they don't allow pit bulls, well, if it's a service animal, then they do got to allow it. Now, differences between service animals and assistance animals. Service animals are categorized as animals trained to do a specific task for their owner. The most common example is a guide dog for blind people. Service animals are allowed in public accommodations because the owner's need for the animal at all times. An assistance animal can be a cat, dog, or other type of companion animal. And that's where people go off the hook. They go off the rails. We've seen cases, remember with that lady with the service animal for the abuse a couple years ago in Newark Airport? She tried bringing her service peacock on the plane. You got people with service snakes.
Yeah, I've seen some weird things.
It got so out of hand that the airports operating in the tri-state area here, or especially out of New Jersey. Remember I told you I listened to that 101.5 a lot. They talk about issues throughout the state. This was one of the issues that they spoke about on occasion. They brought it up. Because the airlines that are operating out of New Jersey, Newark Airport and such, the airlines put out a new memorandum of what kind of service animals they would allow. And then you started getting public outrage about how they're discriminating, these rich airlines, they're discriminating against people. You know, these social justice warriors, they got nothing better to do than try to yell about stuff that they have no clue about is annoying. Because if you were to actually look at it, these guys actually looked it up and they pulled up, they said, it's only fair. Let's take a look and see what these discriminatory rules that these airlines, everybody's screaming about, shall we? And they pulled it up. And it started out with, let's see what the new restrictions are. And it started off with no venomous animals. Venomous? What do you mean, like a python? People who have venomous snakes claiming that they're their service animals. Then it goes on to say, no hooved or horned animals. What kind of animal with hooves and horns are you taking on a plane? You know, a bull, a goat? I mean, what the hell are people thinking? A horse, a miniature horse? You know, people get crazy, especially if these flights are long. You know, airlines, federal regulations have a requirement that for service animals, if the flight is over so many hours long, they have to supply an area on the plane where the animal can relieve themselves. Imagine what a horse is doing down your aisle. So people just get crazy sometimes trying to take advantage of these rules. So service animals are categorized as animals trained to, okay, we already read that, living in the, so an assistance animal can be a cat, dog, or other companion animal, does not need to be trained to perform a service. The emotional and or physical benefits from an animal living in a home are what qualify the animal as an assistance animal. A letter from a doctor or therapist is all that's needed to classify an animal as a service animal. And it needs to be updated every 2 years. What? Or that wasn't for me. Okay, you need basically a prescription, a letter from the doctor that says that you do have a legitimate need for a service animal. The fact that the term service animal is often used by landlords and public housing authorities to refer to both service dogs and assistance animals often creates confusion because there's a difference between service and assistance, okay? So here's some examples of assistance animals. A cat that can detect and alert their companion of oncoming seizures. Never met a cat that smart. A dog who relieves a person's depression or anxiety. A cat who reduces a person's stressful induced pain. A bird who alerts their hard of hearing companion when someone has come to the door. I could see that. Birds can whistle at high pitch, you know. Maybe somebody who's hard of hearing could hear that noise. Okay. Now, demonstrating your pet is an assistance animal, you should provide your landlord with a letter from your doctor or therapist stating that you have a disability and explain how your pet is needed to help you cope with your disability and how it improves your symptoms. Attached is a brief personal statement explaining to the landlord you are asking for a reasonable accommodation to keep your pet who functions as assistant or support animal. And then your landlord can't charge additional fees for having that animal because it's not a pet. It's an assistance animal or service animal. Okay. So if your landlord refuses to accommodate, landlords must agree to a reasonable accommodation request if the disability claim is true and if the request does not create a hardship on the landlord or other tenants. Well, you know, you need to be, can a landlord deny a tenant or kick a tenant out for having a service animal?
No.
No.
They can under certain conditions. If that person who has that service animal cannot keep it under control, if it's not trained, if it's barking all the time, if it's attacking people, if it's causing damages, then yes, they can. Same thing with service animals in restaurants or what have you. If the person cannot, with that disability who has that need for the service animal, they cannot deny them the service animal. However, if they can't have control of their animal, then they can be ejected, okay? So that's only under that circumstance. So if your request for a reasonable accommodation is denied by the landlord, you have the right to request that a government agency investigate your claim that the landlord is discriminating against you. But you better make sure that you do have a legitimate service animal and you got a doctor's letter from your real doctor. There's a lot of fake websites out there that claim that they could get your pet registered as a service animal simply by consulting with one of their doctors online, paying them a fee, and they'll send you a letter that says that your animal is a service animal, and then they try to upsell you harnesses and a license. They give you some kind of cock and bull story that your license will be searchable in their database on their website. Right off the bat, it's bullshit. Because what about HIPAA laws? You guys ever hear of that? HIPAA are the privacy laws for medical records. There is no mass open to the public database where you could search to see if an animal is registered as a service animal. An animal does not have to be registered as a service animal. You need a prescription for the animal, a letter from your doctor saying you have a need for that animal to be a service animal. It doesn't get a license number. That's cock and bull. That's all garbage. It's BS. And there's plenty of websites out there. I'm going to show you a couple examples of these fake websites where people may be duped. A little bit ignorant on the topic, they get duped out of it, and they think that they indeed have a service animal, but they really don't. So you have several options for filing complaints through HUD. You can print the complaint from the HUD and mail it to them, or many states have government agencies that will listen to discrimination complaints as well. What's that agency in New Jersey? Who do you file discrimination complaints to in New Jersey?
The Attorney General's office.
There you go. Okay. Now, housing covered by the Federal Fair Housing Act is certain types of housing only. All types of housing, including public housing, are covered by the FHA. That's the Federal Fair Housing Act that they're referring to, FHA here. Rental dwellings of 4 or less units where 1 unit is occupied by the owner. Single-family homes sold or rented by the owner without the use of a broker. Housing owned by private clubs or religious organizations that restrict occupancy in its housing units and to their members, okay? These are all types of housing included by except. So these are the exceptions to this law, okay? So rental dwellings of 4 or less units where the owner lives in one of the units. So 4-family house where the owners live in there. Single-family homes sold or rented by the owner without the use of a broker. And housing owned by private clubs or religious groups do not have to follow this rule. Pet fees cannot be charged. Why can't pet fees be charged? Because a service animal is not a pet. Okay? But look, if there is a nuisance issue, The landlord does have the right to try to remove the assistance animal through legal proceedings. All right. So I thought that this was a good page. It pretty much hit all the major topics that a lot of people inquire about pertaining to this. Okay.
The book doesn't talk about single family sellers selling it without a broker.
Well, they don't get into the depth of the service animal. That's why I'm showing you some of these things here. The exam won't go over that either, so don't worry about making note of it.
Okay.
Now, I got the link to this on our links folder under service animals. Okay. Okay. You see this website, USA Service Dog Registration. Registration lookup. You could look up their dog by their license number. Okay. They do have a lot of legitimate laws, rules, and regulations that they quote on this site. Nice resources. That's nice. That's very good. But it's a scam site, because they try to sell all kinds of, here, register your service animal. Well, register for free. Well, first of all, they're going to try to sell you something. So that's why they register for free to put your service animal in here, and then you get the permit from them. Or here, emotional support therapy dogs. Let me see. They'll start trying to sell you something on here. Here, let me give you the other sites that I know that try to sell those doctor's letters to you. Because you may come across tenants like this, that they think that they actually have legitimate service animals when they don't. Okay, here we go. Here's some fake ones. And they always make it try to sound like they're government related. USA Service Dog Registration Site. Okay, well, that's the one we were just on. Here's another one. Register for free now, but then they charge you, and then they try to sell you other products. Here's another one. Free shipping. We could register you. They have a lot. They fill them with a lot of information and legitimate links, but these sites are scam sites. Here, look, PayPal. You know, they're trying to sell you that they could register your dog as a service animal through them, or your other animal. Okay. Their products. Let's see, what are their products? Oh, so selling you a lot of fancy licenses. You get put in their database. Oh, it looks legit. Does your dog, by the way, if you have a service animal, does it have to have a tag on it? Or do you have, or does the owner have to carry the ID for the animal proving that's a service animal?
I believe they have a tag.
Don't they usually got a tag?
No, they don't need a tag that shows that. I'm not talking about the dog license that your municipality requires for having a dog. I'm talking about for a service animal. They don't have to wear any vests like this. There's no tag or license that the owner needs to carry to prove that it's a service animal. Federal law says that's too restrictive on the person with the disability. And they can't require you paying for these additional identifications or special training either. That too is too restrictive on the person with the disability. Here's another one. Let's see. All right, no, wrong one, sorry. USDogregistry.org. Okay. You look how they all have register, verify registration. There is no database, and they're all trying to sell you crap. Here, buy the service dog emotional support or the therapy dog package to get your dog registered as that type of a dog. Okay. It's all BS. It's garbage. Because we already read that you only need a letter from your doctor that shows that you have a need for a service animal. How about this one? American Service Pets. They're always American or US or, you know, American Service Pets. And they come up with their fancy logos. They got pretty looking websites. See if you qualify for free, and then we'll charge you for our use our doctors, and we'll certify you your pet as online as an emotional support animal. Garbage. It's BS. Anyway, there's tons of those websites. I'm not going to go over them all. Went over enough. Back to our slideshow here. And we're staying on the page 73 now. Discrimination based on familial status prohibits discrimination against families with a child or children under 18 years of age, and that includes pregnant women. I actually came across an issue with this one time. In Roselle Park, New Jersey, there's a town ordinance that that says no more than 2 occupants per bedroom. Now, I had some renters that were looking. They were looking to temporarily rent something while they could save up for a year or two and then eventually buy a house. They already had 2 children and the wife was pregnant. So it was a husband, wife, 2 children, and she was clearly pregnant. She was, you know, she looked like she was due any day. Now I'm showing this 2-bedroom condo in Roselle Park, and the owner, we had to meet there to let us in. So I set up the appointment. We met the owner. He let us in. I'm showing them around, and the owner pulls me to the side, and he's like, "I'm not renting to them." And I was like, "Excuse me?" He's like, "I'm not renting to them." He's like, "Did you see her belly? She's going to pop any day now." And then I pulled him further to the side. I'm like, "Lower your voice." I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And he's like, "She's going to have a baby any day now. I'm not going to rent to them and get in trouble for renting to too many people." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "They have an ordinance here. You can't rent. There's only 2 people allowed per bedroom, and there's already 4 of them. When she has that baby, I'm not going to get in trouble for renting to too many people." And I was like, first of all, that's not going to happen. First of all, they currently are in compliance. That baby's not here yet. You cannot count that baby as an occupant. All right. And he's like, "Yeah, sure. You're going to say whatever you want just so you don't, because you just want to make the money." And I was like, "Listen, I suggest that you talk to your realtor. I suggest you talk to your lawyer before you say anything to my clients, unless you want to get slapped with a discrimination lawsuit so fast it'll make your head spin." I said, "So keep your voice down. Don't say anything to this about them, and check with your lawyer before you say another word, because that's discrimination. You cannot discriminate against them. And even when that baby's born, that baby can't be considered an occupant. Oh, you're going to say whatever you want." All right, whatever. Anyway, my clients wanted to rent it. And so he checked with his attorney, and his attorney confirmed what I was saying. His attorney said, "Well, first of all, the law says if that baby's not born, you can't count that." Look, for abortions, you can't count. You would be able to say that that's a murder, right? If the baby was counted as a human, right? For abortion, right? So they don't do it for the law for abortion purposes. So why would you do it? Why would you count it as one for rental units? Okay. So for that reason, the law says you cannot count that baby as an occupant because it's not here yet. And then once that baby is born, you still cannot count an infant as an occupant until they reach 24 months of age. Okay. So both they'd be able to live there for at least 2 years after the baby was born. And then after that, then they would be out of compliance. So I conveyed that message to my clients. They were okay with it because they were only renting for a year or 2 so they could save up some money and then buy the house. So they actually ended up renting. But wow, was that, sometimes things that people say to you kind of like puts you off a little bit. And just imagine you're showing a property to someone and the lady's pregnant. The guy's like, I ain't renting to her, you know, she's about to pop any day now. I mean, that's the way the guy talked to me. She's about to pop any day. What kind of, you know, whatever.
Now, can a family with like a newborn live in a basement? Is it suitable for them to live there, or no?
Basement, no, basement's not livable space. Okay. Now, you may have a property that is grandfathered, that it could be grandfathered as a separate apartment if it's multifamily. I came across that before. But typically basement units are not livable. Basements are not livable spaces. That's why even when you sell a place, you got to make sure there's any kitchen or bedrooms better be disassembled. You better not have them there. Otherwise, you're not going to pass the CO certificate of occupancy inspection for the sale of the property. And if there's anybody renting down there, you better get them out, because that landlord could get in huge trouble if they're renting out to people with basically it's an illegal rental. It's like I can't turn my attic and my basement into rental places, but people do, you know. You see it a lot with foreigners too. You know, listen, I worked a lot. I used to work in Roselle Park too, at a brokerage there. And, you know, I dealt a lot with Elizabeth, Roselle, etc. And sometimes you see this. I seen this one house in Roselle. I forget if it's Roselle or Roselle Park. But there was a house. It was nice. They had a big basement. You go down to the basement and it's like, what the hell's going on down here? The person made like makeshift rooms in their basement, and they were renting out rooms in the basement, one room. And people would put a padlock on it. Didn't even have a door handle on it. They were just like, it looked like storage units with padlock things that you put on there. And people were living in their rooms. They had their belongings, and they had a bed in there, and they lived in there. They were paying rent to live in each room. Granted, a lot of these people were probably illegal, but you know, so the landlords were getting away with it because they're not going to report it, you know. But, you know, the landlord's looking to the owner. He's trying to, I don't even want to call him a landlord. The owner is looking to sell the house. I'm like, you got to rip this all out of here. You can't sell like this. This is illegal. Like, you got a city inspector down here. You're going to get fined tens of thousands of dollars for this. Okay. You ended up getting rid of everybody and removing everything that was in the basement. I'm like, you can't even have these rooms down there like this. This is unpermitted. First of all, that construction, and this is unsafe for people to live in, you know?
Can you make a basement livable or no? It's just zero.
Typically, no. You have to have in order for some municipalities that would allow it, you have to have
above ground, and you have to pay taxes.
Two ways for entrance, for ingress and egress, for emergency purposes to get in and out. And the windows cannot be too high. They have to be within if the windows are below ground level, you know, it has to, first of all, the windows can't be too high that a person can't access them, and they need to be large enough for them to be able to crawl out. So they can't be underground level either, in order for them to be able to get out in case of emergency, so they're not trapped in the house in case of fire and such like that. And it depends on the municipality's rules. There's a lot of factors that go into it. And is it grandfathered as livable space or not? Like, if you have a house right now and you want to turn it into the basement into livable space, chances are you're not going to be able to do it for a basement unit. Now, you have to really, in the event that the municipality would allow it, the windows have to be above grade, but they can't be too high up from the floor in the basement. They're like, all these measurements they take into consideration, as well as it has to have 2 entrances for exit and entrance into the basement. There's a lot of factors that play, so I don't want to give you an answer on your situation because it depends. Okay? Sorry, I can't be more helpful with that, but I don't want to mislead you, okay? So landlords must okay, so they were allowed to live there anyway. So landlords must permit a tenant with a disability at the tenant's own expense to make reasonable modifications if such modifications are needed to give the tenant full enjoyment of the premises. Now, we just seen on the HUD website this thing in New Jersey. HUD charges New Jersey Condominium Association with discriminating against residents with disabilities. That's why I put this off to the side for a moment. The Fair Housing Act prohibits housing providers from denying or limiting housing to people with disabilities or from refusing to make reasonable accommodations for those with disabilities can use and enjoy their housing. Assistance animals, okay, it starts getting into all that. Anyway, you got it right here. Anyway, you got it right here in the book. Can a landlord prevent a tenant with a disability from making modifications to the unit that they're living in?
No.
Not if those modifications are needed so that the tenant can fully enjoy the premises. And whose expense are those modifications going to be made at?
Tenant.
By the tenants. Now, when a tenant moves out, can the landlord require the tenant to put the property back the way that it was?
Yes.
Yes.
Not if those modifications that were made do not prevent a future tenant from fully enjoying the premises. For instance, if they had to put a wider front door in to accommodate a wheelchair, is a wider front door going to cause a problem for future tenants? No. So therefore, they don't have to put a narrower door back in. However, the removal of the ramp they could require if they had ramping put in. Follow?
Yeah.
Okay. So these are the types of questions on things like this you'd get on exam. Penalties. Okay, so highlights on page 73 under penalties. Highlight penalties. If you commit a discriminatory housing practice that violates the LAD, what is it? 10,000 for a first violation, 25,000 for a second, and 50 for further violations, right? So boof. Other remedies, victims of discrimination. Now we're reading the Attorney General's memorandum here. This is all the actual document that you're giving to people. Victims of discrimination may recover economic damages related to discrimination, such as having to pay a higher rent elsewhere if a landlord won't rent to you and you had to get rent somewhere else, but could only get it somewhere else and the rent cost more. That landlord may be required to pay, if they discriminated against you, they may be required to pay the difference in the higher rent. As well as damages for emotional distress, pain, and humiliation. In more egregious cases, a victim may also recover punitive damages. Now, here's a note about you guys to the property owner. The broker or salesperson with whom you list your property must transmit to you every written offer they receive on your property. Brokers and salespeople are licensed by the New Jersey Real Estate Commission, and their activities are subject to the general real estate laws of the state. What are the laws also known as?
Lads.
4515, Title 45, Chapter 15. And the Commission's own rules and regulations, what are they also known as?
Title 11, Chapter 5.
Title 11, Chapter 5, or the Administrative Code.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So the broker or salesperson must refuse your listing if you indicate an intent to discriminate based on any of those protected classes. So there you go again. Pretty sure that's going to be an exam question. The broker, I'm going to highlight it here on the LAD as well. Even though we already highlighted it somewhere, I'm going to highlight it here too. The broker or salesperson must refuse your listing if you indicate an intent to discriminate. Now, exemptions. Yes, New Jersey has some exemptions to its law, similar to the federal. The sale or rental of property, including open land, whether for business or residential, is covered by the LAD. So that basically tells you what kind of properties does the LAD deal with? All real property, residential or commercial. And in most cases, the following sales or rentals are exempt from the LAD. Renting one apartment in a two-family dwelling if the owner lives in the other unit. Renting a room or rooms in a one-family dwelling if the owner lives in the same dwelling. Basically, it's a room at your apartment. It's kind of, they're living with you in the unit. A religious organization can give preference to persons of the same religion when selling or renting real property. That's for the organization, not for people, individuals. In certain types of housing designated for older persons, 55 plus community or senior housing, it's not unlawful to discriminate based on familial status. So discriminating against people who have children, it's not illegal if it's meant for housing for older persons. Okay. And so you see there's no place on this document for people to sign. What I usually do is I'll have them either on the first page or the last page of this document. I'll have them sign it and date it, and then I'll give them one copy. Okay, so this way I at least have one, and I'll stick it in my folder, so I'll have it on my record that I've given it to the owner. And I stick it in the listing folder with all my other documents. We're not required to get them to sign this or anything, but
What's the name of this then document?
Attorney General's Memorandum. Take a look.
Okay.
Take a look on page 72, the first page of it. You see it's got the Great Seal of New Jersey there at the top of the page. It says State of New Jersey, Office of the Attorney General, Department of Law and Public Safety, Division of Civil Rights. So it's coming from the Attorney General's office.
Uh-huh.
And look, it looks like an email to property owners from Gerwal, the Attorney General, the date that this document was created, and the subject is housing discrimination laws. So this is the Attorney General's memorandum.
Is this I'm sorry, is this a different book or it's the same one?
What book are you talking about?
The book, because mine is on 57.
What?
I have the
This is Essential of New Jersey Real Estate 14th edition.
Oh yeah, I got the 13. I'm sorry.
So you need a newer book. Talk to me after class. So let's see, exemptions, New Jersey. Okay, so these are those exemptions in the slideshow. Law against discrimination applies to loans for real estate transactions, whether by institutions or private individuals. Blockbusting's prohibited. Records have to be kept. Anytime that you're sending out mailings and you get listings, you get 3 or more listings on a block, you need to keep records of what kind of advertising you used to get those listings to make sure that no blockbusting was going on. Anti-discrimination poster has to be displayed, and the Attorney General's notice has to be given to who?
The client.
Who? What client? Who?
The seller.
The seller.
The owner of the property. I'm not going to say seller because they could also be a landlord that's renting as well. Anytime we're offering housing for sale or rent. So instead of saying seller, I'm going to refer to them simply as the owner, okay? So the owner, we need to give it to. How come we don't give the Attorney General's memorandum to buyers or renters?
Because they choose where to live.
Because they don't, it doesn't apply to them. They are
choose where they want to live.
They choose where they want to live, yes.
So buyers and renters, they could discriminate till their heart's content. They could choose where they want to live, who they want to live next to, whatever. But if you're offering housing for sale or rent, you cannot discriminate on who you're going to offer it to. Okay. So state regulations on rentals. Okay, more of that. Apartment buildings with 25 or more units have to report annually to the state the racial composition of the people that they're renting to. We don't need to study this stuff though. Okay, go to page 75. Zoning discrimination, Mount Laurel 1 and 2. The story we were just reading about the condominium discriminating was in Mount Laurel as well, but that was about ownership of real estate for people with disabilities. This law here, zoning discrimination, Mount Laurel 1 and 2 are lawsuits that occurred. Mount Laurel is a town in New Jersey, and there was a practice known as exclusionary zoning that was outlawed. It became illegal. Well, first of all, it was branded exclusionary zoning because certain people, the lawsuit claimed, were being excluded from certain areas. Now, I'm going to explain what you need to know for exams, and then I'm going to explain to you real life. Okay? So let's see. Mount Laurel 1, let's read through the book, and then we'll summarize it here in this slideshow. So in 1971, a lawsuit came to be known as Mount Laurel 1, was filed by the NAACP against the town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey, for illegally discriminating against low-income and moderate-income persons through the use of something called exclusionary zoning. It really didn't affect moderate-income people. It mostly affected poor people. The court cases actually highlight exclusionary zoning, that term in the book, exclusionary zoning. Now, the court stated that all developing communities had to zone for their fair share of the regional needs for low-income and moderate-income families. In 1975, the court ruled that the poor may not be discriminated against in residential areas. So what happened here? What are they talking about? Well, let's see. What do we need to know for exams?
Exclusionary zoning?
The exclusionary zoning and what it is, and who it excluded, the poor, from certain areas, okay? So what is a illegal discriminatory zoning practice that was outlawed by the Mount Laurel decisions? Exclusionary zoning. Who was discriminated against? The poor. All right. Low-income individuals, okay? Now, let me tell you what happened about this. I read a lot up on this to try to be informed when I teach these classes. I read up on this a bit. Okay, so New Jersey's an old state. We're the third state in the country, right? In the forming of this country. So we have a lot of history. Back in the days of slavery, you guys remember something called the Underground Railroad? The Underground Railroad is where slaves from the South escaped to the North through the Underground Railroad. Well, a lot of those people settled in New Jersey in the Mount Laurel area. Okay, so we have a lot of history there. These families, these properties were passed down by generation to generation to people. Now, the homes that they were living in were very close together. Okay, this is way before zoning laws were ever created. What is a zoning law? Let me explain that really quick. A zoning law are laws, rules, and regulations of the state, counties, and municipalities that dictate what kind of structure can be built where, the type of construction materials that could be used, and what that type of building can be used for. Okay? It could also dictate the minimum and maximum lot sizes, but it can't dictate who can live there. Or it doesn't put an income requirement or anything like that. And that's not what this did either. The town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey, though, back then was not a rich town. And the legislators in town were trying to figure out a way of how can we raise money to be able to improve our roads, police, fires, school system, and to build up our town. Let me ask you guys a question. I'm going to have you guys answer these questions instead of me dictating to you. How do towns raise money? Where do they get their money to operate?
Taxes.
Taxes, exactly. Property taxes. So what determines how much they're going to charge for property taxes?
The amount of space, the amount of property you have.
Value of the houses.
The value of the property, okay? Yes, so basically the size of the houses and all that play a role into the value, but That's what the answer I was looking for was the value. So basically taxes, your property is taxed based on its value. They actually call that general real estate tax the ad valorem tax. In Latin, it's called ad valorem. And ad valorem is Latin for according to value, which we'll learn of that in chapter 8 when we learn about the taxes. You guys are gonna be learning some Latin. So the ad valorem tax is Latin for according to value, and that's how they determined the value of the properties. Now, there's nothing they could do with all the people that were already living there that had these homes that were packed close together. There's nothing that they could do with them because those homes were built before the zoning laws were ever created. So the town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey said, you know what, we're not going to let any more people build homes right on top of each other. We're going to require larger lot sizes so that they have to build maybe larger homes, or they could build homes further apart. It'll start to increase the value of the areas. And then we could charge more taxes, more money comes in, more money. We could improve roads, schools, services, right? Makes sense, right? So I'm trying to give you the argument from both sides of this argument. So now the town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey had a good idea. Create some zoning laws, require larger lot sizes. However, they failed in their execution of carrying it out. What they did is they went too large, and they didn't provide a range of lot sizes throughout the town. They just said throughout the town, you need to have. Now, I'm not sure what the lot size was, so I'm going to make up some ridiculous number. I'm not sure if it's real or not, but just to paint the picture, okay? Let's just say they said you had to have at least 1 acre of land in order to build a house, okay? 1 acre of land in New Jersey? Could you agree that a lot of people in New Jersey can't afford 1 acre of land? That's a lot, right? So what happened was people started moving in, buying these 1 acre of land, which I'm not sure if that's the number or not, so bear with me. And they started building houses on them. They started building large houses on them. They started building mansions on them. And so what happens now is not only do we get these expensive mansions now getting built, what happens to the land when you in a neighborhood where you got mansions, these expensive large homes? What happens to the land values?
The value increases.
The value just of the raw land starts to increase tremendously too, right? So the argument was, wait a minute, you're pricing poor people out of the town who can't afford now to even buy land in order to build a house. You made the lot sizes too large, and the value of the land, there's no way that we could afford, people could afford that are low income to move into this town. You're effectively pricing poor people out of the town. So I could see the argument for, I understand why Mount Laurel wanted to do this. They had a good idea. They just went a little bit overboard with it. And so I could see the argument on the other side as well. Yes, you are effectively pricing people out of the town. What they should have done is made a range of housing in areas, right? And still be able to boost up the values, okay? But they didn't do that. So came about Mount Laurel 1 lawsuit by NAACP against Mount Laurel, New Jersey. So the lawsuit, Mount Laurel lawsuit 1, good decision. It said that the town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey had an obligation to provide for its regional needs of low income and moderate income housing in the area. So basically they had to provide a range of lot sizes there because the municipality doesn't build the houses, right? Okay, so good decision. Now, in 1983, another lawsuit came about. In 1983, Mount Laurel 2, a second lawsuit, was filed by the NAACP against Mount Laurel, resulting in the courts providing a specific guidelines on developing communities. Now, these guidelines weren't that specific. The guidelines were basically this.
Can I interject? Who was doing the suit in this situation?
At the NAACP. Back then, the NAACP wasn't so involved in politics. They were more looking for people's rights than getting involved in left and right politics. These days, they're more political organization than they are people's rights. Back then, they were all about people's rights and protecting the rights of poor people and those who are disenfranchised. So,
Okay, so apparently someone must have gone in there and reported that, and then in order to create this.
Correct.
Yeah. Mhm.
So in 1983, a second lawsuit came about, filed by the NAACP against Mount Laurel, resulting in courts providing specific guidelines for all developing communities. Now, those guidelines weren't that specific. The guidelines actually put the burden of the specifics on municipalities. It said municipalities have an obligation to create a written guideline, a written plan of how they're going to create and provide that range of housing. Now let me continue. This was accomplished by allowing for higher density developments. That means allowing for more units to be built closer together than normally allowed. And a 20% set aside. What's a set aside? I mean, I could take a guess, but how come they just call it a 20% set aside? I would assume that a set aside means 20%.
20%, what is it for low income people, right? 20%?
That's what I would assume. That's exactly what I would assume. Then how come they didn't just write that? Why did they just write 20% set aside? Maybe it looks like they're building some loopholes in these laws. And zoning for mobile homes, and a requirement that communities must cooperate with efforts to obtain subsidies. What subsidies? What does that mean? Money. They have to get money from state and federal government to assist them with getting this requirement to be able to build, to ensure that these low and moderate income properties are getting built. But the municipalities aren't building them. They incentivize other people to come in and build them. How do they do that? Well, they offer them tax abatements. You come in, you don't have to pay taxes on the improvement, just on the land, for so many years if you do improvements to the municipality. So basically, they try to get money from the state and federal government if those improvements are for low or moderate income properties. So a panel of judges was set up to listen to complaints by those who experience hardships still now from this day forward, to hear cases. All right, so now that I've read that, Mount Laurel 2 decision said that they put now a bunch of rules in place that they have to, for guidance, that municipalities had an obligation to create a plan, a written plan of how they were going to go about it, and that they had an obligation to get money from the state and federal government to help subsidize their creation of at least 20%. For every 100 houses you build, 20% of them, 20 have to be for low and affordable income housing, right? That's okay. Let's go with that. They should have said it straight out there, but they were kind of obscure with it. Now they said each municipality has an obligation for creating that housing. Did they say where it needs to be built?
No.
No. Actually, you know what we're seeing that's happening? There's a lot of loopholes that are put in here. So what happens is a lot of towns now, what they're doing is they're complying. They're reaching out to the state and federal government, getting the subsidies, the money that helps them with that. And they're going to neighboring towns like, oh, say Newark, and saying, hey, Newark, we'll give you our subsidized money if you take on our obligation to build our 20% set aside for low income and affordable housing. It doesn't say that it has to be built in that town.
Oh my God. Isn't that obvious though? Like, seriously?
They said it has to, that communities have to create the guidelines. They didn't say what the guidelines have to be. They were that broad about it. So they basically created loopholes. And because they were so wide with it, you think municipalities are going to create their own rules that they're going to hold themselves legally liable and responsible to? No, they would rather that the judges would do it or the state or federal government would do it. But that didn't happen. So more than half of the municipalities in New Jersey do not have a written plan or guideline of how they're going to get low and affordable income housing in them. Look, a couple of years ago, at the last presidential election, you guys recall when at the time, I'm not sure, was he done being governor already, Christie, or was he still governor? Anyway, around that time, Governor Christie was trying to become president. Remember that? There was a time where he was attacked relentlessly for like a week or two in the national media because he went, no, he was still governor because he went to our legislators in the state on both sides of the aisle, you know, Republicans, Democrats, independents. He went to all the politicians in the state, and because the governor doesn't create the laws, those legislators do. So the governor proposed to them, and he said, listen, these Mount Laurel these Mount Laurel laws, they're broken. They're full of they're so full of loopholes, they're not accomplishing the goals they're supposed to be doing. I want all you guys to sit down, create a new law, do away with these broken Mount Laurel decisions and create a new law from scratch without all the loopholes in them. There was an immediate press release. This shows you how we can't have civil conversations with each other anymore. Everything is political and immediately goes to bashing the other side and spreading this false narrative. All you heard in the news for like the next 2 weeks after that was how Governor Christie was looking to do away with protections from minority persons and low-income people. His racist agenda to get rid of protections for low-income and people of color. They kept putting this in the news. And that's not what he said at all. He went to the politicians and told them to create a new law so that we could plug all the problems, because these Mount Laurel decisions are not doing what they were supposed to, that they're intended to. But that's the backlash that ended up happening. He ended up seeing where it was going. He threw his hands up in the air, said, I give up. I'm not saying anything anymore about it. And the problem went away for now. Okay. But this is what happens. Okay. So now, what do you need to know for exams? Well, about Mount Laurel 2 decisions, not much. For Mount Laurel 1, what law outlawed what law made discriminatory zoning practice illegal? You could just say the Mount Laurel decisions. And who did it discriminate against?
Low-income families.
Low-income persons, low and moderate income persons, right? That's it. That's all you need to know for exams, okay? Now, I'm going to give you one additional note on here that'll probably help you until the politicians fix these laws. See, the politicians, I'll give you a good reason why they didn't want to fix these laws, because they have their own.
Can you repeat that again as far as the Mount Laurel decisions? Was it what law made the zoning discrimination?
Well, let's just look
or
at
exclusionary zoning.
Hold on, let's just look at this slide. Look at the slide in front of you. Zoning discrimination, Mount Laurel 1 and 2. These are the Mount Laurel decisions, the court decisions. There was a practice called exclusionary zoning, is a discriminatory zoning practice outlawed by the Mount Laurel court decisions, which discriminated against low-income persons, the poor. It said that low-income individuals may not be excluded from residential areas. You could add in there through the zoning laws. Municipalities have an obligation to provide a range of housing, 20% set aside, right? That's basically it. That's what you need to know for exam. Now, I want to take this step further. Why the politicians did not want to fix the problem? Well, there's 2 reasons why politicians usually don't want to fix problems. One is because they need a problem around that they could claim to be the hero with, that there will be the social justice warrior out to fix. And only if you nominate me will I be able to be the one to fix it. If they fix the problem, then next year, what are they going to, try to get reelected on? Okay. Or the other reason is they got a personal stake in the game, that they got money involved and they can make money out of it. If you note, you see this note down here that I put? First of all, no real estate school is going to teach you this. There's a lawsuit called Builder's Remedy. Try to write that in your book, but it's not on exams. It's not on exams. Builder's Remedy is a lawsuit against a municipality by a builder who has been disadvantaged by the local zoning laws. Let me give you an example. You guys familiar with Cranford train station? Where Cranford train station is?
Yes.
Okay. You guys see the construction they did there a couple of years ago across the street from the Cranford train station? They built all those nice modern storefronts with the condos upstairs.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Now, those used to all be single family homes on that block, on those streets. Okay.
They did it in Fanwood too.
How did they get the zoning permit to put those big monstrosities up there? I'll tell you how they did it. Because the builder tried to build it and the city said no. They denied them the permit. They said that's zoned one family residential. So the law says that if municipalities did not create the written plan of how they're going to address the Mount Laurel issue for creating that affordable housing in the municipality, if somebody feels like they've been disenfranchised or negatively affected by the local zoning law, they could sue the municipality by going to this 3-judge panel appointed by the Chief Justice and plead their case that these zoning laws are not allowing them to build as many units closer together and they don't have a written plan. And then the justices, the judges will allow them to ignore the local zoning laws and build whatever the hell they want. And that's how they got to be able to build that. Now, let me ask you a question. Is any of that low or affordable income there?
No.
Absolutely not. That's expensive stuff that they built there. All right. It's a loophole. They use the low income law as an excuse because there's no plan set up to sue and override the municipality's judgment on giving them the permit to build their project.
Well, can the municipality now not sue back because it's not even low-income housing?
Doesn't have to be. The municipality, if they want an issue, if they want to fix that problem so that can't happen again, put a written plan in place on how you're not going to address, how you're going to address the Mount Laurel decisions. That's exactly what the governor was talking about back then. You know, he's like, this is a loophole that's set up, you know, and it's causing problems. There's been lawsuits and this low-income housing is not getting built.
So when the builder built his plans and submitted to the municipality after, you know, after suing and whatever, they need to tell, you know, the purpose of the building. Did they not disclose that it's not for in low-income housing? Because that's...
Well, you said after the lawsuit. After the lawsuit. And
well, after the lawsuit, obviously the builder won.
And when the builder wins the lawsuit, he could ignore the municipality's zoning rules. He could build whatever.
Oh my God.
Why does he have to, I mean, is in this, in the agreement that he was going to build those in a low income? Why would he ignore that?
The law doesn't say that, doesn't require that.
Because you have to, I believe you have to state the purpose.
That's my,
you have to state the purpose of your building, what the purpose is.
No, you don't. All you got to say is the municipality doesn't have a written plan on how it's going to address the Mount Laurel low-income affordable housing issue. They don't have a written plan, and I've been disenfranchised by their zoning laws. So can I ignore their zoning laws?
That's not a loophole. That's a big gap.
We call it a loophole. It's a loophole in the law.
That's a big. So if I have a little,
it's a loophole you could drive a truck through, but nonetheless, it's a loophole.
Right.
So listen, until politicians fix this problem, if you guys are doing any construction projects or you have clients that want to do any construction projects and the municipality won't give the permit to build what you want to build, look up and find out if they have a written plan on how they're addressing the Mount Laurel issue. If they don't, you can sue that municipality through what's called builder's remedy. It's called a builder's remedy suit. Look, you guys don't need to trust me and my explanations on this. Do your own research. Do a Google search. Look up New Jersey builder remedy suits. Okay, you'll find a bunch of them. All right.
Does that happen in the different states too?
Yes. Yes. A lot of other states came up with laws after this New Jersey's Mount Laurel laws, but they may be imperfect too. They're based off of our laws after all, but they made up their own. Their own may be a little bit different, but this is the law in New Jersey.
So where would you look it up and where?
I contact the attorney that deals with that, how to look up the laws and find out if the municipality has a written plan. I wouldn't know. You could check with the I don't know, the city clerk's office, I guess, maybe.
So I have a question. I have a scenario. So if I have a little piece of land, like a side yard that in my house, like I'm living in a house, but I have a side yard. If I plan to sell that side yard, right? And I sell it to a builder, or a builder wants to buy it. And I say, okay, and then they plan, and I say, because it's a residential area, I say, okay, go ahead, build another house in that lot, right?
Well, you can't,
but then I go on and have the builder build a 5-story, 6-story building.
All right, anything, unless you did the lawsuit and through this 3-panel justice, and they gave you the approval to build your project, because they still have, these judges have to approve your project, okay? If they don't approve of it, or if they do approve it, and they give you a variance from the zoning law, you still need to, you need to send out a letter to everybody in that area within 300 feet to give approval of it too. But they're not going to give you permission to put up a 5-story, something that's really, really out of bounds there, like a 5-story building that's commercial in the middle of a residential area. The thing is, these condos across the street from the train station, it's housing. They got storefronts underneath them, but the majority of the space there in those buildings is housing, that they could build more units closer together than normally allowed, which basically is the purpose of giving the exemption to the zoning law. It's for housing, not commercial in a residential area. But they were able to still build some commercial there because most of it is residential. Okay, so contact your own attorney. If you want to start doing this stuff, get advice from them. Let them do the legwork for you. But look, you could do a project if your municipality doesn't allow it, if they don't have a written plan. But anyway, back to topic. What do we need to know for exam? An illegal zoning practice that discriminated against the poor.
Mount Laurel.
Exclusionary zoning is the discriminatory zoning practice, and it was outlawed by the Mount Laurel court decisions. Outlawed by the Mount Laurel court decisions. This will be on both school and state exam, guaranteed. Study this slide. Moving along. Okay, code for equal opportunity. Everybody has an equal opportunity in housing, and the Realtors Association, along with HUD and NAR, usually come together with fair housing partnership programs. They try to get us as realtors to work with communities, to revitalize communities, do like park cleanups in town, to create these parks, maybe that communities park cleanups and things to try to open up the housing for everybody, or to beautify the community, and also to offer partnership programs to teach people how they get involved in housing ownership. So that's some of these programs that they're talking about, that they work together. Implications for brokers and salespeople. They have to display that HUD equal housing opportunity poster in their offices. Your broker should have a sign, should have a policy in their office, in their either operating manual or a sign stating that discrimination is against the company policy, as well as state and federal laws. They should make proper responses when clients express discriminatory desires. If you got a buyer that calls up and says, yeah, I'm interested in your listing here, who lives there? Who lives in the area? What is your answer going to be?
People.
That should be your answer. People, you know. I know what you're getting at. I can't answer those questions. I cannot engage in this kind of line of questioning. I can't tell you if they're singles or couples, children or singles, if they're straight or if they're gay, if they're black or they're white or what have you, because that is discriminatory and I could lose my license for it, and this conversation is not worth it to me. But if you'd like to see the property, I'll gladly show you the property. Come on down. We'll get you pre-qualified. I'll show you the property. And then you could talk to the neighbors, drive through the neighborhood, walk through the neighborhood, see if it's an area you want to live in or not. Okay? Let them make the decision. Throw it back on them, but don't engage in that conversation. I remember I had a property once that got tons of phone calls like this. It was in North Brunswick at the Renaissance. It's a huge mixed community, but it's got a huge Indian population there. But I'd get tons and tons of phone calls from people on this unit, because I had the largest unit that was there, had 2-car garage instead of 1, which most were. It was a corner unit. It was larger than the others. It had a lot of features, and we priced it right. It had its own unique issues too, that made it difficult. I got a lot of calls from people asking who lives there. And I'm like, well, there's the owner. She's still living there, but don't worry, she'll be gone by time closing. You'll be living there alone, you know? And they're like, no. Who lives in the area? I'm like, oh, people live in the area. You could come on down, introduce yourself to them, talk to the neighbors if you like, when I'm showing you the place, you know? I was like, but I can't enter into the conversation talking about who lives in the area. I could talk about the features of the house, but I can't get engaged in that. I could lose my license over that. And basically, it's the spiel that you got to get into over and over. Sometimes this conversation can be uncomfortable for people to talk about when we're talking about the race, the religion, the country of origin. When people start asking questions like that, it's not a comfortable conversation to have. But you know what? You got to find a way for it to flow better. And just tell people, listen, I can't talk about that. You know, I could lose my license for that. I could talk about the features of the house, but not the people in the community. If you want to meet the neighbors and see if they're nice people and all, you could come down and talk to them yourselves. Okay. Plus, why am I going to waste my time over the phone with you? You know? So I remember I got another phone call like that. And this one lady, she called up. She was from New York. Got that New York accent. And she was like, yeah, we're interested. She's like, but who lives there? So like for the 100th time, I'm like, ma'am, I can't enter into that conversation. I could lose my license. You could come down, take a look and talk to the neighbors. And she's like, oh, no. You got me all wrong. Me and my husband, we're from New York. We want a more diverse neighborhood. You know? And I was like, ma'am, it doesn't matter your reasoning. I can't talk about it. You know, because then she blasted right back. She was like, so who lives there? I can't talk about the people in the neighborhood. It doesn't matter your reasoning. You could tell me it's because you want a more diverse or because you want to discriminate. It doesn't matter. I can't engage in that conversation. Okay. And you got to get that message across sometimes to pushy people. You know, you want to know who lives there? Come down, take a look at the house, meet the neighbors, meet me, build rapport. I'll show you something else if you don't like it here. Okay. You got to have those conversations sometimes. All right. So making proper responses. There you go. There's your proper response. Reverse discrimination is another issue that comes about. Reverse discrimination is, where do they have it here in the book? I know it's somewhere here.
Page 76, bottom portion.
Page 76, where is it?
It's in the bottom.
Oh, down the bottom. Okay, I see it. Okay, page 76, under implications for brokers and salespeople. Let's first start off by, in the first paragraph, I want you to highlight the last sentence that says, in order to be found guilty of discrimination, somebody does not need to prove that it was your intent to discriminate against them. They only need to prove that a discriminatory act had occurred. So highlight, the complainant does not have to prove guilty knowledge or specific intent, only the fact that discrimination occurred. So the threshold for being found guilty of discrimination ain't too high. The bar is not set very high. So you guys got to just try to avoid these conversations when talking about people's religions, race, sexual orientations, whatever, you know, any of the protected classes.
Victor, just one question here.
Yes, sir.
Let's say that, like, you know, somebody is like, talking about discrimination and all that, that I don't want certain kind of people in my house. And like, how would you prove that in the court? Like,
Well,
I mean, you just have,
well, there's nothing for you to prove at this point. I mean, you could tell them, listen, what are you talking about? If you're the buyer or if you're the buyer?
no, for example, like, I'm the client, right? Like, no, not the client, that I'm the salesperson and there's a customer with me. And suddenly the seller says, oh, they're like, certain kind of people, I don't want to sell it.
Okay. So
it's just a verbal.
So you could file your complaint. All right.
Okay.
You could go file your complaint. Who do you file the complaint with? Well, see which law was it violating? Was it violating federal law or state law or both? Well, then you
Okay.
could file that complaint with HUD as well as the Attorney General's office, and
Okay.
both will investigate.
Okay.
HUD may send out somebody to investigate and pose as a shopper and see if they discriminate.
Got it.
Look, HUD has what we refer to as undercover volunteers. We call them testers. They're not employees, they're volunteers. This is why it's not considered entrapment, where these people, they go in and they pose like they're buyers or sellers, and they talk to you as a real estate agent to see if you're going to treat everybody equally and fairly. They could be the same color as you. They could be the same race. They could be the same sex. They could be the same gender identity or expression or what have you. Or they could be the opposite. And they test you out to see, they'll ask questions that will seem kind of discriminatory to see if you start chiming in with them on it.
Who sets those people to come in to do that?
Well, they're testers. So if you look at they work
Testers, but who sends them out?
They're trained by HUD. HUD. So
By HUD.
Yep.
Okay.
So go to the bottom of page 77. You could see that. See, it says testing. From time to time, real estate offices may be visited by testers. Highlight testers are checkers or undercover volunteers who want to see whether all customers and clients are being treated the same. Boom, just highlight that. So they want to make sure you're treating everybody with the same respect. They want to make sure that you're giving everybody the same, that you're not discriminating against anybody, basically. So look, sometimes they're the same background as you, and they make snide remarks and things like that, joking around to see if you're going to start chiming in and laughing with them and making jokes about it too, because if you do, they got you. Okay. See, the good part about this is you treat it like a business. You never know who you're dealing with. And therefore, even if you are a racist, what have you, hate this person or that person for whatever protected class they are, if you treat it doesn't matter. You could hate whatever you want at home. When you're out there, you treat everybody the same and give everybody the same respect and treat everybody the same, and you won't have problems. Okay? So that's how they test you, because you don't know who you're dealing with. That's why it works. Okay. Now, if you go down to the 4th paragraph under implications for brokers and salespeople, it says if a prospect expresses a locational preference for housing based on race or any of the protected classes, you guys got to have that conversation. Like I said, I can't talk to you about that. We can't search for homes based on this, but I could search for homes only based on price and the features of the home, but not who lives in the area. Okay. And we can't supply that information either. If that's of interest to you, go to the Census Bureau website. There's plenty of websites out there that give all that information, but I can't engage in it or work with you or talk to you about that. Okay, you're free to choose where you want to live, but I can't help you in your discriminatory search practices. Okay. Go down to the last paragraph, and in the last paragraph, you see in bold reverse discrimination. Highlight reverse discrimination regulations are intended to preserve racial balance to given areas. Okay, I don't care what your excuse is, it's still discrimination, right? I don't care what your reasoning is behind it or how you try to justify it, it's still discrimination. And you want to get caught in a lawsuit? Go ahead. Try to discriminate against somebody. Yes, you can discriminate against white people too, okay? So everybody can be discriminated against. Just don't. Treat everybody the same, equally, fairly, and you won't have to worry about it, okay? Turn to page 78. Instead of reading through all this, we're going to just go over the chart here. Here's a chart for HUD's advertising guidelines. These are not for guidelines for conversations that you have with people. It's for, and I have it here on the slideshow. You got a category, what the rule is, what's permitted and what's not permitted. Okay, and so the category, the first one is race, color, and national origin. The basic rule is the same for all of them. No discriminatory preference or limitation can be expressed. What are you allowed to say in, now this is for advertisements, not for conversations that you have with people, these rules, okay? What's permitted? You're allowed to say master bedroom or good neighborhood. Now, I don't know how those are racial terms or how racist you need to be for one of these terms to be considered racist, but either way, they are allowed in your advertisements. Does anybody know what a master bedroom is?
Repeat that again.
You know what a master bedroom is? A lot of people don't.
Is it because of the size and the bathroom included?
It has to have a bathroom in it. Okay, master bedrooms are usually the largest bedroom, but if it doesn't have a bathroom in it, it's not a master bathroom. It's not a master bedroom. Okay, we get a lot of people that watch too much HGTV and they're like, oh, this is the largest bedroom in the house. It must be the master. You see a lot of the buyers that go through houses and they say that.
Yeah.
Houses do not have to have a master bathroom, master bedroom in them. Okay, if it doesn't have a bath in the bedroom, it is not a master bedroom. Okay. Not all houses have master bedrooms. Okay, a lot of us, we just start thinking, oh, it's the largest house, the largest bedroom in the house is the master. Okay, it's not the way it works. Okay, what's not permitted? You're not allowed to say white neighborhood or no French, you know, because you got to watch out for them French. Okay. I don't know. Okay, categories. Religion, when it comes to religion, once again, no discriminatory preference or limitation can be expressed in your ads. You are allowed to say in ads, however, that there is a chapel on the premises or that kosher meals are available. Not in the neighborhood. Not in the neighborhood. On the premises. For instance, if you're in a building that has a kitchen in it or a store in the building or in the complex, then you could, and they offer kosher meals, you could say kosher meals available. But if it's in a neighborhood and there's a kosher store down the street, no, because then that's discriminatory. That's like a dog whistle saying, hey, listen, kosher is for Jewish. So kosher, you could say, oh no, there's Jews in the neighborhood, right? Or it could be saying, hey, Jewish people, come here. We're targeting Jewish people to come here. Or it could be a dog whistle telling people, hey, there's a lot of Jews in the area, okay? You're allowed to use terms like Merry Christmas, okay? Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy whatever. You're allowed to say those things in advertisements. And I don't know when they became offensive terms to the hypersensitive people these days who are offended by everything because it's fashionable. It used to be when I grew up, I'm not that old, I'm 48. As I was growing up, I could walk up to a Jew and tell them Merry Christmas and they would say Happy Hanukkah, and neither one of us would take offense to it. You know, I don't know what's wrong with people these days that they're so hypersensitive and everything offends them. Okay, what's not permitted is no Muslims, nice Christian family, walking distance to synagogue, even though that may be an important thing for Jewish, devout Jews, or or even I think even in a Muslim faith, don't quote me on that, but I think even in a Muslim faith, they need to be within walking distance of the mosque. Okay, so for certain devout religious people like Jews and Muslims, it's important for them to be within walking distance of their house of worship. If that's the case, do not put in ads, because I've had this happen before where up in Livingston, I had a lady who wanted to sell her house, and she's like, no, you have to make this a point to put in the ad that it's within walking distance of the synagogue, that the house would be more desirable. I'm like, to who? Well, the Jewish people. She's like, face it. Most of the people that are going to buy her are going to be Jewish anyway. And I'm like, no. I'm like, you cannot put that in an advertisement, though. Even if it's true, you cannot put that in an ad, because that means that you're targeting Jewish people. And you can't. If you're offering your house, you have to offer it to everybody. But we can use a more secular term that says within walking distance to houses of worship. And then if that's important to somebody, they're going to call up and they're going to say, well, what house of worship is it close to? And then you could tell them, oh, the synagogue or the mosque or whatever is down the street. Okay. But don't put it in an ad, because that's targeting a specific religion. You guys all with me?
Yes.
All right. Sex. Yes, please. No, that's not what they're talking about. When they're talking about this, they're talking about the gender. Okay. So the rule is, once again, no preference or limitation. You are allowed to say in-law suite, mother-daughter, or female roommate sought. Well, first of all, anybody know what the in-law suite is, or mother-daughter?
Yes.
Yes, it's usually a separate entrance with same, kitchen, living room, bedroom.
The in-law suite usually has like a little kitchenette, right?
All right, so here, let me give you a different explanation. Let me give you a different explanation of it. It is a one-family house that is zoned like, it is a zoned one-family house. It is a registered one-family house that's set up like a two-family house. It has a separate entrance with its own kitchen, perhaps bedroom, living space, bathroom, okay? We call them in-law suites or mother-daughters because you say that the child is grown up and they bought a house with their spouse, for instance, right? And the married couple, they want their elder parents close by so they could keep an eye on them, but yet their older parents they're still getting around on their own. They want their freedom. They're not children. So you basically have their own apartment in your house where they're free to come and go as they want. They got their own kitchen, their own bathroom, their own bedroom, etc. So your lives don't have to intersect, but they're close to you, and you can keep an eye on your parents because you love your parents and you want to keep them close enough by, but just not that close that they're intruding in your personal space, So they call that an in-law suite or mother-daughter, all right? But it is a one-family house, zoned one family, but set up like a two, okay? So you cannot rent that apartment out, by the way, because it's not an apartment. It's a one-family house. It's set up like a mother-daughter. All right. Now, why are you allowed to say female roommate sought in an ad? Isn't that discriminatory? Only looking for a female? Well, no, because it's somebody who's going to live in the same apartment as you. If you're going to be sharing the same apartment where you got one bedroom, they got the other, but it's the same space that you're sharing, you could have some young girl that's renting and she's looking for another girl to rent with her because she'd feel uncomfortable with some old man creeper coming over there. Ooh, yeah, I like to rent with you. You're cute, whoa, take it easy, So it's allowable because that person's actually living. But if we're talking about a condo or an apartment that's for rent, you can't just say, oh, we only want to rent to women. That would be discriminatory. What's not permitted, you're not allowed to say, great house for a man. Why not for a woman? Or other variant of the 192 genders they got these days, right? A wife's dream kitchen. Why a wife's dream kitchen? Men in my family are the cooks. Most women in my family can't cook. So why not the man's dream kitchen? Well, that'd be discriminatory too. Why not just dream kitchen? Right? You could use these terms in person when you're talking to people, but don't put them in advertisements. Man cave, she shed or she shack or whatever, okay? Don't use those terms, okay? You want to know what she shed is? Here's an example of a she shed. I know you guys know it. I know you guys know it. Here we go. Dun, da, 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 da.
Gonna play the commercial where it's burned down.
I got to download it and just integrate it because this, I don't know what the hell's up with this browser.
It finally happened, Zachary. Somebody burned down my she shed. Nobody burned down your she shed, Cheryl. Well, the she shed's on fire. The she shed was struck by lightning. Zachary, it's not she shed covered by State Farm.
Okay, so basically what they're saying is, you know what a she shed is?
No.
A she shed is a separate, it's like a shed that was customized with electricity and perhaps even sometimes plumbing. And it's that separate, quiet space that you have that you could get away. You know, the man has his man cave in the basement, right? With his TV room set up or whatever. This is my space. I got my pool room down here with my pool table. Well, the woman should be able to have her spot too. So she got her she shed, okay? This is something that's becoming popular, okay? Where it's a shed that's a nice big shed. It's not used for storage. It's beautiful. It's set up like a little mini house inside. That's her getaway. That's her private space to get away and be on her own and do her thing, okay? That's
Are
all.
you allowed to have that on your property?
Sure, you get a permit for putting up a shed. You could customize it inside like that. Just don't go renting them out. I had a friend who did that recently, about a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. He had a problem. He had a shed in his backyard. This was at his father's house. He lives with his dad, and in the backyard, they got a shed, and that shed has electricity, it has plumbing, it has a toilet, it's got water, it's got all that. And the guy was renting it out to somebody. All right. What happened was they had an issue. The guy wasn't showing up for work. His friends came looking for him. The guy was dead. He died in the shed. And that was definitely not, they definitely didn't have that permitted as a rental spot. So of course they call 911. You got this guy here that's dead in his shed, you know, and they got in trouble. They got fined tens of thousands of dollars for renting out a space that's not legal rentable space. Now he didn't die because of anything with the shed. It had heat, it was insulated, it had water, it had all the bells and whistles. But you know, the guy died of natural causes. But nonetheless, they got in trouble for renting out a space that's illegal. It wasn't registered as rental space. Okay, that was in Perth Amboy. Let me see.
In the book, it says under mother-in-law suite, it says master bedroom. I think that's a typo. It should be mother-daughter.
Yeah, mother-daughter or in-law suite. What does it say in the book?
It says master bedroom.
Master bedroom. Well, the thing is, no, these are just permitted. I mean, you could call it whatever you. You can call it whatever you want. You know, if you want to get kinky, you could call it a master bedroom. Yes, master. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Why are they coming up with these terminology anyway? Master bedroom, mother-in-law suite. The names that we give things, I don't know. A master bedroom for sex. Yeah, that's got to be, somebody was thinking kinky wise, I guess. I don't know. Let me put that down as a mistake in the book because I don't see how a master bedroom either would be valid. What page is that? 79?
78.
Oh, 78. Master bedroom.
Under the category sex, yeah.
Under sex. Okay. We're past our time, but let's just finish up here because we're almost done, guys. Let's just go through this list and do the key terms and then get out, okay? Is everybody all right with that? A couple more minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So let's see, when it comes to disability, no discrimination or discriminatory preference or limitation can be expressed. Listen, you guys are in sales. Keep all your advertisements positive. Don't ever put anything negative in your ads to begin with. You're allowed to say in the ad if it has wheelchair ramps or walk to shops, walk-in closet, jogging path, or walking distance to the store or whatever, shopping, walking distance to bus stops, okay? None of this is discriminatory against people who cannot walk. You're simply describing the features and distance. You're not discriminating against somebody who's disabled and cannot walk, okay? So those terms are allowable. You're not allowed to say in ads, no wheelchairs or able-bodied tenants only, and why would you? I would keep all my ads positive. Okay, because look, you're turning away somebody with a disability too. Not only are they discriminatory, I rather say, look, I remember I had a listing, a third-story, third-unit condo in the Waterford in Edison. That's a walk-up. Basically, it's a winding stairwell going up. So I put it as in the ad. I called it a third-story walk-up. Okay. So I actually had somebody that called up and the guy's like, I'm in a wheelchair. He's like, but I can walk, but I have a lot of difficulty walking. So I'm mostly in the chair. He's like, is there an elevator there or a possibility for me to put up a ramp? And I was like, no, because it's the way that it runs around. There's no way for you to put up a ramp there. No, they don't have an elevator. So I was like, but what I could do is I could maybe look and see if there's a first floor unit available for you. See, if I put something negative in the ad, I would have turned the guy away. He would have never called. But at least he called, made the inquiry, and then I was able to look for something to try to find him a first floor unit, right? Don't chase away business. The same thing with sold sign riders. Why would you put a sold sign rider on there? To advertise to the neighborhood? Who cares? How many people are you chasing away that may have made an inquiry in that house still, even if it's not available? And then you could have gotten their information, talked to them a little bit, build some rapport with them and said, well, this property is already under contract. It's awaiting closing, but perhaps I could find you something else in the neighborhood, you know? And then you could get more clients that way. Don't turn away business with your ads being negative. Sold is negative, isn't it? It means it's not available. Not is a negative word, right? So is no wheelchairs or able-bodied tenants only. All right, familial status, no discrimination or limitation or preference. You're allowed to say 2-bedroom, family room, or quiet neighborhood. That's just describing the type of family room is a type of room. It's like a grand room. Quiet neighborhood. I don't know how that associates to families because families are generally noisy, right? Got the kids yelling and screaming and bouncing the basketballs in the street and all, you know, making a lot of noise. Kids love having fun. What's not permitted, you're not allowed to put in ads, married couples only. No more than 2 children, retirees dream house, or no young children, okay? And I don't care if it is a seniors facility. You could put in there senior housing, okay? Don't put in there no children or anything like that. Keep your ads positive. Testers, we already spoke about them and how they work, but here's a slide on it now, all right? And that's the end of that slideshow. It's the end of that chapter. Let's do the key terms and then we could be done, okay? Okay, guys? So let's do it. Federal law setting many protected classes with some exceptions.
Attorney General?
For Department of
Federal Fair Housing Act.
5 is A, the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, correct. Federal law, protected classes are race and color with no exception.
Civil Rights Act.
Civil Rights Act.
Civil, which one? Well, there's only one listed here, but Civil Rights Act of 1866. 3 is B. Inducing panic selling based on prejudice.
That's
blockbusting.
Blockbusting. 2 is C, correct. New Jersey law governing discrimination in real estate transactions.
LAD.
The LAD, the New Jersey law against discrimination. 6 is D, correct. Refusal to lend in certain areas, usually inner city.
Redlining.
The redlining.
E, redlining, correct. Section, you got a little keyword there. Section of the Federal Civil Rights Act that covers housing.
Title 8.
Title 8, 13 is F. Specific group that may not be discriminated against. What do we call them?
Mount Laurel 1 and 2.
Protected class.
Protected class.
8 is G, they're a protected class. Court cases covering cross out moderate and write low. See, now they're not even mentioning low
7.
anymore. So why do you suppose they always throw in middle class like that, a moderate income? Because they're the largest part of the population that they try to tick off and get involved. That's why politicians do the same stuff. So yes, court cases covering low income housing that'd be what?
Mount Laurel.
7.
Mount Laurel 1 and 2. 7 is H. Channeling home seekers to or away from certain areas.
Steering.
11 is I, correct. Undercover checker who monitors fair housing compliance.
Tester.
12 is J, correct. Now next to letter K, I want you guys to cross out the word benign.
No.
Benign means that there's no problem with it. However, all discrimination is wrong. So benign means it's harmless, but it's not. Discrimination intended to correct past wrongs.
10. Reverse discrimination.
10 is K, reverse discrimination. Federal agency enforcing civil rights compliance.
Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Or HUD for short, correct. 4 is L. Statement about discrimination, everyone listing property must receive.
Number 1.
1 is M, the Attorney General's memorandum. That is correct. Let me throw up the poll for you guys, and we're done for today. And get a lot of rest today, because tomorrow we're going to go through quite a few chapters. Where the heck is the poll? Oh, here it is. We're going to go through quite a few chapters tomorrow, and your brains are going to start hurting because there's going to be a lot of terminology.
Paul.
There you go. Here's the poll. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. I love you all.
Good night.
Night. Hey, Victor, just a quick question. Just to confirm, these videos are staying up for like ever, right? So
Yep.
I can review.
Yep. As long as they're not crappy videos and they don't change. Well, I mean, I hear you fine and you hear me fine, but some of these videos that I record through Zoom, when it converts them, it sounds like I'm talking like this. You know, I don't know what the hell happens with the conversion process here.
All right, got it. Well, thank you very much.
But yeah, these classes are going pretty good. So I am recording them and posting them, and they're staying on that one link. You could click on them and playlist. Okay.
Hey, Vic,
Right.
I got the last book. I don't know how old is that book.
All right. Hold on one second. Let me actually stop this recording.